So going forward, we will begin with the first session, and the title is Tamil Nadu 2030, Building a Globally Competitive Digital First Services Ecosystem. And we would like to invite our moderator for the first session. He is a scientist F and center head at CDAC Chennai with over 20 years of experience leading national technology programs. He oversees initiatives in BOSS Linux, e-governance, cybersecurity, AI, HPC, quantum, and emerging technologies, managing large multidisciplinary teams and large-scale government deployments. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me in welcoming Dr. D. Ethirajan, Center Head, CDAC Chennai. Now may I request the speaker, Mr. Vidyashankar Ganapati, SVP, QNOX, to please join the dais. Let's give a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone. He heads the India Business Unit and Global Marketing at QNOX, driving strategic client growth, software delivery, and brand building. With 23 years of experience across sales, delivery, and marketing, he has led digital transformation initiatives and scaled global accounts while mentoring emerging leaders. And may I request the next speaker, Mr. Dilip Kumar Devanathan, SVP, HCL Tech, to please join the dais. With 34 years in product engineering, specializes in embedded systems, platform engineering, smart product design. He has led innovative product development across automotive, medical devices, aerospace, semiconductors, and industrial sectors globally. May I request the next speaker, Mr. Prashant Dahalkar, Senior Vice President, Hexaware Data and Analytics. He is the Vice President of Cloud and Data at Hexaware, leading data delivery consulting, pre-sales and solutions, formerly Director and Center Head for AI and Analytics. Last but not least, may I request Mr. Alok Baidya, Solution Architect Lead, Amazon Web Services, to please join the dais. And he's a Solution Engineering Regional Lead at VMware, New Delhi, specializing in technology solutions for complex digital transformations. With 10 years in business intelligence, Alok leads solution engineering teams and drives customer success. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the team. Over to you, moderator.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Thank you, yeah. It's my immense pleasure to be part of this TN Imagine 2026. Yes, it's a special topic, and definitely it's a TN Imagine 2026 was making a miracle from yesterday onwards. The 5th of January, it started with the distribution of 10 lakh students laptop scheme. We are part of that 10 lakhs students laptop, our Bharat operating system solution, which is an indigenous operating system done by CDAC, which is part of 10 lakh students' laptops. So CDAC started the journey in the year of 1980s when US denied to access the supercomputer. So we launched our first supercomputer in the year of 1988, but today we are almost in all the verticals. So coming back to today's topic, which is very much essential, that Tamil Nadu 2030, building a global competitive, the digital first ecosystem. The India's first digital ecosystem started in the year of 2008, that is called as our digital Aadhaar. And grown up in a different scenario, we started executing our UPI, Google, and all those API gateways. Any idea when it got started? Yeah, which year this UPI gateway and other things got started? Anybody from audience? Any guess? It's in the year of 2016, right? So it's a complete digital transformation across the country. And coming back to our own state, Tamil Nadu, they started their digital services in the year of 2013, that is called e-Sevai. All the digital transactions, all part of the country, and particularly all part of the state, in each part of the district, starting from the rural, the e-Seva, what we are doing it, it's a digital transformation. In the year of 2018, Tamil Nadu launched the mobile application and the mobile apps. So today, we are doing it, the complete mobile app, and we are not going to any of the offices. Everything is a digital transformation. To achieve our goal of 2030, what exactly we like to do it? There are the expertise, more than 20 years of the decade, starting from Exaware, HCL, AWS, Qnix. So they are having their own domain expertise. They are going to speak in much detail what all the challenges we are currently facing it, how we are overcome the challenges. Before going to the first speaker, I'd like to launch the video, what exactly the CDAC would like to do it for the TN state government, especially for the students. I request to play the video, please.
Tamil Nadu is on a bold journey towards a $1 trillion economy, powered by technology, innovation, and talent. Center for Development of Advanced Computing, CDAC, Chennai, under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, partners with the Government of Tamil Nadu to strengthen the state's deep tech ecosystem. Through the National Supercomputing Mission, CDAC enables high-performance computing access for students and institutions, empowering skill development under the Nan Mudalpan scheme. Converge 2, a CDAC innovation, provides advanced mobile security for Android devices, protecting against cyber threats with blockchain-enabled trust. Quantum is the science of the very smallest things, like atoms and particles, where information behaves very differently from normal computers. While today's computers solve problems step by step, quantum computers can solve many possibilities at the same time, making them extremely powerful. With Qniverse, learners and researchers explore quantum algorithms, simulate experiments, and even run them on real quantum hardware, guided by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MEITI, and enabled by CDAC through Nan Mudalvan. Tamil Nadu is nurturing talent and technology for a resilient, innovation-led digital future.
So we'll just start our session. So I request, we'd like to start it from Mr. Prashant of Exaware. So having an enormous amount of experience, sir would like to share it. And I'm requesting all the speakers, better it should be interactive with the students, so that whatever exactly we like to contribute, the 1 hour justification we'll able to do it. The stage is for you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. As you know, my name is Prashant Dalkar. I take care of the data and AI practice for Exaware. So I want to continue with the CDAC story because the reason I am today here, my first job was through CDAC Pune campus. That was in 2001. And it is more closer to us because I'll tell you a motivating story because all students are here and it is a good segue of how we can take sort of, let's say, humiliation from the international community to, bring supercomputers in India. Doctor actually he leaned towards how in 1980s, CDAC came into existence, but a little background on it. it's a vision that our leaders had, that instead of going to the international community to buy or get supercomputer, and I hope, I will just tell you why we needed supercomputer at that time. In 1980s, there were a lot of weather challenges in India, like droughts and all. So how do I predict that? To predict it, we needed supercomputer. And when we went to buy that, we were not getting it because the international community was not accepting it that India should have a supercomputer. And that's where Vijay Bhatkar, he was asked to, build a supercomputer. And it's an inspiration because a bunch of engineers, these all people here will be, budding engineers or, taking other jobs. They built supercomputer for India at a very cheaper rate. And in 1990, actually it came into existence. So now I wanted to segue into how things have changed and how Tamil Nadu should also adapt using the power of data. So first thing, I think Hope student, can you just raise your hands if you have heard about data and analytics? Yeah, some of them have. Good. So basically, there are a lot of programs which were released yesterday also by the state government. Now, one of them is actually having a deep tech data strategy, right? And as users, now everyone in this room probably has a mobile, right? On the mobile, you must be using a lot of, apps. Some of them are actually touching your banking, your transactions as well. So first thing, when you are going towards 2030 vision of being the most developed state is making sure that whatever you do is secure. And that means your data has to be secured from your device that you are using till, whatever number of systems outside your device is also being using, right, the data. So for me, I feel that you have to start looking at security as the first aspect, and that also leads to being empathetic towards your consumers, right? So whatever we build today, where this state will go, we have to ensure that the people who will use those technologies have to feel secured. Then the adaptability will increase, right? So with that, I'll hand over to...
Yes, before moving on to the next speaker, we'd like to know what is the kind of audience we are having it. So, what is the colleges which you are representing it? In second row, which is the college here? JPR. What is the domain here? IT. Next. Velamal. Yes, computer science or EC or which domain? Yay. Excellent, yeah. Coming back to this side, from which college here? Steve Venkateswara. Right. Computer science, AA or IT? Data science. Excellent. Next. From this lot here. Okay, because we like to know what is the kind of the audience so that the next speaker will make sure that he is going to address what may be your future because he is from the HCL Infotech. So he built the complete embedded ecosystem and the complete story from the HCL. So the mic is yours, sir.
Thank you. Very good morning to each one of you, and thanks for the opportunity to be part of this panel. So I represent HCL Technologies, and I head the software engineering capability across the engineering services which we provide for various customers. Just to give you the way the whole advent of digital services didn't happen overnight, right? We were having physical products which were standalone, and there wasn't much of connectivity between the products, so we weren't able to get to understand how the product is behaving, what kind of infrastructure is required for it to be connected to the rest of the world. As days progressed, with the advent of telecom networks and all the other connectivities, and also the sensors and others becoming much more cost effective, we could have a lot of products becoming connected to each other, and also through the, the networks like the 4Gs and 5Gs. So we were able to get a lot of insights out of the products itself. But what do we do with those insights, right? So that's when we thought, let's get on to the digital services, which is the digital platform engineering or modernization of the existing platforms. and be able to capture all of that information. And our friend is here, the AWS, the cloud is where the products were starting to be hosted on cloud. So that's the kind of change which has happened in the last 20, 25 years. And all of this is great. Again, what do we do with all of this data? Now is when, we are seeing the data science, the data analytics, the AI, all of that coming in. Now we are able to predict. For example, I have washing machine at home. I will only be able to know after it failed that there is a failure and I have to ask somebody to come and repair the washing machine. Gone are those days. Today, with all the AI and all of the data which is there, you do a predictive maintenance and you would know when that particular part is going to fail. And you will take a proactive step in ensuring that the failure is arrested. So the uptime of each of these, I just talked about washing machine, but look at various industries where you want to keep the uptime with very, very minimal downtime. All that is now today possible with the kind of digital era which we are in and the AI and others coming in, right? And just flip it to what I just read in the websites of the Tamil Nadu government. I think there is a lot of initiatives being taken by the government as well. For example, I've seen that FRAS, there is a facial recognition attendance system, which is already existing. And again, it should reach the masses. What we are seeing is there is only a set of people who are currently using, we all use the apps in the mobile, right? But how does it go and reach the nth person in the village, right? So for example, I saw what we call as e-Parvai, where, it is a mobile app by which you recognize whether you have a cataract. And it is taken to the villages so that you don't have to have the guys come to the, hospitals, go through the diagnosis of a cataract, but just do through that. So there are a phenomenal amount of, initiatives being taken. And as he was saying, with all of this and data prevalent everywhere, security is going to be a major threat. Guys, I know that you guys download all of your apps, left, right, center, share all of your information. Please be careful. Thank you.
So, so sir started with the AI, right? How many of them are using the chat GPT? Could you raise your hands? Almost everyone, right? Okay, it's both advantage and disadvantage, right? So before going into the next speaker, the advantage is very simple. Instead of searching in many websites and other things, on the fly we are just getting the data. But the only request, what altogether we are having it to the students, your basic foundation should be very strong. So don't depend everything on the chat GPT when you started writing the code. Please ensure that your fundamental should be strong. The fundamental start for the computer science is the C language. If you are very strong with the C language, today we are having Java, Ruby, Go language, many languages, but the basic foundation is C. Make sure your basic foundation is strong. Then you will be able to the miracle either in Exaware, either in HCL, or either in AWS, or either in CDAC. Right? With this thing, I request my next speaker is from the global market, AWS. Before going to the AWS, a few words about AWS. Everybody knows AWS for a cloud. But whatever today we have launched for the Tamil Nadu, the Q universe, the backend we are engaging with AWS. The quantum, whatever today we are thinking it, whatever the HPC today doing it for 28 hours, the quantum will do it in 3 minutes. For the students, we have launched called Q Universe. Is a simulation where you will able to drag and drop and you learn about the quantum. The backend is integrated with IBM and AWS. With this note, I request Mr. Alok to just give not only the global scenario, Indian scenario and Tamil Nadu scenario.
Thank you. That was a great introduction. Sometimes when you hear such an introduction, on a lighter note, you feel that your mother-in-law should be standing here. Okay, my name is Alok Baidya. I head the solution architect team for state government business. So what I mean by heading the solution architect team is essentially my team works with the government bodies to understand what is the kind of digital transformation they are wanting to get to. So, couple of examples and show of hands. I hope everybody of you have used Swiggy. How many of you use Swiggy? Great. So, the moment you talk of using Swiggy, you have touched the technology elements at the back end with whatever you just now heard of data and AI coming together to give you certain services on your mobile phone so that you are able to order food from your favorite restaurant. Have you used DigiYatra? How many of you have used DigiYatra? So if you have used DigiYatra, that's another a great example of how can you make experience of walking in a park but entering into a sensitive area like airport. Now why I'm taking these examples these are innovations which happened in the country, for the country, and these are innovations which got instigated by thought processes which came in from people like you. These were hackathons which were conducted by different departments, different ministries, government bodies, which actually inculcated the whole thought process of how can you change the life of a citizen, life of people. What makes me proud being part of the Amazon Web Services public sector team is that in some way or the other, it is a way of contributing back to the citizens. Now, when we talk about the cloud computing, it's come up a long way. Cloud computing, yes, it was a complete thought process of building an infrastructure where it's more of an agile infrastructure which you can give to any organization. When I say agile infrastructure, it's more to do with how soon can the infrastructure be set up. You just pay as you go model is there, which essentially means that you just pay for whatever you want to you consume. And then when it is not being used, you just switch it off. That's the power of cloud. So during COVID times, I'm sure everybody of us have gone ahead and downloaded that COVID certificate, isn't it? So that whole infrastructure ran on cloud. The beauty is that it hit a world record during the Prime Minister's birthday date. It was a world record for us, okay? It was catering to the population of the country. So think about an infrastructure which can scale up as and when it is required. And today, that infrastructure is not getting used. So nobody is paying for that infrastructure. It's kind of, right now it has been brought down to minimalistic data interpretation requirements. And then now the government is thinking that how can I use that as a mechanism, that application as a mechanism to be standardized as a vaccination dissemination application. So why I'm calling out these examples are, again, as I said, these are innovations which you can think about when you are thinking about building on cloud. I saw everybody raised a hand when Sir asked about how many of you use ChatGPT. Because that's a new age mechanism of generating new age codes, right? So again, these are AI related tools which you can use to even innovate, right? So a lot of organizations who are running those legacy applications are using those AI tools to convert the old age application or legacy applications to modernized applications. We recently, my team completed a migration of 25-line lakh code in flat 6 hours. That's the kind of power which cloud brings on table. Okay, and then things like what Sir said about quantum computing, whether it is HPC, whether it is bringing in an impactful side of things where compute power can scale up and scale down as and when you need modernized application architecture. This is where cloud comes into picture. So with that, I'll hand over back to Sir so that you get to hear from the others also.
So thank you, sir. So before going into the next speaker, right? So we'd like to go the session in detail after the last speaker. Another round of speaks what we like to do it about the placement, what is the huge opportunities for the TN, how to do the upskillings and other things. So with this, now I invite Mr. Vidyashankar, so from Qnonics, and he is having a vast experience of more than 30 years in the industry for the IT consultancy firms and other things. So I request sir to speak.
Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure having, to be invited for this conference, and I can see a lot of young minds here. It always gives that josh, right? So as you said, I represent Qnox. We are an IT services consulting company, and I head the India business unit as well as global marketing. So if you look at what I see from my years of experience and how India has been seen from globally, right? So I can look at 4 distinct phases. The first phase is what I call it as cost arbitrage phase, right? India has purely looked at a cost, bringing the cost efficiency. That's about it, because of the labor arbitrage that we have, the cheap labor that we have, and so on and so forth. I think we know everybody agreed to that fact, early 2000, so on and so forth, right? And the next phase is what I call it as the process arbitrage, which means, okay, these guys understood not only these guys are cheap, or I don't want to use that word, but yeah, but these guys also have the tendency, they understand the process, business process pretty well. We can, outsource those processes, and that's where you see a lot of BPO firms, coming into picture, and also a lot of global firms outsourcing process-related work towards India. The third phase, which what I call it as the knowledge phase, okay? And that's where they really identify the talent of people out in, based out of India. They said, okay, you know what, guys, these guys can do not only all of these, but also they have really, vast knowledge, and they can do consultancy and so on and so forth, right? They can become the domain experts, and they can help our customers and then for us as well. And the fourth phase, which we live in, is called what I call it as the innovation arbitrage. I think we are the innovation engine of the world. If you look at the kind of GCCs that is getting set up in India, for those who don't know what is GCC, it's a global capability centers, right? Which is, let's say, in General Electric setting up their own IT base in India. So they call it as a global capability centers, and that is growing like really lot. So we are talking about almost 1,800 GCCs in India from across global companies, and it is going to hit almost 3,500 by 2030. So the reason why I'm getting to all of these is, I think India by itself is kind of reimagining every time, right? When they say cost, and we said, dude, no, cost is not the one. Okay, then they say process, no. So I think we are redefining as well. It's, as students here, I can see a lot of student community here, right? You got to reimagine yourself. So you cannot be the, the part of the generic lot. How can I upskill, reskill myself in the latest and greatest of technologies, right? Even from a technology standpoint, if you look at the rate of change of technology is so huge. Now what we call it as a technology shelf life. Okay, for any technology, what is the life of a technology? It is used to be almost 5 years. Okay, so the 5 years you can always survive knowing that technology. And since the rate is happening so fast, that has almost reduced to 2 years now, thanks to ChatGPT, your generative AI part of it, right? And I'm sure it is going to be even more lesser. So the reason why I'm saying is getting yourself skilled is the most important thing. And you guys know who is in across India, which state produces the maximum number of graduates? Anyone here? Maximum number of graduates every year. Which state produces? Anyone, guys? Take a wild guess, that's okay. We're all been there before coming here, so nobody's going to judge you. Anyone? Tamil Nadu is the maximum, and guess what? In terms of employability index, Tamil Nadu ranks 4th. So I think that's exactly where the gap is, right? We are producing the maximum number of graduates, and we are number 4 in kind of getting ourselves employed. So which shows the kind of gap that we need to fill in, and it's everyone's responsibility here, right? It is not only the responsibility of the government, the industry, the academia, but also the people out here. How can I, as much as, I always believe in work harder and play harder, right? Which means put in your 100%, and then obviously you can reap the benefits not only now but also in the future. With that, I'll give back to doctor, and then he can take it back.
Thank you, sir. So, sorry. Right, before 10 years, right, we are developing the technology and we are driving the technology. But today's scenario, the technology is driving us. Am I right or wrong? How many of them, could you raise your hands whether technology is driving us? Could you raise your hands? Yes, the reason is very simple. Sir spoke about Swiggy. Today you like to order something based upon your last 6 months order, whatever you done it. So whatever, if your favorite is biryani, automatically it should come on the top. Because whatever the data, whatever the things we are doing it, everything is recorded today. Based upon our inputs, we are training the data set that is nothing but AI. So we are only feeding the input to the AI. So the technology is driving us. With this, we'll go to the next topic of the discussion about your placement and upskilling. I was remembering it after done my BE degree on 2005. I went to Exaware interview. There are 7 rounds. Array, what is this here? So I thought I went to the second round, third round. Continuously they are asking C, C++, write the program and all those things. Then today when I just became as a center of Chennai, I think 7 rounds is also not sufficient. We should go for 8 or 9 rounds because the competition is too much high. That is what I told during the start of the session. Your basic fundamentals should be very strong. There are different kind of domains, starting from AI, cyber security, blockchain, neuromorphic, quantum. There are many technologies. It is on the software part. Coming back to the hardware, we are designing our own indigenous processor, chips. Our own indigenous India first chip, it is called Vega processor from CDAC. There are huge potential what we are looking from VLSI, from embedded. Where is the talent? You are the talent. You are the future for the India. So with this starting note, I request Exaware to just explain what is the competition they are having it whenever they are doing the placement and what is their expectation so that you will do the upskilling, whatever exactly you are targeting it, your future.
Sure. I don't know, your experience was not so great, but 7 rounds is okay actually. Okay, before I talk about placement, see, I want to make sure that you don't get carried away by the jargons being used, quantum computing and all. The reason I'll tell you, it's very simple. It's the movement of data and the learning of the data. And I'll quote very simple 2 examples which are very relatable. Let's say if something goes wrong with you in the day, right? Let's say, for example, you were not selected for some competition, or your best friend has not spoken to you, or something has gone wrong, your teacher has scolded you, okay? You go back home, your mom will definitely look at you and understand that your mood is not good, right? That's the first thing. So she has understood that the mood is not good. The second thing she might do is, she might talk something, or she might cook something and give it to you, which will make your mood better, okay? That's nothing but AI. Because she is learning, so right from your birth, your mother is learning your moods, your, the way of your life, right? And even looking at your face, she can recognize, okay? That's how simple AI is actually. So don't get bogged because, you are doing so many courses. It's very simple. Keep it very simple. Learn some specific language, and as sir said, you have to be very thorough with the basics. It should not be that, just look at no code, low code, tools, develop that code and then just troubleshoot it, right? Don't do that. That's one thing. The second example I'll quote is, which is it's not our national game, hockey is, but cricket is still the fever, right? So if you have the best player, let's say your favorite might be Tendulkar in some era, or Virat Kohli, or Rohit, or whoever, Dhoni here. So every opposition studies, at what particular time in the day, if it is a test match, and what particular score. Let's say if the player is in 90s, how nervous that person is, and what ball you have to bowl so that he or she gets out, right? Now she also, woman. So that's again analytics. So these are two examples. We are very simple examples. Your mom knowing you and making some better things for you to make your mood better, or the bowlers bowling the right ball to get the person out. Right. This I just thought now. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that you feel it is very simple. Don't get tensed up. Now coming to the way you can get selected. As I said, you just stick to something which is very popular now, Python, or pick up some other data skills, data structures, understanding, and then develop on it. And whatever you use today, your mobile, if you are a hardcore, let's say you go to gym every day or run every day, you are using some app. Your app is actually calculating your steps, for example. Or there are so many things that you do. So just be conscious what are things around you, understand why it is happening, and what is the science behind it. That's all. That's as simple as that. And if you are aware of those things, when you face the interview, these interpersonal skills, the ways you talk, you present yourself will easily come out. Don't get stressed out, okay? And this 7 rounds and all doesn't happen now, okay? So all the best with placements. But definitely we have internships that we do for students. And then the campus placements is huge. I mean, Hexaware is recruiting at a mass for, engineers and, even other graduations also. And HFL and HFX programs are there, which is mostly for people who are doing MBA from the B schools. And I can go on, but yeah, I want to stop there.
Thank you, sir. Then next we'll move on to the HCL. So sir will explain about how to go inside HCL.
I did it 27 years back, so I don't know how to do that. See, first and foremost, the scare of AI not giving us enough jobs. The scare is there, but not to be worried about that, right? The way he was saying is that, the fundamentals have to be very strong. And just not having the language proficiency like the Pythons or the C or whatever. But how do I use that and apply in a particular use case scenario is what is going to differentiate yourself from the regular programmers, right? And when I say regular programmers, that's now going to be taken away by AI. That's the only thing which is going to go away, right? But what is going to remain, which is human in not AI, is the creativity. So let's not forget that we don't lose our core, which is the creativity by which we have kind of built so many products and so many things in our life. Please don't lose that, right? So please understand, how am I going to make these tools? I would think that these are all enablers, the AI or the agentic AIs, all of that are enablers for us to make things more efficiently done, rather than going through a mundane process of taking a longer period to do a particular task, right? So that is something which you should keep in mind, that fundamentals are important. Take AI along, is another enabler for you. It's not going to scare you at all. You're going to do things much better than what we guys did in our past, where we didn't have such tools with us, right? And so please remove that scare out of you. And again, because of this, all of our companies are coming to the universities, trying to set the expectation right on what is expected out of each one of you, given that these are technological changes which are happening. So most of our companies are now getting into the universities in the 6th semester, 7th semester, trying to inculcate some of the programs which are the expectation of the industry, so that we are getting you guys industry ready, right? So that you are able to contribute from day one on that particular area of what expertise which you bring in. The other one which I just wanted to mention is, again, going back to the creativity. The universities, especially what I've seen in Tamil Nadu and different other states as well, is the amount of investments which they are ready to pump in to help you guys innovate. So please take that investments forward, use and leverage them, and see how you can actually innovate, bring some very path-breaking ideas, which can help the industries pick that up as you come in. And I've seen a lot of you guys even doing startups when you are there in the university itself. So that is the kind of talents which is being expected out of the industry going forward. And I'm sure each one of you recognize that, and the industries will also help you set the expectation and take you forward. And of course, that would be the expectation of most of us when we come to, campus interviews and pick you all up. All the best to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll move on to AWS. So we'll get here from AWS. So what is their thinking as in the global scenario? What is the skills, what they are looking for?
Whenever we look at anyone getting employed, okay, the first thing I think I couldn't disagree more what you just now heard. Basics, fundamentals. This is something which goes without saying, and we believe in one very clear concept called dive deep. Now, dive deep essentially means that how much of technology dive deep really can you get into? And this comes only with a whole thought process of having your fundamentals clear. A very simple example, I took examples of Swiggy, I took examples of DigiYatra. Just imagine, these are national scale platforms which are to be supported by the next generation like yours. Now suddenly for some reason, an application stops working. Ultimately it's loss, right? It's loss for the business, it's a reputation at stake, because these are platforms which serves for the digital requirements of an organization. Now the moment it stops, you can't just wash off your hands and say that, okay, it's not my responsibility. If you are at the face of solving that problem, if you are the person who is front-ending that application, you really need to understand where the problem is, which essentially means that your fundamentals have to be very clear. And this could be networking, this could be operating system, this could be as basics as, how this application is talking to other applications through integration. So it is very, very essential that you need to have a deep dive understanding of the subject. You may not be expert of everything. It's not expected. But whatever is your area of specialization, have your basics very, very clear. Because that's the only way where you will be able to hold your foot, hold your ground. I think that's a basic thing. I mean, with that, I think because everybody of you aspire to be part of the corporate world, and you aspire to work for large organizations in your future, having those fundamentals in place will take you a long way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now we'll move on to our last speaker. So Vidyashankar sir, he will explain more about what exactly you would like to do it for your future.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to give a different perspective. I think the practitioners are all there. They talked about everything, right? So one of the things is, I always, ask one question to myself: am I doing enough, right? How you guys are pushing the limits? How are you asking the questions to your professors, to your to colleges, and so on and so forth? How much of practical knowledge that I'm getting, implicated, right? That's very, very important. Guys, as much as, you can learn on your own and so on and so forth, it is also important to incorporate practicality on the global worldly affairs into the whole set of things. So, as they say, right, crying child gets milk. So please push your, envelope. Please ask the questions to your, faculty members in terms of how can I have somebody, from the corporate doing sessions for you, taking sessions for you. As I said, the rate of technology change is really, really fast. So how are you getting exposed to that, in your day-to-day learning? How can that be part of the curriculum? I think these are the questions you guys have to take interest at the end of the day, as much as, you have the support of people out here, right? But it is up to us to kind of, create the world for ourselves. That's number one. Number two, also, if you look at, people talk about AI, and IT, these are very, very lucrative, right? The IT world is very lucrative. Everybody gets kind of pulled into it. But very, very important is, if you are a mechanical engineer, right? If you are a civil engineer, don't get pulled into IT. I think it is not only IT which is going to define Tamil Nadu, right, or India. It is all these industries, which is above and beyond IT, is also going to make who we are and what we do. So just do whatever, don't get pulled into it. And most important thing that these guys said, enough basics. Okay, if his basic is strong, I think, and then one of the sayings, goes even in the IT world is, AI is not going to replace your jobs, right? AI is going to replace who does not get themselves enabled with AI. So it is the very big difference. It is not about, AI is taking away jobs, and it's a very, very wrong, I would say, narrative that has been spread in the industry. AI is not going to take AI. You have to know how you're going to get enabled with the AI. That's the most important thing. For that, I think that's what they always say, human in the loop is important. It is not AI who's going to do it. I think we are talking about from classical AI to Gen AI, we are talking about agentic AI now, and they are also talking about AI employees, right? So how can even AI become like a core employee of an organization? Like, in the sense, they will have their own KRAs. They will have their own set of outcomes that are expected, and they are expected to work as regular employees. So these are all the changes that we at least started seeing in the market. So I think it is very important for you guys, stick to the basics, but ensure that how AI can enable you. I think you just have to master that. And the most important thing is give your 100% team, okay? And last but not the least, which I want to tell you that is, I think you need to have your own set of people where you can discuss. The problem with all of us is, right, most of the knowledge is kind of buried within ourselves. It is only it will get evolved when you discuss in a forum, when you question something is not there. Don't be superficial, just get to the bottom of it. Have those discussion forums, group discussions, create a small, group of students who are like-minded. Have that. I think talk about any of the case studies, right? Meta right now bought a company called Minius. So what it is all about, right? You need to have those case study discussions, and you need to know what are those lessons that you're learning from each of those. Unless you put that efforts, unless you push yourselves, I think don't think that the industry or the college or the institution is going to come and help you out, right? I think whether we are doing enough for ourselves is the fundamental question that we need to ask ourselves. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, sir. So the next topic, what we like to discuss is about the cyber security and cyber crime. So the two different topics, the cyber security definitely plays a vital role, because as the technology grows, the cyber attacks, what today we are just seeing it in the country level as well as in the state level, is most crucial part. Coming back to the cyber crime, how many of them know, for example, whatever the money you are losing from your bank account, as an example, where we should go and complain? Any idea? RBI. Good, yeah. Straight away we'll touch RBI, right? Next, it's like a national number is there called 1930, or that is the number what we are having it. For example, we are going to register it. They are just get your complaint. They'll come back to you. What is that cyber crime? So with this starting note, I request Alok sir to speak about AWS cloud and the security.
Okay. At AWS, we go by one principle: security is job zero. Now, what it essentially means for us is that it starts with the security thought process starts with conceptualizing the design itself. So when you're designing a solution, when you're designing an application, and when you have a complete thought process clear, your security thought process should start from that very beginning. To elaborate it a little bit, it's about how do you make sure that each and every element of what would it look like in terms of the application, the database structure, who will access it from where, everything has to be kind of designed, first of all, tested of whether these are things which has any loophole or not. And then once that initial testing is done, it's a mechanism by which you, in a way, challenge the design itself. So it's like one team designs the security guardrails, the other team kind of challenges the design guardrail, right? So it's a mechanism in which one team acts as the protector, another team acts as a destroyer, right? by which you come up to a design which becomes much more robust. And that's what we call as a well-architected framework in terms of security. So whenever we design an application for, let's say, public services or citizens, whoever it's going to access, there are a couple of things which we keep in mind. One is, as I said, the design principles itself. Data at transit, data at rest. These are the two things which we always keep in mind, that it has to be encrypted. The most critical element is the identity of who is accessing, who is the person who needs to access, whether it is the application, the data, and so on. So one basic principle what we go about is that, can I isolate the data access or even the application access from the user in a way that when a thing is getting deployed, it is with minimalistic rights. Why minimalistic rights? Because if at all I do not give minimalistic rights or permissions, it opens up a Pandora's box. Okay, so we start off with the minimalistic rights and then you open up based on the need and based on the functionality which is required. So with all of this is how you start thinking about an application deployment. And then there are other guardrails. When you think about cloud, one definite thought process which comes in for citizen-centric services, that because it is a citizen-centric services, there are targeted attacks which comes in place. So the physical security of the infrastructure is equally important. So we go by guidelines which the Department of IT always keeps on governing. So meeting is guidelines for data center operations, that how should data center security be designed, whether it is physical security, physical inspection of the place. And then there are auditors called STQC who comes and audits this, right? So there is an audit report which is published. And then there are industry certifications. So for example, if there is a transaction or financial transaction to be done by this application, there are certain standards which are defined by the industry bodies. So for example, in this case for financial transaction, it is PCI DSS. So these are standards which governing bodies have defined. So what we do is we give templates to our customers saying that, okay, if you are supposed to run an application to meet that specific industry needs and you are supposed to meet the compliance of this particular industry, use this template and run it through your application deployment, which gives you a visibility that what are the loopholes which needs to be plugged in. So once you are aware that these are the loopholes to be plugged in, you come into action and you try to plug in those loopholes. So overall, as I said, security is job zero. Security is always a dual responsibility. When I say dual responsibility, it is not just the infrastructure provider who is responsible for providing security, it's also the application person who is developing the application, the designer, everyone. So security is always a shared responsibility. So that's our thought process, that's our mechanism in which we try to drive any application adoption on cloud.
Okay. Again, I want to make it very simple. Okay, by the way, in this room, you guys, can you see up there are some vents? In those vents, there are cameras now. Today, this is all a secret, but I'm telling you, there are cameras which is scanning your face. If you smile more, there is a gift for you. See, this is a trap actually, okay? So cyber security actually is, propagated so much because we get lured into such, rewards. And it's not, it is with everyone. And there is no age barrier for it. And more and more we are seeing the elders are getting trapped into it. Because there are no freebies in this world, we have to understand that, okay? Second thing is, if at all, some of your, friends, your, relatives, anyone who has got trapped into this thing, first thing is ask them to come out and talk about it, because many people are not even complaining about it. So the people who are behind the scene doing all these things, they are encouraged to do more and more. So please make sure whatever, the national numbers are coming forward, that has to be used. And also, I lost my thought actually. I lost my thought, but see, main thing is try to propagate as much as possible. Yeah, sorry, now I got it. Third thing is, from this dais, because this is actually a government event, and I really want to make sure that, this goes out. Our data protection laws have come very late, okay? So whatever your personal data is going out, it is not being governed so much. So the government has to also take steps in making sure that the industry experts, the SMEs in this field, the data privacy and protection field, should be brought in much earlier into the decision making. That's one of the requests that I wanted to make.
So, yeah. Before closing the session, any questions from anybody here? Could you raise your hands? Yes. Ma'am, it's possible to pause on the mic over there? Just give the mic. You please come on to the dais here. Come here. Come on the dais. Yeah, right. Just come here. No constraints. Your name and college.
I'm Jagdishwar from Sri Venkateswara College of Technology. So my question, first of all, thank you for making a morning, a very informative morning. Very sincere thanks to all the panelists. So my question to the panelists is that you have talked about cybersecurity and AI. Do you think these two technologies can go together as a parallel? Because some of things are going that low code and no code is coming up, which is a huge threat to the cybersecurity. At the same time, AI is being used as a for cyber hacking too. Do you think that AI will be a cyber threat or a cyber security kind of thing?
It's a very good question, yeah, because I don't know how many of them are aware of low code, no code. Any idea what is meant by low code, no code? Yes, the today platform, whatever the industry is offering it or government is offering it, you don't want to write the code. For example, I like to make a visitor application. In matter of 5 seconds, I'll make the visitor application. It's only a flow chart what I like to do it. It's a technology driven. The AI and cybersecurity are the two parallel activities. It is go together. For every AI, the cybersecurity is most crucial part. We are also working very closely with the private industries, startup, academia to make sure that there is no loophole with our AI. Few points from you.
Sure. Very nice question. See, basically, any system that you use today has to have guardrails. Now, and plus, anything that you do today is some way augmented by some kind of automation, right? Now, cyber security and AI are not mutually, exclusive. It has to be inclusive. Basically, if you are developing something for cyber security, AI will come into picture. Now, what your question was that a lot of low code, no code tools are there now. And see, yesterday's newspaper had a statement from a Google engineer. She actually said that her entire team took 1 year to develop something which was developed in 1 hour by the low code, no code, right? So what it means is there is a lot of productivity gain in it, right? Look at the positive of it. The negative of it will be definitely there because there is a term in industry you will get to know. It's called tech debt. Basically, if your friends are developing something with low code, a lot of code is getting generated, but who knows whether it is secure, whether it is correct code? There has to be some AI SME, which is a human in the loop still who has to go through it, okay? So you cannot take them apart. AI has to be used in cybersecurity, but the guardrails have to be very strong. I mean, now this can be a big topic to discuss how the guardrails will be applied, right from access controls, all those things have to come into picture. So I will not deliberate on it, but you cannot separate it out for sure. Just how to use it is better.
Thank you. A big round of applause for him, yeah.
1 second, guys. I have a question for Dilip Kumar, sir. So you said that we have the highest students that are passing out, but there are not so many job seekers that are conversion rate from graduates to working professionals. What is the lag we have? Aren't we aware of the new technologies? Are we still lag in the basic the codings and such kind of things, the basic knowledge?
I think I never said that there will be a gap between the students to the industry acquisition of the students, right? It only is a matter of alignment of what the industry expects and what the students bring to the table, right? So we understood the hard way along with the students, right? So for example, industry was always expecting the students to come aligned with the industry, which wasn't happening. And we learned the hard way that we have to also go a two-step forward to help the students understand the expectations so that we'll have more and more of the students be able to be getting into the industry. And more importantly, all of these companies are market-facing companies, right? We are all bound by all the stock markets, all of that. So we want results to be there in a jiffy, right? So we want people to be ready to be deployed and start working on programs where they can deliver to our customers or for any other programs, right? So in that context, we have taken a couple of steps forward, coming to the universities, ensuring that we get the right set of talents by preparing the talents for that. So that way, I think, we are trying to short circuit the gap which was there between industries and the academia. And for sure, please be rest assured that we will continue to come to all of you guys, and we want all of you guys. And more importantly, like we talked about all of the innovations which happens within the universities, that is something which sets you guys apart. And we will want that. So be rest assured.
I'm just adding to what Dilip said. See, that's exactly the point, right? It's about, as much as we kind of produce the maximum number of students, it is the gap in terms of the expectations. It is not about the knowledge of students or whatever, right? That I'm going back to the point, same point, is you guys, as much as, you need the help of the industry to come and speak to you guys, it is also, the matter of fact that you guys also need to be, aware of what's happening in the industry, right? You got to look at, okay, see, you got to internalize so much that, okay, am I ready for the industry? There are a lot of programs that are happening, there are a lot of debates that are happening. If you go to anything, just say, any skill, skill program, whatever it is, right? There are a lot of things that are happening, that are exposed to everyone. It is just that I think we need to have the inquisitiveness to check ourselves whether we are aligned with the industry or not. And that's what I said. Question your faculty, question your college, I think question the institution as well, question yourself. I think it is a lot of questions that we need to clarify before we get to that answer. I think you also need to be self-prepared, and as much as the expectation of the industry also, as much as you expect that from the industry, right? You have to kind of tune yourself to that.
Thank you. So any other questions? But not from the same college. Are you from the same college? Take a come.
Hello everyone, this is Prabhakaran. I am currently pursuing degree Artificial Intelligence and Data Science at Sri Venkateswara College of Technology. I have a simple questions. Now AI is evolved day by day. How do you think now the current student community, how we can contribute the AI trends and AI technologies? Yeah, this question surrounds me.
It's a very good question, because any student will be able to contribute in the open source community, right? If you are going to contribute in the open source community, your skills will get improved. The world will recognize you are part of the open source community. Just search for the open source community, start reading it, how to contribute, understand the source code, contribute 2 lines of the code, make the miracle, right? So go and contribute to the open source. Okay.
Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Sir, yeah. Yes, sir.
Good morning. I am Lakshmi Narasimhan. I am the Vice President of GRT Group of Institutions.
Yes.
So I pose this question on behalf of the engineering community at large across the country. My question is, today that each and every student or parent driving themselves towards AI, and there was a day when people were concentrating towards CSE and IT, now it's AI. My question is, there are core branches, for example, mechanical or triple E, that's really dying down. And actually the use cases or utilities are mainly focused only on these core branches that this AI can put some kind of a meaningful kind of an action. Now, what is that being done by this community here to make this one relive or something like that, the core branches, they are dying down. And what is the actual use cases are there? For example, if you take air conditioners or energy conservation, the impact of AI that can be done to improve the efficiency will be higher. And what are the initiatives being taken to revive these core departments?
I just, one line alone, I just do it, sir. Whoever is doing the mechanical engineering, they are just going to IT, right? Who is doing the electrical engineering, they are also moving to IT. It's not necessary. Today, just take the country, Atmanirbhar initiative, Make in India, starting from mechanical, starting from electrical, starting from electronics. Make in Tamil Nadu, make in India, huge potential opportunity is there. You are the people to decide the future. Why we are borrowing everything from China, from US? Yes, we are going to stop this mentality. We are going to build everything from the scratch. With this, I request sir to speak.
No, I was just going to add that, see, the core strength of whether it is, today morning we're talking about chemical engineering or mechanical, we have a lot of clients who are still into, let's say, mining, and the equipments which are used in mining are pure mechanical equipments, right? But all those equipments, your even cars, now they come with a lot of sensors, correct? Now for that, predicting when a particular machine might get spoiled or when it has to go to maintenance, even before it gets damaged, right? So that prediction or the understanding of the machine is coming from the core branches. That's never going to stop, right? So if you look at chemical engineers, there is a branch of it which is piping. Now, if you look for that itself, when the pipe can get damaged, if it is underground, above ground, right? There are so many things which a IT engineer will never understand. So for that, you still need to have a core strengths, and you should develop that actually.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, you actually scared me because I come from a hardware and embedded background. What I would believe is the physical products are there to stay. All the AI is going to be around it, and there is going to be more and more. I see this as a business coming in, especially in HCL Tech. We have more and more of hardware and new product development work coming in from various customers, which involves hardware, VLSI, the chip designs, right, which what sir was talking about. There is a lot of work which is being done in the semiconductor industry today, and be it the mechanical engineering, and user experience is becoming very, very crucial, and how the person is going to handle that particular product. The mechanical engineering aspects are going to be there. So industrial design, they are going to stay, and it will be even more prevalent given that the software is going to a little bit diminish given the AI advent. So that's what I wanted to do.
I completely second that part, right? I think, see, if you look at everybody, as they say, all roads lead to Rome rather. So here, I'm a mechanical engineer, I'm getting into IT, whatever it is, right? I think IT is getting more and more crowded. I think the niche is what he's talked about, right? The electronics, the chip manufacturing. I think how can we emulate Taiwan, for example, right? They are as good as, they are next to China in terms of manufacturing prowess. How can we emulate that? Because we are talking about AI. These are all allied industry which is going to make AI successful, because the kind of energy that is required, for AI to even work. And people are talking about Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. They are talking about having servers in the space because they don't feel the space, the resources on Earth is going to suffice, right? So they are talking about it. One is obviously having a short-term understanding of what's happening, and the next thing is the long-term understanding as well, right? What is happening, and how can I be ready for that now so that I don't miss the bus? So I think, guys, it's important. That's what I said even in the beginning. It is important for you to stick to your stream. Do not get, I would say, carried away by what's happening in the AI field, right? Don't do that.
So we are in the end of the session. The last question, how many of them are last bench here? Could you raise your hands? Right, because I'm also from the last bench, which I thoroughly enjoyed my college life. But the only request is, please specific with your goals, coming as in flying colors. There are huge potential opportunity inside Tamil Nadu, across our country. Please utilize this a golden opportunity and come as in flying colors. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right, sir. Thank you so much, panelists and the moderator speakers, for the very lovely and most insightful and most interactive session ever. Thank you so much. All the students out there, I hope this session was so helpful to each one of you. So let's give a huge round of applause, please. And to felicitate the speakers, may I request Mr. Sethu Kumar, Assistant Director of TNEGA, to please join the stage. And we would like to felicitate our moderator, Dr. D. Ethirajan, Center Head of CDAC, Chennai. Join with me in giving a big round of applause, please. And to felicitate Mr. Dilip Kumar Devanathan, SVP, HCL Tech. To felicitate Mr. Vidyashankar Ganapati, SVP, QNOX. We would like to felicitate Mr. Prashant Dahalkar, Senior Vice President, Hexaware. And we would like to felicitate Mr. Alok Baidya, Solution Architect Lead, AWS. So all the students out there and the esteemed guests, let's give a huge round of applause, please. And once again, can we give a big round of applause to all the speakers out there? I'm very sure this was a very interactive session. Requesting the speakers to please join for the group photograph. All set, no ma'am, for the next round. All right, dignitaries, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. So the next session is going to be more interesting to each one of you because the topic is Deep Tech as National Strategy, India's R&D priorities and Tamil Nadu's leadership role. And we would like to invite our moderators and speakers, so requesting everyone to please get settled as soon as possible. All right, so I think we are set now. So may I request the moderator for the next session, and he is a founder and CEO of ILESA, an AI company transforming content creation for publishing with multilingual and ethical AI solutions. With 30 years of experience in media, publishing and technology, he has founded RE Publishers as a Tamil author and serves as international coordinator of the Chennai International Book Fair. Ladies and gentlemen and all the students out there, join with me in welcoming Dr. Sendil Nathan Trinyana Sambandam, CEO and founder of Fanes Biotech. Can we give a huge round of applause, please? And I'm sure this will be the insightful session. And may I request the speaker, Mr. Aravind S. Bharadwaj, as CEO of Tutor Hyperloop, to please join the stage. He is the founder, director and CEO of Tutor Hyperloop, an IIT Madras incubated startup. With 20 years of experience in the automotive sector, he held leadership roles at Mahindra & Mahindra, Ashok Leyland and TVS Motors. So all the people out there, let's give a huge applause in welcoming him. And may I request Mr. Arjun Rao, co-founder of Special Invest, to please join the stage. With the experience investing in early stage deep tech startups, he is currently founding partner at Special Invest, investing in the deep science and tech ideas. And he is a serial entrepreneur experienced in building and scaling the product startups. And may I request the next speaker, Ms. Dhanushya Ramesh, co-founder of Neurostellar, to please join the stage. Can we give a huge applause, please? And she's the founder of Neurostellar, a deep tech company blending neuroscience, AI, and human systems. She leads Orbit, a wearable cognitive fitness platform deployed with the Indian Air Force. Last but not least, may I request Mr. Natarajan Malupillai, Group CEO of IIT MRP, to please join the stage. And he is the Group Chief Executive Officer of IIT Madras Research Park and IITM Incubation Cell and the Rural Technology Business Incubator. So, ladies and gentlemen, and all the students out there, this is going to be the most interesting and insightful session. So, please give a huge round of applause before we begin. All right, over to you, moderator, please.
Good morning, everyone. So you have a fantastic morning today, right? So let us, I think this session is apt at this point with the introduction of the deep tech policy yesterday unveiled by the Chief Minister, Mr. Stalin. So we need to know what deep tech is. I just want to throw this question to the audience. Anyone can come out with an answer what deep tech actually means, because then it becomes relevant to talk about deep tech rather than just keep on talking about deep tech. Anyone can just answer like a couple of them. Like I'm not going to point fingers, but just one or two people. Can you pass on the mic? Any takers?
AIML.
AIML, okay. Technology in the forefront, okay. Yeah, both are correct because, see, like Chrome was once upon a time a deep tech, right? So now Chrome is used as a front tech, right? So any deep tech is one, you take a lot of risk, you do a lot of research to come into the forefront. And it needs a lot of support from the government, the investor side, the innovator side, and the pivoting side as well. So we are at a point in the industry, in the world that AI ML has gone like a switch. After the chat GPT came, people talk about AI. AI is like a buzzword now. Even if you want to walk, you use AI to walk. So that's how the industry has become. So what is the next frontier technology? And where should we place India in the research and development side, and where we need to place Tamil Nadu as the leader? That will be the core of this understanding what we are going to do. And to start with, I'm going to just ask my colleagues and panelists their opinion about what are the three things that you personally think India should position itself as a deep tech, three deep tech verticals. It can be broad. So I will just pass on to, yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I think it's good starting asking the question, what is deep tech? From my point of view, I would say three specific areas, since you have asked for that, and I'll also explain why I'm saying that. I would say clean tech, agri-tech, and med tech. So if you're talking about three domains from an Indian perspective, so if you're talking agri-tech, again, all this deep tech is of no value if it is not solving any problem for the society. It's making an impact. Agri-tech, it can be a very broad category, but coming specific to India, we have a different farming practice. So in terms of it's very labor intensive, and you're also having small land holding. 70% is very small land holding. How do you actually get the tech impacted, whether it is AI, whether it's data sciences, or whether it's robotics, everything? How can you complement this thing for small landholdings and make the technology accessible and affordable? So in my earlier avatar, I was working on several of the connected technology initiatives, or with the robotics and everything, or autonomous tractors for the small landholdings. That is on the agri-tech. And talking about the med tech, again, this is very, very important, population size and also the wellness of the people. How do you bring the technology? All these things, whether what you talked as AI and others, are essentially tools to make an impact for the society. How do you actually bring that to make the medical care affordable and accessible? And there's a lot of opportunity for India. We have already built a very good base and foundation in terms of delivering accessible healthcare compared to anywhere in the world. So we should build on these technology levers and take it forward. And last but not the least, clean tech. All of us know what's happening in Delhi and other parts, the pollution, and how do you actually improve the quality of life. So again, the tech that you're talking, if I'm talking about my space on clean tech, on clean mobility, so working on Hyperloop. So that is a very clear electric mobility type of a thing. How can you do not just for redefining long distance travel, but also do it in an Indian way, not do what the West is doing, and solve problems which are relevant for us so that we have a better quality of life and cleaner air to breathe. So I think that is where I would say how a tech can impact in terms of the human lives from Indian perspective.
Yeah, no, thank you. Multiple areas, I think two ways we like to slice the deep tech landscape. One is what are the technologies enabling multiple solutions and products and applications. And then, of course, what Arvind also mentioned in terms of which industries get impacted. From a technology lens first, and areas of science and tech, two or three sectors really catch our attention today that are almost fundamental to many, many industries and sectors, right? Semiconductors at the heart of so many things, right? We need chips, we need communication systems, we need more, maybe quantum computing is an add-on layer on that, but semiconductors is at the heart of many, many things that are getting built today and will get built going forward. Obviously, it's also at the heart of AI, machine learning, etc., for it to solve many problems, right? So semiconductor, particularly with India having very, very strong chip design talent pool. The quality of the talent pool as well as the size of the talent pool, we might possibly have about 20% of the world's chip designers in India, thanks to the GCCs and the others, right? So that's an immense opportunity for us to go after, right? So we were very excited by that. Number two, from a science and tech perspective, we look at materials, right? Which is again very fundamental to so many hardware products across so many industries that can impact things, right? We need materials for space innovation, space tech innovations. We need material science innovation for unique products to build in defense technology. We need materials in biotechnology and life sciences and medtech as well, right? So materials, innovation, finding new materials, synthesis of those, identification, and then manufacturing and scale up of that is a massive opportunity for us. Obviously, again, AI and machine learning is helping material discovery and finding and synthesis of that. Very exciting space for us to look at. And then I think, of course, the gentleman here spoke about AI, machine learning, very, very critical. We are at a unique place. But I'd really like to call out how AI and machine learning can interface with the physical world, right? AI with drug discovery, AI for material science, AI for space tech, AI for defense technologies, autonomy, right, for agriculture, right? Again, it's an overarching technology. It's going to be fundamental for many, many things. So that's the one I'd call out just to be at the core of deep tech that excites us.
Hi, good morning. So I think I would probably frame it in the multiple ways to look at it. One is, how Arvind also talked about it, is what is very essential for India from a user standpoint. And I think that's a very important dimension. And I'm going to take a different approach, which is I look at India's import bill, right? From a macroeconomic standpoint, we have about $800 billion is our import bill on an annual basis. And about 30% of that is crude, energy, oil, that basket, if you will. And about 12% would be electronics. And another 12% would be, minerals, gold, including gold, silver, lithium, those kind of things. So I think that's another way of slicing how we want to focus when we think about deep tech. So I think my three priorities, I think we have to focus on all of them. But I think if we were to pick three, I would also start with electronics and semiconductors. That's a very, very big part because it is everywhere, right? From mobile phones and cameras and image sensors to other consumer goods, everything. I think so semiconductor is an extremely important thing. And I call it strategic because it has application from defense onwards to, everything. And it does have a long lead time to set up and, be a contender, right? I mean, Taiwan and Korea and China is who we are dependent on for the most part. I think we're making really good inroads in the last few years, both driven by ISM as well as Tamil Nadu's deep tech policy that was launched yesterday. There is a huge focus on semiconductor as an industry. So really, I think that Tata has taken a huge thing in the Gujarat plant, our own Murugappa group in the CG Semi, that they've launched. So good focus. And I think there's very interesting things that you will see in the next year or so in terms of getting our workforce ready for semiconductor. It's one thing to do investments, but we need really good talent to be able to go on to build different aspects of it, right? From, fabrication to assembly to reliability testing to packaging, all kinds of things. So to me, semiconductor is an extremely important one that we would bet on from a research park standpoint and to see several other investors joining in. The second I would talk about is the broader energy bucket, the renewable energy, climate. It's a large enough bucket. So the whole EV and EV components standpoint, lithium ion, alternative to lithium, LFP to going into zinc and so on. So how do we get more self-sufficient? We are still dependent on some of the raw materials from outside. How do you invest deeply into doing things better? Even in the EV, power electronics is a very, very big part where we continue to depend on outside. How could we indigenize it and control the bill of materials for everything related to EV is a second big focus area for us. And third would be this health tech, biotech combination. And again, that I would put them into advanced manufacturing as one, like the MRI and the CT scanners and the likes of it, linear accelerators. How could we do more indigenization of health tech related things? And the biotech, I think even sitting in the speaker's lounge, we were having good conversations about, how do we, excel in the biotech space or pharma space, right? While we are a leading manufacturer for pharma product, the ingredients still come from China, right? The API, as we call it, is still huge dependence on China. How could we invest deeply there and do it? So to me, those are some key areas that we need to deeply invest, both in terms of the capital and the dollars that flows in, but also talent to be able to do these things right. And things like AI, ML will have an application in every one of these things. I think that has become hygiene, that's become a platform. But how do we have subject matter expertise? How do we accelerate our investment and do prototypes and POCs and so on in each of the areas with right policy incentives, with right incubation, industry adoption? To me, I think these are three areas I would incrementally focus on.
So, hello everyone. I think the panel has covered most of it. I look at it from a market adoption perspective, right? Like Arvind had spoken about the impact and about the socio-economic factors as well. So when it comes to the market adoption, I really believe that moving on, India in itself is getting health conscious. All of us are moving from more of a prescriptive medicine to more of a preventative side. So definitely health tech is an industry that I would bet on, as I'm also working on it. And also with the growing population of India as well, I think diagnostics in that area and closing of the loop with intervention is getting to be a bigger market space. And second is, as Natarajan said as well, we are heavily dependent on AI for everything, starting from, operations of a business to, deployment of, development of a product to deployment. Everything AI and ML is now become like a core of it. So I would be more oriented towards like energy or like the energy grid on how are we going to use AI more meaningful as an ecosystem altogether is my second bet. And third is definitely about like advanced manufacturing facilities, right from prototyping to deployment. I think that's where we have to focus on bringing it more indigenous, because like someone who's developing a hardware, I can with certainty say that we are heavily import dependent, and also like bringing it indigenous can reduce the R&D cycles, which will de-risk a deep tech environment altogether. So these are my three bets.
So that's great. Just to summarize, I think, there are a lot of young minds. The idea of this question was basically to see what is the forerunner that you need to look out, getting into an entrepreneurship, the fire that you have in your belly, or you want to take up a job, right? Like that's one of the ideas of this question that was placed upon. And we have a question I answer, like semiconductor, AI, ML, and health tech and clean tech. So this, in a broad spectrum. Just a little step back, like if I am a startup founder, deep tech startup founder, the challenges that I will have are, one, I will have a great idea, right? Every one of us has a great idea. And the great idea becomes a great idea only it is funded. So, this question starts with Arjun. The capital and the risk, because an early stage investor, when you are investing in a deep tech startup, what are the nuances that you look at as an investor that you will say, okay, I'm ready to do this with this founder. This technology excites me, and I think it will have an impact on a lot of people. So,
sure. At the super early stage that we typically come in, honestly, at the heart of everything, there is just the founder's vision. Right? There's the founder, the founder's background, and the founder's vision of what they want to build, why they want to build that, and how they want to build it. Right? So that's where we spend most of our time. So, the reason and the philosophy behind why that founder is going after that problem is very important to us, for us to identify and really be convinced about. Right? Obviously, it has to fit the bill that they are going after a large problem in a large market that has a big opportunity in the next 5 to 10 years. But why are they best positioned to solve that problem is a very key question to answer. Right? What past experience of theirs or what unique technical insight plus market insight do they bring to the table, basis which they are going after solving this problem. The second part of that is to say, is the solution substantially better than anything that is available out there? Right? We call that's what is, when you say deep tech, it better be disruptive deep tech as opposed to being incrementally better. Right? You've got to make things 10 times better, 20 times better, so on and so forth, as opposed to making it 10%, 20%, 30% better, because that is what makes it compelling for a customer, enterprise, end user to adopt something from a no-brand young startup, right? Why will they take a shot at a young startup unless the solution is substantially better? So that 5x, 10x, 20x better question has to be answered. Is it going to save cost by 10x? Is it going to make something 10x faster? Is it going to solve a disease that hasn't been solved so far, right? So on and so forth, right? So being able to bridge that innovation to value gap is very, very critical so that you can go out in the market and then compete against incumbents who have a lot more firepower, resources, and have existing products in the market. So that's how you disrupt, right? The third thing is, particularly for us as early investors, we're also going to partner with these founders for an extended period of time. These companies are not built in 3 years, 5 years. They take 7 years, 10 years, so on and so forth. So that relationship really matters. So in a way, we like to ask ourselves, do we like to even lose with founders like these, right? Winning is obviously fun, but can we lose with somebody is a question we like to ask ourselves. And that DNA fitment is good. Are they in it for the long haul? Do they have the tenacity to go through the tough phases, the ups and downs that will come in building over 7 years or 10 years or longer, correct? And that's a key ingredient for us to, work with founders. So look at that is how we evaluate early stage innovation.
That's great. And I will pass on the mic to Natarajan. Being an accelerator, you have been looking at both sides of the spectrum, the investor side as well as the founder side. What is your thought on the capital and the risk that is involved, and how do you navigate them when you talk to both of them?
Yeah, I think Arjun, we speak quite often about these things. So I think this big disruption, 10x, 100x is absolutely an important dimension of looking at it. But I think since he covered it, I'm going to talk about the other part of it. I think part of our responsibility also is to democratize problem solving, right? So it's really important to be a meaningful player, a meaningful citizen, meaningful student, meaningful worker in a company. So you're always thinking about continuous improvement, right? And I think, so when I sit in the incubation council and looking at ideas, we would do what Arjun said. What is the size of the market, and can this be a disruptor? Can this be a next Aether? Can this be a next Unifor, for example, right? So that's constantly. But we also carefully look at others. From a founder's conviction is important. Their execution ability is important. We also, I think, as a university-led incubator, we also say, can we bring in a lot more people in the fold who are thinking of making improvements, right? Which means you acknowledge there's a problem. You are fascinated by a concept or a theory or fundamental research that you have at your disposal. You want to do translational research. So I think there is also an entrepreneurship friendliness in terms of how we look at it. and then we wait for the market to, develop itself. Because some of these are very early stage, and it's, we can put all this TAM, SAM, SOM on the Excel sheet. It may not mount to anything, right? Till we actually get 3 steps ahead of ourselves there. So some of it we are willing to take that bet at very early. Specially does that as well. They're probably the best at that in terms of really going early stage. As long as there is a bit of a science risk that we can solve for and so on. How do we go after that? So we really work with the entrepreneurs to say how do we support them from a capital standpoint, be it a grant or a seed funding or some kind of network connect. But the biggest thing also is giving them the first order, right? I speak about this enough, and we speak in the speakers lounge as well. More than investment, I get fascinated when they get their first order. I mean, that to them is real validation that an industry is trusting them. They are able to say, here, take a small part of our bill of materials, and you could be that player, and it'll fail. That's okay. But how do we trust them to grow with them and so on? So that is kind of the motivation that we provide the entrepreneurs and help them connect to the industry, saying that it is really important that we take that. The risk taking is not just to entrepreneurs. The industry also has to step in, take a commensurate risk to adopt them into their supply chain, if you will. So those would be the 2 things I'll touch on.
That's great. And then used to being an early stage deep tech company founder, what is your thought on the capital and the risk that you're navigating in your company itself? Like if you take your company as an example.
So when it comes to capital de-risking, especially for a deep tech company, anyone who's working on innovative engineering, acceleration or something in the cutting edge part, for me, it's intersection of cognition, science, AI, technology, and also hardware. So when I am bringing something like this, for me to de-risk it for someone who's investing on me is to establish the credibility. So how do I establish that credibility? Is by proving that my technology works, proving that I can be scalable, either through the founder's vision and also bringing in that market adoption, and proving that this is cutting edge technology that no one has actually done for the 10x innovation that Arjun was talking about. So I think this is how I would, from a startup perspective, look at de-risking it for people who bet on me.
That's great. And to you, being a matured executive, then you've been taking with startups. So what is your thought process on capital and risk, since because you're running a bigger level deep tech company?
It's a good point. So I'm not your prototypical startup founder coming from India. So I've spent a considerable amount of time in the corporate world and done a lot of entrepreneurial initiatives leading to several one. So my motivation to start this is more to actually see, can we actually, it is a deep tech. So Hyperloop is a deep tech. So you can say it's like a pipe dream in a literal and figurative sense. But what my belief in this is, can something come out of India? So it's essentially, you flip the thing, you don't develop a technology in search of a problem. We have a lot of problems. Can we actually identify the problems through which we can use this technology to solve? And that is one of the things what we have been going forward. So more than raising the capital through equity market, I've been more successful raising capital from the government for actual projects to demonstrate that we actually solve problems. So make the technology simpler, make it affordable and accessible, and then hopefully develop this from India so that it's not just solve Indian problem, but there are similar problems globally that we'll be able to address it. So getting into a clean form of mobility driven from here at a very, very different price point, because that is our strength, innovating on technology which can make it very, very affordable. And I think to a lot of success over the last 3-4 years, hoping to see that we can actually be a benchmark for not just India, but for the rest of the world also.
That's amazing. So now just pivoting out a little bit, see, India churns out millions of engineers, millions of doctors, and millions of graduates, right? So we have been able to cater to the service industry because we have huge amount of graduate community, or engineers, or doctors, right? Now, how do you change them into, or bring the spirit of entrepreneurship into the minds, and how do you cultivate it and take it? This question starts with Mr. Natarajan. Being an research accelerator as well as industry connect accelerator and being very successful, what do you think is it's very hard to tell a secret sauce outside, as no one will agree with that because each accelerator is unique. What do you think the founders, when they come to an accelerator, should have a pivot in them, apart from the confidence that they have and the 10x that we are looking at? What is that one thing that says, okay, this guy is going to change a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it's a brilliant question. You know, at least for some of us in the older generation, entrepreneurship was not a, chosen path, right? It requires overriding a lot of friction to become an entrepreneur. But I think that's changed. I mean, we talk about this in IIT as well. In fact, we had this discussion in a closed door meeting with IIT director as well. We see about 12 to 15% of the class becoming entrepreneurs, right? Coming from IIT, right? This is when you have a beeline of really top-notch multinationals wanting to hire you and pay top dollars. Still about 12% of the class is wanting to be an entrepreneur, right? So that's a very, very strong signal, and we have to credit some of the systems that we put in place, from eCell to pre-incubator, Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, then incubation, research park, all of it. And I think it's working across the board with our incentives, again, Tamil Nadu government, be it the Indian government, Startup India movement, all the ANRF, RDI investments. I think we are doing all the right things, right? And I think we're beginning to get responses from our youth as well, wanting to become an entrepreneur. And I think it's, there's entrepreneurship development classes, and there is also slightly easier funding. I think these are things that we talk with investors as well. We've come to the conclusion there's enough capital available early stage, right? That's what I've been told by them. But although we think there's a lot more capital that's needed, but there is enough people, angel investors, wealth management, HNIs, they are beginning to open up. Angel funding has become a trendy thing, slightly middle income person with some funds in the family are willing to put their bet on some angel funds, right? So there is a lot of this good interventions from the society that's opening up towards entrepreneurs. And we are beginning to see, young and fearless entrepreneurs, with some kind of social safety net as well, either from the family or friends or institutions or incubators, accelerators, which makes that journey a little bit easier. I think that's the first thing. And I think the need for incubators, accelerators is extremely important. In the last year or so, there was a research published. We have about 1,500 incubators in the country, and it's still, what I would call is a thriving incubator is probably 8-10% of them, right? Similarly with startups, about 1.7, 1.8 lakh startups, a very handful of them succeed. That's by design. I mean, startups all over the world, there is that. But I think it's important to take them through a very careful process to support them, because as you have young startups, they don't necessarily have this weight of experience in terms of scaling up and process and compliance and audit. We do put onerous restrictions from a government standpoint, be it MCA or taxes and all of that. There are huge things. Even startups are not exempted from it. So I think it's important that we as an incubator, accelerator, or any institution for that matter, make it easy for the entrepreneur to grow up in the system. We should not, it should be the excitement of the product, excitement of the problem that you're solving, and not the onerous restrictions on those things. I think, to me, those are things that we see. And since more and more such support services are provided, it makes it easy for entrepreneurs to take up that role as well. So that's what we focus on.
That's great. And Arjun, working with accelerators closely, what do you work with them? Basically, look at the company and accelerator.
Yeah, I think one of the key things is we like to call ourselves 0 to 1 stage investors. So, yeah. But there is work to do even before 0. There's a -1 to 0 stage. I think that accelerators can do a great job. And of course, even at 0 to 1, they can add a lot of value, because sometimes there is a little fluidity or, amorphousness in the idea that the entrepreneur has, right? It's not well baked in. Right? They're thinking through which idea particularly, or how to shape the idea of which product, which market, and somebody really working closely with them and helping them identify and clarify certain things, maybe even just eliminating, areas that don't make sense, right? And by elimination, slowly arriving at the right opportunity or the right space to work on, right? So incubators, accelerators really play that good role. And if therefore founders are a little more prepared when they're coming to us asking for that first seed round of capital, correct? Maybe with that incubation, early capital, small check given them, maybe some angels, etc. Maybe a prototype build out, an MVP of sorts, and then we have something to touch and feel and see, okay, that's what they're going to scale up on or build upon, right? And that's a good place for us to come upon, right? So identification of market, maybe sometimes they can play a role of, solidifying the team. Right? There's a single founder with a great idea, but they may want a good balancing co-founder, one or two, right? With other skill sets, particularly on the market side, right? Or on the capital raising side, etc. So if the team gets also well formed in that -1 to 0 journey, that's an additional value, right? Because when serious institutional capital starts coming in, you want to hit the ground running as much as possible. And you want some of these problems pre-solved to some degree. Right? So that's the other part. The other thing I think, institutes and accelerators do very well is, there is a breeding ground of so many companies in a single cohort, right? Or multiple cohorts. And there's learning ground there, right? You can learn from other entrepreneurs. Somebody is 1 year ahead of you. Somebody is 2 years ahead of you. Somebody is already graduated. IIT Madras Research Park has got Aether that has come out and many other successful ones. Hey, you can talk to those founders and say, what mistakes did they make in the early days? So that learning really accelerates, right? It reduces the mistakes that a founder may make. They may make new mistakes, but they will not hopefully make the obvious mistakes that we were talking about. And that's a great place, again, that gives confidence to institutional investors that the money will be put to good use and there's a little more efficiency in that process going forward. There are no promises anyway. But all of this makes it very valuable to go to the right incubators for us to work with and say, okay, the cohort coming from there is of a certain quality, right? And we can pay that much more attention. It's already a filter. And then capital can possibly follow.
That's great. And being a seasoned executive and entrepreneur, and you're working with deep tech as well as you have mentored a lot of people. Even though you have not climbed as a research park or research accelerator, but you have done a lot. From your point of view, how do you think the accelerator ecosystem could further enhance or make it a little happier for the founder and the investor and the innovator? Because founders are different, innovators are different in certain companies. Yeah, so how do you put the puzzle together?
Yeah, from Tutor's point of view, I think we are beneficiary of the IIT Madras ecosystem, both from incubation cell and from Pravatak. So, and also the student community. I think what Arjun was talking about is like, you have the ecosystem there. So this is essentially an outcome of a student project. So whatever we are doing now, Avishkar was the only team from Asia competing globally and everything. So this essentially started from there. And I think that is very unique, sitting in Chennai and in Tamil Nadu. We should be proud to have a very strong ecosystem that is actually thriving and also encouraging more to take. Like Aether was one of the early movers, but a lot more are in the wings to actually scale up. So the key for the countries, can you actually replicate the IIT Madras model across the country? And I think there are a lot of people who are coming in and trying in, and government is also accelerating the adoption of similar models across the country. But that requires a lot more than just like a duplication. So there is a unique set of DNA which is there in the IIT Madras and Chennai, Tamil Nadu ecosystem. I think from our point of view, we should see this as a competitive advantage and then hopefully become the Bay Area or something for the gold. And in our own way, that I'm not going to say that we should not be copying the West. Can we actually create this whole startup ecosystem that essentially solves our problems in our own way, in a very cost-efficient way, and then take it globally, not limit ourselves to solving in India, but also take it outside India.
That's great. And an early stage founder, what's your thought on accelerators and or your mentors? Like, how do you put the puzzle together?
So as a founder, like a first-time founder, like the first thing that a person, looks at is definitely their idea is great. That's why they've come up to all of this. But it's the conviction to, keep going. I think that's that you would get it from the ecosystem and the surrounding around you. And I think these incubators and accelerators, they do a great job. We also came out of IIT Madras, and we could, with conviction, say that, as Arjun mentioned, the ecosystem of founders who are way ahead of us in every journey, and interacting with them makes this makes the conviction that it's easier. You can do it. That's the first thing for us. And of course, like the access to capital and everything, and also with mentors, all of that introduction in the network kind of gets easier. And that again builds on the conviction. And also like being a part of a university startup, it's easier to access hiring as well. Get great minds to bet on you, work on you. They after classes they come and pop up and start working on this. That gets beneficial both for the university and for the startup at the early stages. So these are the three things that I would say.
Yeah, I think you really pointed out one point, right? Most founders become greedy after a certain point of time. And I think that actually you need to be very open to take in people who have the knowledge and reduce your headache. Basically, you should know how to deploy things and execute things. So your team also becomes bigger and you are able to raise funds based on the team, not on just one person. And coming back to your point on Chennai getting hotter with knowledge and everything, I think the government, we know that, has identified it. That's the birth of the deep tech policy yesterday. And what do you think? See, making a policy takes time, but bringing it on ground and executing it is another whole different process itself. So what is your thought process on how do you, because I also read that there is a 100 crore deep tech fund part of the policy. So how do you, if you are looking at it, what is your thought process and what is your idea?
So I've looked from Tamil Nadu because I'm from Chennai. So I think the government, both the Indian government and the state government, they are having the heart at the right place. So trying to promote entrepreneurship and trying to promote innovation, and policies are in place. But policies getting realized and executed is a different story. And my suggestion is, I can only talk limited because my entire career I've been spending in the mobility spaces. It's a land-based mobility thing. We can take Tamil Nadu as an example. Like in the 90s, just when the economy opened up, I think we were the first state which actually heavily invested or bet on automotive industry. So to that extent, now we are playing a big part in the revolution which is happening in automotive space, whether it is in manufacturing or whether it is in R&D and everything. So a lot of the stuff which is coming out of Chennai and the entire Tamil Nadu ecosystem. So it has taken us 20-25 years to actually bear fruit on that part. So that was the right move. So you have to be very cautious on what is just done. Why did we choose automotive? Because we already had a very good OEM and tier 1 ecosystem right from the time of independence, and we were able to multiply that. Phase 2, what they did was actually betting, before the other states, was on the going into e-mobility space. So right before even the EV policy was getting realized from the central government, Tamil Nadu took an early lead. And today we are a leader in the country, and hopefully we'll take a leadership even for the export market. So this is again another 15-20 years. A plan has been done much ahead, and successive governments have been able to actually implement it and realize it. So what I would say now is what I'm doing, it's not for my personal thing or anything. It's when you're talking about e-mobility going to the next stage, can you get e-mobility, mass mobility, like when you're talking about Hyperloop, we are talking about high-speed, clean mobility, which is autonomous. This is different from your either automotive policy or an electric policy because you have to build the vehicle and the infrastructure. So there is an opportunity for the state to take a leadership. Can you actually build the test facility here? One of my favorite thing is land is the biggest problem, right? If you want to do this, the Vandalur, Punamali, the outer ring road, the center median is actually locked. Can you actually create a test facility? Because all you need is a long stretch of land to test the high-speed mobility. And future, once you are actually able to get a leadership here, you can potentially look at getting from Parandur Airport to Meenambakam in less than 15 minutes, or getting into any of the metro hub. So there is an opportunity for us to take a leadership even on the high-speed, e-mobility space for mass transportation. But all these things, the work has to start like what you started in 1990s. We have to identify the zone. I specifically mentioned on the mobility because that is my limited knowledge where I have. But I think that is something we should plan. What is our focus area? And then plan to become number 1 or number 2, not just in India, but globally. So,
yeah, I agree. I think most of the deep tech startups, the main crucial point is who is your first customer? And I think apart from just funding, grants and things, I think one of the things, the takeaway that I have from your conversation is they need to be early adopters for people to look at it. I think especially in a very high level, deep like Hyperloop or quantum computing, cyber security, I think government has to step forward to prove the technology that this technology from us is, I would say like we have the showcase for it. And once the government takes it up and there is a most like reliability and trustfulness from the private players as well to pitch in, I agree with that. With Arjun, regarding the fund and how the policy would looks, what is your thought process like?
No, I think it's been, it's a very unique time, right? Particularly these last 2-3 years, both at the central government level and then the state government level, right? The amount of attention that, you know, deep tech is getting, right, with the policy, with the report being released, and then how much variety of support is being available directly in the form of grants, etc. But as you rightly said, it's very critical to figure out in each sector and area of technology how you do further make it easy for the early adopters, right? In some bleeding edge areas, the defense and the government will be an adopter because that's where there is a certain urgency and a certain desperation need for technologies, right? That is there. In other areas, it will have to be large conglomerates and industries that want to adopt Indian technology, build in India, made in India, etc. But you also maybe have to give them incentives to be early adopters because we're used to not necessarily procuring from startups, or there is some apprehensions historically, but a lot of that is changing because of policy, etc. But you may want to add a few layers of making it easy for procurement, maybe some long-term thinking, you know, support for anybody who's procuring Indian stuff, right, and domestic capabilities, and that really enables it. In all of this, important to take a long-term view. Right? These cannot be 1 or 2 or 3 year experiments. We have to look at decadal visions, and which is obviously what the government is talking about, which is very, very promising. If we take a 10-year view, then definitely we'll get results. And over time, we'll see that Indian startups are finding domestic markets. And we don't only have to pitch that the TAM is global. Right? Of course, we should aim global and aim to be world's best, but we got to be able to nail our own domestic markets in some form or shape. So there's onus on both sides, government making it easy for their own procurement, either in defense or otherwise, and then maybe giving some benefits for the large conglomerates in the domestic market to procure domestic.
That's a great one. Like, so it puzzles all the parameters, right? The innovators, industry, and the government as well. And I read in one of the IIT research publications saying that like in 2047, 40% of the GDP would be contributed by startups. And the policy being now executed, like, I mean, on table, how do you think is the future?
Yeah, I think we speak about policy enough. I think we can speak a lot more about it. I'm going to take a slightly different stance. I think we sometimes look up to government too much, right? I think when we're talking about a startup ecosystem, we have to do what we have to do. I think I'm going to take an approach that, you know, we have to, you know, roll up our sleeves and get to problem-solving mode, whether it's a startup, entrepreneurship, these are all just words, right? But I think as a society, as a citizenship, how can we make things a little better, right? Be it, you know, not be happy with the status quo, right? Whether you're working for a company for somebody else or you decide to do something on your own, I think it starts there. I think the government will come around on its own pace, and they are. Government is, be it the union government or state government, they're doing everything possible in terms of policy, incentives and all that, but still it's not enough, right? There is a lot of times good intent, but it doesn't always flow through, right? And we can't keep waiting for everything to be cleaned up. There is certainly what some people call the regulatory cholesterol in the system, right? It'll take its time to get flushed out. But I think the appeal to the team here, I see young students, I see possibly young professionals, some MSMEs. I think we have to have that ambition to break that open, right? I think there has to be enough action that keeps innovating, sometimes on the margins, that's not bad, and sometimes even more, right? How could we take this small idea and make it little better? I think that is also important, right? Be it something that you observe in your schools, in your colleges, in your residential communities, having that mindset to problem solve, critically think, problem solve using data. And then if some of this collectively comes together to be a product or a company, then great. That's how you make the movement. You don't suddenly wake up and become an entrepreneur one day. Some of them do, but if it has to become a mass movement, it could be organic. It could be a collection of small ideas that improves and make it better, right? So I would start with saying, how could we think big? How could our 64 million MSMEs, aspire to become bigger companies? How can you be not, saying we're going to break the status quo? We don't want to be this 1 crore company or 5 crore company. How can we become bigger? I think those are all opportunities that I see that, we do. And incentives and policies will come naturally. But I think the winners don't wait for that to happen, right? I think it's important that we take the initiative and march towards, seizing the opportunity that's in front of us right now.
Yeah, thank you very much. And as we are coming to a close, this topic can be debated for like years together. But I think with Dhanyastri's opinion, and then we will come to a close, and any questions can be asked the panelists when they come down. Yeah, it's a great opportunity. Go ahead.
When it comes to the policy, it's about, especially when it comes to deep tech as well, this panel is discussing about, it's creating a market altogether. It's category creation. And that's how, like, taking in everyone's opinion here, how you are going to, put that category out there and increase that adoption from an entrepreneur's perspective. How do you make the market more adaptive to the solution or technology that you're bringing in, will bring in necessary policy changes. As I have seen IITM startups as well, being the frontiers of, pushing the technology into the market by bringing in policy changes. I think that's where, that's how I as an entrepreneur would look at it. When you are creating a category, when you are playing a new market, when there's no much competition out there, how do you make that adoption better for others? How do you make it more applicable? And how do you bring in the government and the other policies and the infrastructure around you will definitely shape the region and also the nation together. That's my take on it.
That's great. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and it was a great discussing and hearing all your, picking up your minds. And I did learn a lot. Hopefully the audience would have learned a lot. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so all the students out there and ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause for the panelists here. Thank you so much for sharing your ideas and the perspectives. Thank you. May I request Mr. Sethu Kumar, Assistant Director, System Analyst, TN EGA, to please join the dais to felicitate the panelist here. And along with Mr. Joseph, Project Manager, TN EGA. And we would like to felicitate our moderator, all right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause, please. And we would like to felicitate our moderator, Dr. Sendil Nathan, MBBS, MS Ortho, and MBA. And he works spans clinical medicine, venture creation, strategic advisory, and technology investment. And beyond healthcare, he plays a strategic role in future-ready digital and national infrastructures and quantum-secure digital future. And he is an angel investor for 20 startups. Thank you so much for joining us here, sir. And we would like to felicitate Speaker Mr. Aravind S. Bharadwaj, CEO of Tutor Hyperloop. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause, please. We would like to felicitate Mr. Arjun Rao, co-founder of Special Invest. Please join with me in giving a huge applause. And we would like to felicitate Mr. Natarajan Malupillai, Group CEO, IIT MRP. And thank you, Ms. Dhanushya Ramesh, for joining us. Thank you. And requesting the panelists to please join together for the group photograph. So all the students out there and ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge and big round of applause to the panelists on stage. All right, thank you so much. Thank you. So the next session, and that's going to be more interesting, and the title is Unlocking the Next Wave of IT Growth, AI, Platforms and Digital Innovation in Tamil Nadu. All right, we are going forward with the next session on the topic Unlocking the Next Wave of IT Growth, AI, Platforms and Digital Innovation in Tamil Nadu. So may I request the moderator to please join the dais, the Vice President and Head Membership and Outreach at NASSCOM, leading Pan-India Membership Engagement and National Industry Councils for GCC, BPM and SME, a mechanical engineering graduate from Osmania University with advanced management credentials, and he has 25 years of experience in tech industry strategy and business development. So may I request Mr. Srikant Srinivasan, VP NASSCOM, to please join the stage. Ladies and gentlemen and all the students out there, let's give a huge round of applause, please. Thank you. May I request the speaker, Mr. Srinivasan Panchapakesan, Senior CVP, Exaware, Digital and Software. He is the Senior Corporate Vice President and COO, Digital and Software Business, Hexaware Technologies Limited. Thank you for joining us, sir. And he's having the 34 years of experience in digital transformation and legacy modernization and platform engineering. May I request our next speaker, Mr. Ganesh Shankaralingam, Director and Delivery Head of Latent View Analytics, to please join the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, join with me in welcoming him with a huge round of applause, please. He's a Senior Analytics Executive serving as Director and Delivery Head, Financial Services at Latent View Analytics. May I request the next speaker, Mr. Raj Radhakrishnan, VP Engineering, Nielsen IQ, to please join the dais. Can we give a huge round of applause to our speakers? And he's a Vice President Global Engineering at Nielsen IQ with 23 years of experience in financial services, credit reporting and retail measurement. And may I request Mr. Janathan Santhanam from TCS Group CIO to please join the dais. And he's a senior leader at TCS and its Chief Information Officer with over 25 years of experience at TCS. His key achievements include leading large-scale digital skilling initiatives. So let's give a huge applause to all the people on stage, please. Over to you, moderator.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and I think pleasure to be here, and I think we have a very, very illustrious panel, a set of leaders with us for this very important topic, right? I mean, as was the introduction, I mean, unlocking the next wave of IT growth. And I think all of us know that the state has been a great contributor in terms of the tech industry growth, one of the early movers. But I think, as they always say, what got us this far can't take us further. We need to really change the name of the game, and that's where probably this discussion is all about AI, platforms, and of course, digital innovation. I think as per the theme, I think we'd probably touch upon a few things. One, of course, AI as the growth catalyst, a little bit about the platforms which is driving the larger ecosystem, a little bit of digital innovation, emerging technologies, and very, very importantly, I think, the talent policy enablement, which is very, very critical, because without that, none of this is going to happen, right? So maybe we'll start off, and I think given that AI is the in thing, I mean, I think no discussion is complete today without AI, and so we'll get started with that. Maybe I'll start with Mr. Srinivasan, with you. And how do you see AI transforming the traditional ID services, right? I mean, traditional ID services has always been there. I think as an industry, we are a $300 billion industry, and we have come this far only because of what we could do traditionally. But, I mean, if you can kind of entail a few steps on how do we move this whole service delivery game to a AI-driven innovation step, right? And maybe if you can also throw some light on some examples, especially initiatives in the state, given that we're talking about the state and we have people from the state, how can this kind of be made a reality?
Thank you very much, Srikanth. And first of all, Happy New Year to everybody. It's been a great opportunity to be here and to share some of the views. See, IT industry has been going through transformation over a period of time. It's not new now. It's been going through onto that. What we are seeing is a very unprecedented opportunity, in my opinion. As such, how AI is going to transform that IT industry. See, traditionally, IT industry has been, as you know, all of us know, it's been a linear growth. We add people, we see revenues, we have been looking at it. IT services has been linear growth. If you add some 1,500 to 2,000 people, you have an $100 million revenue coming onto this. That mathematics and model is getting transformed and getting disrupted and distracted with an AI coming into this place. Does it mean the industry is going to have a problem? It is not. But however, the nature of the job, the content of the work that we are going to do, look at it, is transforming. See, IT is going to be very much complemented with AI. AI is not going to change anybody's job, or it's not going to be a threat for it. But what is going to be a challenging AI? A person who knows AI is going to be a little more challenging than the person who don't know the AI. So learning AI is inevitable to have that transformation that we are looking at. The next wave of growth is going to be very co-pilot driven, co-collaborative driven, AI supported model rather than pure play employee addition or a headcount addition. It is coming on to this. So my suggestion is that the learning us also needs to learn and look at it and do. We have been doing a lot in these initiatives, Srikanth, particularly. We partnered with various universities. We have 100+ universities to whom we have signed MOUs. We have set up labs. We have faculty development programs in participating, sending our employees, senior leaders in helping faculties to be relevant and appropriate onto this. We encourage a lot of internship of taking people into that and looking at onto this. This is one side of enablement program. How do we transform the education institute to become more employable rather than from education to employability that we are looking at and do. We also work with various industries. AI is, while going to be disruptive for IT industries, but whatever IT developed using AI is going to disrupt a lot more in the industries. We have been working with various industries in Coimbatore, Tirupur, Ozur kind of a belt where we have a large SME population in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is one of the largest SME population. Absolutely. And which is a major employer on that rather than the IT, which is a major employer and economic contributor for the state. So we have been working with them on how we can bring AI in helping them to execute certain processes, to bring efficiency, to bring quality into the things, to improve the productivity particularly, and bring lot more competitive advantage to the industry, into the international industry. So we've been doing a lot. But whatever my thinking goes and my experience tells me, saying that it's a challenge that we have to look at it, and it's on the hands of all these people to make them more
Absolutely.
compelling to learn and adopt.
Absolutely. I can't agree more on this. Yeah. Just, I mean, as we said, we'll have to get to the AI piece. Somebody said data is a new oil, and probably data-driven organizations probably are the refineries for them. But data is the backbone for AI, right? And Ganesh, if I can come to you on this, given that data is the backbone for AI, how do you think the state can leverage largely and build a very scalable AI model or scalable AI solution here? And again, as Mr. Srinivasan rightly pointed out, I think a good mix of industry is there in the state, right? Being manufacturing, automotive, textile, you name it, and there is a reasonably large presence of that industry in the state. How do you kind of leverage this? And do you think at some stage, if I know that there is some discussion going on about Indian language LLMs and so on and so forth, right? But again, all of these will not happen without the right supply of data. How do you think that can be accelerated and accentuated?
Thank you very much. Happy New Year and early Pongal wishes to everybody. Pongal Valthakal. To build large language models, I'm assuming some of you are familiar with large language models. That is the backbone for the current set of Gen AI, right? There are DeepSeek is one of the models, ChatGPT is the other model. So the key theme, as one of the panelists said, is Tamil Nadu, right? So that's why I showed up in a vesti, right? So to build Tamil large language models, so any regional, Hindi or Marathi or Punjabi or Bengali, we need a corpus of data in Tamil. That is a mandate, right? If we have a few corpus, and here we are, majority of us don't even type in Tamil in WhatsApp, right? The corpus doesn't exist. So how do we create and the reason why I don't type in Tamil is I don't know how to type. I think most of you agree with me, right? Even though I've been in the tech industry, I really don't know. I can read, but I can't type. So I can't contribute to the corpus. So the problem starts right from primary school, right? One day in a week, they should request kids to come up with a phone and teach them. Just like they write A, I, E, U, they should learn to type A, I, E, U in digital world. Otherwise, in the next 20 years, we risk these regional languages will be under tremendous risk. People will stop speaking Tamil or any of the regional languages in India, Hindi or Bengali or other things, right? The government understands that. So the policy has to change at that fundamental level where people will start typing comfortably, and others don't understand, they can use AI for translation. AI translations are very good, 95-98% accurate these days. That is number one. Number two, the market speaks in regional languages, right? I recently went to Shabarimala and I came back. I did not hear English for 5 days. It was Tamil, Malayalam, Kannada, Telugu, and some Hindi, right? Probably 1 to 2%. So the market, if you are talking about AI in Tamil Nadu, I want to underline Tamil Nadu, we have to build AI solutions in the regional language. We have to create a corpus. We have to build the AI solutions, and it will solve problems that we see in Tamil Nadu. I'll give one example which we have solved. So I've lived abroad in the US for 12 years, worked with clients like Google, Microsoft. We've solved a lot of AI problems for them in the past 5 to 8 years. It'll be a simple use case, like 108 phone call, right? People calling ambulance, that is probably getting recorded. That call transcription will be in Tamil. Right? We don't talk to each other. Outside this dais, I'll probably use only Tamil to talk to each other. That is a use case. That will have to be translated. And if the IAS officer wants to know what are the top 10 issues that the state faced today, is there some kind of a disease spreading? What type of accidents? What region it is? All that, the analytics algorithm part is there, but the data part is not there. That will be a solution for some startup in Tamil Nadu to solve. If we hope to become a 1 trillion, which I think we will, Tamil Nadu will become, and so will a lot of other states in India, those are the type of problems you will have to start. Local Tamil, and when Indians do it well, they do it really well, right? We had this ISRO problem. Americans didn't give us the cyber those engines, and we built our own and we're considered world class. Same thing, payments problem. We set up UPI. So when we decide, we are a little lazy people. If nobody else has solved it, then I'll solve it. Otherwise, we'll just piggyback on what the Americans and the Europeans and Chinese have done. But these type of problems will be innovated by local, regional people, and they will solve it and teach other regions on how to solve it.
No, completely agree, and Shankar, I think very rightly said, right? I mean, I think I recall some discussions with a few others too earlier, but I think even in hackathons, when you look at the kind of solutions that you get in some of these cases, right, especially the social issues, you always realize that the best or the closest to reality solution comes from people who are innovating from the place where the problem really exists. You may not, if it's a rural problem, the people coming from that area, I think their solution is closest to the reality and not somebody who's sitting in a large metro city. Because they probably for them it's close to heart and they actually realize how it can actually be solved rather than looking at just a technology to solve it, right? I mean, it's sometimes the depth of the matter which matters most. Thank you, and I think Jana, if I can go to you, and I think you kind of represent TCS. You probably represent both the depth and breadth of the industry, right? I mean, in terms of the kind of the geographies that you cover, the kind of industry verticals that you cover, and so I think you have a reasonably large view of the overall microcosm of the industry. In that sense, how do you think Tamil Nadu can play a role? Because if today everybody is talking of a platform-shaped model, I mean, the platform being running behind the business and so on and so forth. But I think if you can really get to a little bit on saying how can enterprises collaborate to actually ensure this entire adoption of AI, entire adoption of innovation happens. And again, if I can kind of drill it to the state level to say, how can this be done across industries? Because I think this, as a state, this is a great test bed for doing much of this. I mean, everything is available here. It's only a question of bringing everyone together.
So, if you see in the last 8 years, there has been a very good progression of in the entire services and digitization industry, from infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, business process as a service, right? Now with AI and generative AI and agentic AI, there is a very high focus on platforms today. And I'll give 3 quick examples of what is very relevant for Tamil Nadu. First, if you take a lot of our process industries, we have so many leaders, and we have Saint-Gobain, we have Hudson, we have so many in Tamil Nadu, right? For this, digital twin platforms are ideal for us to capitalize and then build up upon. They are no longer just simulations. They are deeply interacting with real-time systems, and they are applying modern algorithms and prediction methods to predict failures, supply chain bottlenecks, and then being able to simulate end-to-end processes and mimic what's happening in real life. So that is one big opportunity. The Indian context of process industries is different from global context. So ability for us to customize and build further on digital platforms like that is a great. We are also having platforms of our own, and there are some good products out there. The second, if you take auto industry, right? Here, phygital AI as a platform is of a very, very big significance now. Srini told me today they have a great example of that on the ground floor today in their stall also. But it is not just robotics, it's not just humanoid, it's not just quadrupeds. It is the combination of multiple forms of AI, computer vision, and then generative AI, agentic AI, combined with the power of the robotics, which gives a great platform for our industries, our MRFs and our Hyundais in Tamil Nadu, to be able to apply that for the shop floor processes, for pick pack, warehouse processes, and many others. And our layouts, our spaces, and our constraints and our dynamism of environment here is very different from a global Walmart warehouse and or other auto manufacturers there. So ability for us to study and build our models for that is a great platform opportunity. The third is very unique. Again, you spoke of Tirupur, and it is a textile hub, right? The entire industry of arts, crafts, handicrafts is a very big industry for us in Tamil Nadu, right? So here, generative design and delivery platforms is a great area of investment and opportunity. We ourselves have built a platform called Handloom 4.0, which is like your sari, your story, using generative AI, metaverse, and blockchain to allow customer to create her own design of what she wants to see as a story in the sari. And then we worked with weavers of Kumbakonam to translate that through IoT into how they would handloom and weave that sari out, and then be able to present it back with coffee table book produced by AI. Right? Okay. So this is a great opportunity to promote design, local crafts and skills, and protect employment as well as promote that with a combination of those. So there is a lot that technology industry, society and communities, like your community and all coming together. And then of course, top-notch robotics companies and all of that coming together in order to drive these as platforms. So great opportunity.
Absolutely. And I think you're also talking about speed to market, right? I mean, using the power of technology also, you don't have to wait for eternity to get something out. I mean, you know, you can have a clear timeline to get it executed. So very easy. Fantastic. I mean, that's a great example. Raj, if we can come over to you, and I think you represent a large organization again with using data, interpreting data. I mean, I think all of us have grown up seeing Nielsen-powered reports. So I think we've all seen all of that. But again, from a product engineering practice, if you can probably call out on saying how are challenges seen in this platform domain, and how, as you cater to global markets, how do you kind of overcome some of these challenges? And again, if you could probably allude to some initiatives here. I do know that we have a ITNT kind of an initiative, which is putting a lot of focus on innovation in the state of Tamil Nadu. How you can kind of use some of this to accelerate the adoption?
Good afternoon, and happy to be part of this panel. Great question, Shrikant. When we talk about challenges from a product engineering perspective, I want to look at it from a few different dimensions, right? Building platforms for global markets, but rooted in Tamil Nadu. Let's talk about technology first, right? So technology, when we talk about global platforms, they demand global standards, right? So ensuring that we have the expertise and the technology and the footprint available for, it goes beyond just writing great code. It's about building engineering at scale, right? And looking into all aspects of not just AI and emerging technologies, but it goes into nuances like being able to take care of user experience and the design thinking, and ensuring that building a platform for global relevance, but with local adaptability, also brings in localization strategies, right? So ensuring that we are able to leverage the regional innovation, at the same time build a product that does not look niche or looks limited, is going to be the key to unlocking success. Second, I would like to focus on talent. While Tamil Nadu has a great pool of talent and has the advantages of cost, we still need to invest in terms of research and development. That's going to be a major challenge for us to be able to win in building global platforms, right? This is in the areas of cybersecurity, in AI/ML operations, in generative AI, and other deep tech that will eventually make a difference, right? And ensuring that we can continue to invest in centers of excellence and advanced training is going to be key to overcoming some of these challenges. Third, I want to talk about compliance. This is a big one when we talk about global platforms, because they require compliance to global standards like you take GDPR, SOC 2, and so on, at the same time abiding to Indian laws, right? So ensuring that we can comply to these is going to be a big one. Tamil Nadu has a good policy in place for data centers, and we currently are having a good digital footprint. But ensuring that we can have global reliant, global grade reliance as well as green data centers is going to be important. And all investments that the state is doing from the ITNT, the Technology Hub Initiative, is a great way in that sense that we are promoting. The state is promoting the investments in technology and academia, right? Last but not the least, culture, right? This is a subtle area, but a critical one, because the future of platforms is with open platforms, ones that are interoperable and collaborative, right? So collaboration is non-negotiable. So academia, industry, and the government have to act as one voice, act as one ecosystem to ensure that this happens. And bringing that into action is going to be where Tamil Nadu can find a sweet spot in transitioning from not just being a participant in leading the next wave of IT innovation, but rather become a leader that can then set the benchmarks.
Great, great. Thank you, Raj. I agree. I think open platforms, and we'll come probably the open platforms and the data availability in a bit, because I think that's a very important piece. And I think all of us in this room, the call for that is not just all of us in this room, but beyond, right? It's more a policy decision, and I think that's something that we'll have to develop on a little deeper. But I mean, before that, I think we all talked of AI, we all talked about, and I think you kind of touched upon the convergence of not just AI, but other technologies, right? The so-called emerging technologies, because today AI is not a vertical, it's a horizontal. It's kind of cutting across the board, right? Whatever you use, there is a flavor of AI in it. From the time we get up in the morning to the feed that we get on our phones, to whatever we do at work, everything has a touch of AI in some form or the other. But again, well, we do all of this more from an industry point of view, more from a B2B point of view, if I can call it. Can we probably, how do we kind of look at, and I think we'll go around and talk to each one of you and kind of get a view on saying what can be the whole transition of the industry. And the reason I'm saying that is the transition of the industry is not just going to be services, but if you have to do innovation, it's also going to be IP-led. And there is going to be that intellectual property that we need to build. And today we know that all countries and states who are way ahead of the curve are also all there because only of that IP that they've been able to create, that niche that they have been able to create. Maybe if you all can throw some light on how that can be done, and maybe we can do the reverse. And I think we can start with you, Dinesh.
I'm terribly sorry. I was being rude. I was chatting, and that's something I should apologize to you for.
No, not at all.
But it was an
That's
important thing. Again, I see a lot of college students here.
Yes.
Right. Again, I don't know how many of you here are still not employed or in the early stage of the career. Right. I'm going to touch upon a very important point of employability. Right. We had some industry veterans here who. We all agreed. We had a good meeting offline, and we had a meeting yesterday. And this is probably one of the better, panel alignment that I've seen so far, right? So I'm a college fresher. I need a job, and that's a very real problem. I don't want to be a college fresher this year, coming out of a college, right? The past 25 years, I have friends, family members, people working close to us. It's a very, very tough market if you're in the IT industry. So let me give a few tips to the students with the panelists, right? So I believe in a 6-language system. I'll tell you, not the 2-language or 3-language, which we keep debating. What I encourage people to do is to learn 3 human languages and 3 machine languages, programming languages, right? Without any bias, right? Tamil, right? That's our mother tongue. That's how we identify ourselves. Let's take it out. Like, you're contributing to the corpus. You're making AI better, right? So let's take that out. English, because that's how most technology is written. Hindi, because that's the language most widely spoken. And I also learned SQL, Python, and C, the human machine languages, right? And this is subject to change. When I started, it was basic, sir. When you started, probably it was Fortran, Pascal, right? And then C, then came C++, then came Java, then came Python, and then Julia is there, right? It keeps evolving. The point I'm making here is, if you are a student, please be open, don't have any language bias. Please be open to learning new languages. It doesn't have to be, you need to be an expert. I can also speak Spanish because I lived in Texas. I can speak Japanese, but only 100 words, right? Because I lived in Tokyo, right? So I come with an open mindset. There is a new technology, new languages I need to learn. It's very important because the technical skills is one part, right? When you are a college campus hire, all these veterans here would have interviewed, right? First thing we see is, will this guy fit into my multicultural global team, right? First thing, right? If can he communicate with empathy, clearly, and is culturally sensitive, right? You can be very straightforward with Germans. You cannot be straightforward with Japanese, right? Those are things you pick along the way. But is this person coachable, right? So when you come into the interview, communication is not your strength in English. It is your way to express yourself, right? I've worked with Chinese who cannot speak even a few words in English, but they were able to express themselves, right? So that is one. Empathy is very important. When you're working in a team environment, if your jobs fail, hey, not pointing fingers, but sitting with them and fixing things, right? We look for that skill. And the third thing is very important. We spoke about it in our previous connect, ethics and integrity. Extremely important. I give you a task, you complete it by end of day, right? I was just talking to somebody who's been in the industry for 35 years, 25, 30 years now. And he was saying that even when you're my age and you're sitting here will not change, right? These three, I don't know whether it cannot be taught in colleges. It's probably taught at your home. And those are the skills when you're walking into an interview we are looking for, right? In addition to your AI, agentic AI frameworks or SQL skills or Python skills, that's the technical part. But the social skills is extremely important. I'll just make one more final comment and I'll probably stop here. So what I would do if you are a college student, if you know somebody in the college area, pick an emerging area, right? For example, EV is emerging, airlines is emerging, cybersecurity is emerging. Do an end-to-end project. Collect the requirements. If I'm a final year student, third year student, collect whatever excites you, really passionate about. And you should do the project. Don't giving it to somebody else and doing it. I know there are teams that do that. That won't make you employable. Take that, gather the requirements, develop that app, test it with your friends, and present it in the interview confidently. I had one guy who did that. Like, Ganesh, this is what I developed. I spoke to him, 15 minutes, I knew he developed it, very mature. Within 2 weeks, we can bill him, sir. That's it, right? That's what we are looking for. Are you employable? Take a project, do it yourself, complete it, present it to your interviewer, you will get a job. Thank you.
Thank you, and Shekhar, I think I like the 6-language formula. I wish you have the years of the National Education Policy and AICTE, but not sure if they are willing to hear. So, but just to step back and Raj, since I request you to also kind of touch upon the in terms of the IP that we talked about, and I think the reason I'm trying to reiterate the IP piece is ultimately what will be the mainstay of business in any geography, in any state, in any what can build to the GDP is IP, right? I think each of our organizations have our own IPs, but how are we kind of double checking on that to ensure that we move forward? And I think the reason I'm again saying that is, yes, we have students here who may be having aspirations of multiple things, right? They could even having aspirations of a startup, which is again a huge thing today. How do we kind of let they work towards building their IP?
And building IP, right? This is something that we've aspired for long. We are coming way, but there's still a lot of ground to cover, right? Today, in this conference in Umagine yesterday, the deep tech startup policy was launched, right? And that is a big step forward in how the state is supporting the investments in deep tech, in the industry, right? Creating IP is going to require a lot of grit. And one thing that I would request for the group here is to commit to being adaptive, right? Because as we live in times that are, with a lot of disruptions happening, not just through AI, but just changing the ways we work, the ways we live. As you mentioned today, a day doesn't pass by where we do not have a conversation with an AI agent, right? So I think adaptability is going to be a big change, as well as for us to be able to create solutions, be able to build platforms and go to global scale. It is going to require us to be able to invest time and energy in being able to do some very concentrated deep work, right? And this is something that I think has to start from the colleges, right? I think the investments that we start very early on, even at schools, to be able to build that kind of a design thinking mindset is going to putting a privacy first architecture, ensuring data is securely handled, right? I think these are going to be just stable stakes for us to be able to generate solutions that can enable us to be able to build IP and become more successful.
Absolutely, and I think bang on, and I think I'd probably request both Jana and Srinivasan also to touch upon it, because I think IP creation has to start at ground level. You cannot suddenly do it somewhere there in the top, right? If you can add.
Yeah, very quickly. There are two aspects of IP I feel are big opportunities: IP creation and IP reuse. I'll talk about both actually. On IP creation, very specifically, continue to what Raj was saying, from the grassroots level, take one example. We recently concluded a company-wide AI hackathon, right? And when we really did it with a lot of dedication, we saw about 281,000 from within our company participate in AI Hackathon. Imagine if we could do this in Tamil Nadu, how many students, how many professionals from different cadres could actually become part of such a movement to drive grassroots innovation through the culture of hackathons. And that becomes ingrained and leads to employability, the other point that we spoke about earlier also. So that is one thing that industry and government can work together very well to drive large scale ideation, IP building through the process of hackathon itself. The other is, if you look at as an example of what government is doing with e-governance in Tamil Nadu, TNEGA, and the number of citizen services and online transactions that are being enabled, huge amount of data that is now available. If in concerted ways, data in whatever ways can be exposed to various developers to build good intellectual property for the use of Tamil Nadu itself. Someone wants to create a new distribution channel for organic products. Though that data is available to understand demographics, where to put the right distribution centers and so on. There is an open data initiative, there is a data policy also. I'm not sure how much is actually now published out as open data as yet. This is on the IP creation part. On the IP reuse, not every IP that is actually filed as a patent and all actually becomes a product. But there is very good IP out there. Just as my wish list, if we could have a very good IP marketplace that explains what exactly that is, who it is applicable for, and in practical terms, how someone can reuse and then have a good exchange of that intellectual property, pay the necessary royalty and reuse, it will be a great thing for us to move forward with.
This is a great idea, right? I mean, I think, many people are struggling with how do I do this? And that IP is already kind of sitting in a siloed place somewhere. Nobody even knows its existence. Very, very true. But we don't know the other implications of this, but it's a great idea to probably, a problem to solve. Over to you.
I think Ganesh Janan well covered in most of the points. See, coming back to the same IP and IP innovation and IP creation and IP usage point of view, at Hexaware we don't deliver anything without a platform being supported, with an IP being supported. We have a full-fledged platform organization which continuously look at and build platforms and look at, and I have myself built various platforms like Amaze, RapidX and many things, and I have over 20, 25 different patents that I have IP patented technologies that we have. Whether 20 is good or bad, it's not the question here, but the attitude towards what we are looking kind of thing. See, this requires, other than the discipline that we already talked about, various disciplines, I want to touch upon two of the things. Let me go back to Thiruluvar. Thiruluvar said 2000 years back, Enni Tuniya Karmum, Tunidapin Ennuvad Enbadi. I hope some of us can understand Tamil. See, it is the planning which is what is most important than that execution that we are looking at. The AI infuses these ideas. It is not just deploying people, somebody will execute onto this. The planning is the most important aspect. We want to be successful in executing kind of things. We don't need to reinvent anything. We have been given 2000 years back very, very good intellectual properties by Thiruluvar, Purananuru, Avayar, Bharatiyar. I can refer so many things. Oduvadu Odiyel, Avayar has said. So education and learning is in a continuous process. How many of us are learning continuously is an important aspect. I have 200 plus certifications. It is not that there is no 200 people in the R. I have 200 plus certifications. See, it is not the question of how many certifications you have, it is an attitude. Attitude towards learning is important, and towards planning and executing what task that you are trying to solve a problem. We have a source of data that he is talking about. What do I do with this data? That planning, that task execution, that we are to look at it and do. If we orchestrate these areas with the government support, with a various aspects that it can look at it and do, it is highly possible that we should be able to create a very differentiated offerings. Coming back to that invention that it's already there, we can innovate a lot based on the IPs and invention that is already there. Yes, electricity was found by somebody. But what is the innovation that we have done? Whether we created lighting, whether we created mic, whether we created projectors, is an innovation. The application of invention can be patented as well, that in the way that we are looking at it. Please be focused on something, innovation that we can build it on it. If you are not able to invent, it's still okay. But use that information available already, the data that it is available, that methodology that it is available, the process that it is available, using that is that innovation that I can build to solve a problem. can almost create some impactful outcome.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
No, great. I mean, great example. And I think the only, the Kural that you told and in the sub-extract that I can think of it in English could be, they say, right, plan your work and work your plan.
Yeah.
Right? Absolutely. Execution becomes
This
so
is what
very critical.
Kural said 2000 years back.
Absolutely. I mean, he said that 2000 years ago, and probably the Westerners realized it probably this century. And again, I think you also touched upon the whole learning piece, and I think that's a great segue to get to the talent piece, right? I mean, ultimately, this is an industry which is, the backbone of this industry is only people, talent, and what each one of us can do. And rightfully or wrongfully today, I think the difference between education and employability is only, the gap is only widening. Everybody thinks I'm educated and hence I'm employable. But many of us who want to actually employ people realize that the educated ones are not really employable. So there is a huge gap, and I think everything that we talked about here in some form or the other kind of, adds up to that. Maybe, I mean, I know I'm conscious of time, maybe if each one of you can probably talk about one challenge that you've seen in this gap, and given that we would have a student population here, what is that they can do to kind of, bridge that gap as they become ready, as they become the next gen workforce for the industry?
Interesting question. I again go back to Prananu. Aruvudayan Aru Arasum Selvam. What it matters is you need to have the knowledge. When you have the knowledge, we can always reinvent and look at it and do. See, Jana has talked about how the hackathon helped and look at it and do. We do conduct hackathon and look at it and kind of what we can practice and look at it and do. See, education is very important, but employability is a lot more important. We need to understand the difference between what values that we can bring it onto this. If you are well educated, does not mean you are well employable. Not necessarily. So what it matters is how do we look at it and practice and do. I mean, for the interestingly, Tamil Nadu government has launched various programs, non-motherland programs wherein that laptops are being given. You have an access to data, you have access to laptops, you have an ITNT forum that we have, which provides various accessibility to learn, adopt and integrate kind of things that we can look at and do. So the opportunities, I think you guys also have to take some responsibilities. We can do everything possible, but as students, as people looking for career growth and look at it and do, there is some amount of aspects in your hand also. There isn't a platform to provide enough opportunities, enough enablement that we can look at it and do. But yes, Jana has launched an hackathon, only to 25,000 people participated. Why not 100,000 people participating? Exactly. That is something that we have to look at it and do. But we work with institutions. We take the responsibility from our side as an industry. We set up labs. We conduct hackathon. As I talked about, we do faculty development program. We provide a lot of internships for the rightful candidates. Whatever they can look at it and do. Hundreds of internships that I provide. So be a smart guy to leverage that opportunity. Then lot of things are there in that. I just stop with one other quote of Thiruvallur. Madiyullar man buyarந்த மானம் மடியில்லார் man buyarந்து காட்டியதார். This means it is the greatest belongings comes to those who wish to follow that new path. So please choose your new path, new ideas, new thinking. There is always a way to get there.
Yeah. Great.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Jana, thank you.
I'll address a different section of the workforce now, which is the mid-level and employability of the mid-level.
Absolutely.
It is something that even the students should think about from today, but the mid-level, whether it is in private enterprise or in government, should really think strongly about. True. With AI, with agentic AI, with automation coming on, what is my new job definition? How I have to recast myself is a very, very important part of continuing your employability, right? So large companies like us are continuously making investments on taking the mid-level, transforming them, redeploying them, making them back from general management roles into technical roles, certifying them on the SAP, the cloud, the AI, and doing it. I'm very glad to see recent announcement, IIT Madras, Google have tied up with Tamil Nadu government to reskill Tamil Nadu government officials on AI. Again, the mid-level that is getting recast. But that responsibility, like Srini rightly said, lies in the hand of the individual. Enough resources are available now to go and learn and recast. We have to shed our inhibitions. We have to stop being PMOs, project coordinators, people managers, operations people, and then get into areas of specialization. And from actually doing the job to defining what jobs is done, how agents have to do the job, the training of the agents, all of those is what we have to focus on. And those are also enabled with generative AI and AI now, so a lot of great uses are available.
Absolutely, and I think you actually touched upon the right point, right? People in the middle management today, your threat of any one of us, the threat of holding our jobs is not yet another human being. It's actually a digital agent. The digital agent can probably do the job better than us at probably 1/10 the cost, because the cost is only the cost of maintenance, not the annual payout that each one of us gets. So I think it's far better.
Acceptance, right? I think we can't stop the growth of technology from disruption, right? But what we can do is see how it can complement what we're doing, right? In all walks of life, right? In all industries as well, right? Today, AI is here to complement and change things, right? There are smart factories, there are innovation that's happening that is transforming the way we do go about doing our daily chores, right? So having that acceptance and believing that we can learn and also unlearn at times, right? They go a long way. Where else would you be but here now, right? In this place where we are in an ecosystem where there is sufficient data available, there is sufficient support that's provided from the government, and as well as in Tamil Nadu, it's in a unique position where there's a lot of academic support that's happening as well, right? We've got the best of institutions here, right here in this city and in rest of the places, right? So I think how much we can harness out of this ecosystem is going to make a difference and we were just talking as a group about how much we've progressed in the last 20 years compared to our neighbors, right? China specifically, right? And that's an opportunity for all of us to make a difference. The data is here in all of our hands, right? For example, companies like ours, we actually provide data, on a pro bono basis for research to institutes, right? And these are available for us to be able to change and build what has not been done, right? So I think, going over that curve for finding solutions or to solutions to problems that have not been solved before is what's going to make us a differentiator between being a participant and how we can actually become a leader. So
great. Thank you, Raj. Any thoughts on?
Okay, I'll wrap it up in a few minutes, madam. I just want to give this use case to some of the mid-level and junior level team members, right? I'm applying to Nielsen, right? His company, he's a veteran, right? This is what I would do, right? Domain is extremely important, right? He's in the financial services domain, extremely important. So we are applying to a company, Nielsen, I'll do Google, okay. They do, let's say, credit scoring, right? Okay. Then what I will do is, domain there would be, I'll have to learn a little bit of anti-money laundering, risk analytics, fraud analytics. There are courses for each of them. It's like Matrix, right? In which Neo just says, I don't know how to drive a helicopter. Give me a minute. Now I know how to drive a helicopter, right? You can quickly update yourself, right? I'm sure most of you have seen Matrix, in which I think it's Trinity who does that, right? You will have to learn that domain. It will probably take you 15 hours to learn that. I will give 60% weightage to the domain knowledge. And when I go out for my interview, he will ask me, what is risk? And he's like, okay, this guy knows SQL, he knows Python. He's talking about risk, and that's your differentiator. Won't it improve my chances of getting selected? There you go. All right? In each domain, you will have to spend 10 or 20 hours before you go to a company for an interview. Respect the person on the other side, right? Learn these domain knowledges. There are a lot of people out who will tell you these are the good courses out there. So domain plus AI, 60% weightage to domain or whichever company. If you're going to apply for an EV company, learn the basic technology. When I see a lot of students come to me or mid-level, they don't even have an idea of what is a data science and a data engineering. And then what will happen is, this guy cannot be built in 2 weeks, sir. It'll take at least 3 months to build him, right? Okay, should I recruit him? Let's skip and move on, right? So if you can do all this proactively at your end, that'll be good. I'll finish with one Tamil quote as well. Pogada uravum எழுதாத kalviyum vittu poidum. If you don't visit anybody, that relationship is gone. And if you don't write programming languages and do vibe coding, you are not going to be a professional for a long time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's good. I think we are definitely run out of time, and thank you very much. I think indeed very valuable insights, and I think this is just the beginning of a great journey, and I'm sure the state will. With all these initiatives, I think the state will definitely be a leader continue to be a leader in the tech industry. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
All right, sir. Thank you so much.
And I think we will need an entire day to discuss a lot and, sharing so much of ideas. I'm very sure this session is fruitful to each one of you. So let's give a huge round of applause to the team, please. To felicitate the panelists, may I request Mr. Sethu Kumar, Assistant Director, TNEGA, to please join the dais, along with Mr. Joseph, Project Manager, TNEGA, to join the dais, please. And we would like to felicitate the moderator, Mr. Srikanth Srinivasan, VP, NASSCOM. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. And we would like to felicitate Mr. Srinivasan Panchapakesan, Senior CVP, Hexaware. And we would like to felicitate Mr. Ganesh Shankaralingam, Director and Delivery Head, Latent View Analytics. And we really appreciate your choice of attire, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. And we would like to felicitate the speaker, Mr. Raj Radhakrishnan, VP Engineering of Nielsen IQ. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the students out there, please give a big round of applause, because I'm very sure there is a lot of takeaways from this session. And we would like to felicitate Mr. Janathan Santhanam, TCS Group CIO, to please join the dais. And requesting all the panelists to please join for the group photograph. So please join. So ladies and gentlemen and all the students, once again we will give a huge round of applause to the people on stage. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Thank you. Thank you very much. And before we break for the lunch, may I request you all to please stay back here. We will do one icebreaker session and then we will leave. All right? So please stay back. So all the people out there, I'm very sure since morning we are gathering a lot of information. We are going to the different halls. So now I would like everyone to please join for the icebreaker session. So can you find one person who is next to you and say just hi or handshake, sir? This is going to be the networking thing. Say to anybody, hi ma'am. Hello, who's busy in the phone? Hi ma'am, what's your name?
Deepa.
How's the session going? Are you enjoying it?
Yes, excellent session.
Okay, can you guys say hi to each one of you? Okay, because this event is specially for the networking session, so I want you people to soon network with the other ones. Did you say hi to him? Okay, so now the people who are there, whoever is next to you, just say hi. Hi to the people, okay? Have you done with the handshake? Are you done with the handshake? Okay, I'm going to give you the third one. The third instruction is say one positive word to each other. Just one positive word. Say anything. எதனா ஒரு பாசிட்டிவ் வேர்ட் உங்க பக்கத்துல இருக்கவங்க கிட்ட சொல்றேன். சொல்லிட்டீங்களா? What did you say, sir?
Dressing is very good.
Dressing is very good. Fantastic. Okay, நீங்க என்ன சொன்னீங்க?
Hi தான் சொன்னேன்.
Hi தான் சொன்னீங்களா? அப்படியே போனே வச்சிட்டு இருந்தா அப்படி sir. You have to, get the networking done, right? So what did you say to him?
Very smart.
Very smart. Okay. Did you say the positive word? The networking is already happening. Okay. Did you say so? All right. So I think this event is mostly for the networking. So you can network with the people around. So that's the main focus of the event. So now we will break for the lunch and requesting everyone to please be back by 2 p.m. Thank you all. Thank you.
At least my understanding is that humans have to be in the loop when it goes to digital transformation AI. And even Sir acknowledged, and all of us, I think, will acknowledge that we also do have our own bias. So the human who codes the AI has a lot of biases based on our own perceptions of how we perceive things around the world. So I think AI will have limitations. So it will not be a technology that will get everything right. Yeah, thanks.
All right, sir. Thank you so much. And do we have any startup here? Startup company, startup brand? No? So any students here? You guys are looking like a student. Not a student? Students, right? Then I asked you, right? Any students here? Why didn't you say yes? What's your name?
Srishan,
Srishan. So which college are you from?
JPR engineer.
JPR. So did you guys attend day one? Did you come yesterday? No? You're here since morning, right? What are the sessions you did attend? Do you remember? Can you say that, please?
Yeah, the first session with Ethirajan sirs and other panelists.
So did you guys get any takeaway? What is the most important thing that you have taken?
AI transformation, actually, how AI should be developed in the future, and other importance of cybersecurity and cyber crimes, and how AI is integrated in subjects, and how to develop our life skills so to become more educated in the future.
Okay, all right. So I'm very sure the sessions are most helpful for the students, startups, and also the other guests from different companies, right? Okay, so what would you like to say, ma'am? What are the most important things that registered in your mind from the sessions that you have been attending?
I'm a student. Yes, ma'am, I attended mobile first governance session, and most of the time I was in the stall yesterday, and I was explored to many startups over there and gained more knowledge about it, ma'am. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm so happy. Last year, in the year, I could see a lot of students here. So I think the next session will also be more helpful for each and everyone present over here. All right, so the next session, the discussion about TINAI, transforming land use planning with GIS, digital twin and AI. And we would like to invite our speaker, and she is the Member Secretary of the State Planning Commission, Tamil Nadu, leads the state's strategic planning efforts and advances governance innovation through technology-enabled public sector transformation. And she anchors the Tamil Nadu Innovation Initiatives, driving the adoption of emerging technologies for public sector transformation. And under her leadership and vision for integrated spatial intelligence, TINAI, the Tamil Nadu Land Use Information System, was conceptualized as a geospatial intelligence platform, and TINAI integrates multi-sectoral land-related data onto a single digital platform, offers spatial visualizations and the analytics. So supports the scenario-based planning and enables the department, policy makers and citizens to access reliable, evidence-driven insights for sustainable development. So ladies and gentlemen, and all the students over there, please join with me in welcoming the speaker, Ms. Sudha Raman, IFS Member Secretary, State Planning Commission, GOTN. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining. You can use the podium. I'll give you your mic.
Check. Yeah. So I think this is definitely a hard session, right? After a heavy lunch
and moving around such a big premises to come and sit here with such a good weather. So I'll ensure that I don't, get you to sleep. Okay. So with that note, I think the anchor here had beautifully summarized my entire presentation in just one paragraph. I think she has did a lot of homework to get that done. So it's not TINAI, so we called it Hinai is the one which we would like to call it as. Hinai nale elarko, I think you know that, right? It is, what is Hinai? Than me telling. Not the first benches, definitely not the first 2 rows. Okay, students over there. Hinai na enadu. Hinai. Okay, fine. Hinai rice solringla, rice. இல்ல ஒன்னு சொல்லுங்க. The ஐந்திணை, you have heard ஐந்திணை. What is ஐந்திணை? Don't tell me that's the restaurant which Adampatti Rangaraj inaugurated 2 days back. Okay, don't tell me that. Sorry? Okay. அந்த அளவுக்கு ஒரு புரிதல் வந்து இருந்துச்சுன்னா ஐ திங்க் யூ வில் ஷுவர்லி என்ஜாய் திஸ் செஷன். ஸோ இந்த செஷனில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா திஸ் இஸ் சம்திங் வாட் வி இன்ட்ரடியூஸ்ட். ஸோ இன்ட்ரடியூஸ்ன்னு சொல்கிறத விட வாட் வி வாண்டட் டு பில்ட் ஃபார் லாங் டைம் அண்ட் தட்ஸ் சம்திங் விச் இஸ் பீன் பில்ட். ஸோ பிஃபோர் ஐ ஜம்ப் இன் டு திஸ் லேண்ட் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறது, சாரி, ஹோப்ஃபுல்லி எவ்ரி ஒன் ஆஃப் யூ ஆர் கம்ஃபர்டபுள் வித் bilingual mode. Only English? How many of you want me to do it only in English? Bilingual? Is comfortable? Okay, fine. So, land intelligence. I think this land intelligence dates back to the way how our culture classified the different uses of lands into these 5 different classifications. So, this is what is the land use. For those of you who feel that the term land use is so difficult to understand, it's so simple. It's this simple classification of the land based on the geophysical indicators. That's what is basically land use. Later, we started to use the land for multiple other activities, say for example, building construction, industries establishment, for multiple other ways. So then that really got into one terminology called as the land use classification. And what is this land use intelligence? Is based on the facts and figures or on the soil conditions or the geophysical conditions. How you segregate the land to use the right land for the right purpose is what is the land use intelligence is all about. And this is the problem statement with which we started. Okay, generally pathina, you have a lot of research papers. Over student when the college la poningana, you do a research work panavinga. Unnu when the higher education ka poningana, you do a lot of research, you publish papers, you publish a thesis report. But who is using this data? Who is even looking at it? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Illa, you finish the report, you go present the report, you get your mark, you also forget that, and everybody who participates, they also forget, they keep going on, something other thing comes. So this is what is definitely the missing link what we have, especially in India. But this is not so the case with the Western countries. Why the education system there, or why the education institutions in the Western countries act as the centers of innovation is because they take these research very, very seriously. They continue with the research. It will be an ongoing research that the findings or the outcomes of this research is being used for the next topic what they take in related to the same theme. So that is how the link happens. And most of you must have seen that the industries, they work very closely with these research institutions. Why? Because the R&D is the base of the innovation. You need the R&D to be thriving for you to make a lot of innovative introductions. But policy making, government law, we publish a lot of reports, evaluation studies, but who reads it, who uses it is definitely a question which I won't be able to answer here, standing here. But that was the statement with which we started this exercise. We wanted to build a system which doesn't require a lot of a technical intelligence or your capacity in terms of, for example, we took in the spatial technology nale vandu you need to know GIS. How many of you know GIS or comfortable with GIS? GIS na enadhu? Maps ன்னு சொல்லலாமா? for student purpose, for you to understand. The spatial data, okay. So, on the data, different integrations, which is what is the GIS actually. But in the GIS, maps, inferences, it requires a specific skill set. Okay, and the skill set உள்ளவங்களால மட்டும் தான் இந்த வர்க்கை appreciate பண்ண முடியும் இல்ல எந்த ஒரு ஃபைண்டிங்ஸோ இல்ல ரிசர்ச்சையோ they'll be able to understand. But not most of us, we do not know how to interpret things from the map, how to use the GIS for our day-to-day decision making, and so is the case with respect to the people within the government system as well. So that's when we wanted to do, this is something not like a geospatial platform illa. So though we call it as a geospatial platform, it is being democratized. It is being simplified for anybody to understand, or to infer a lot of, things by using this platform, which I think at the end of my presentation, you'll be able to understand it better. So as I said to you, there is a disconnect between the research and the policy within the public system. And the existing gap is the missing link. You need a spatial intelligence. You talk about the artificial intelligence. Now ChatGPT has made your job so easy. Typing one message to your friend, you use ChatGPT to refine, or drafting a letter to your principal or your teacher, you use ChatGPT. So, that makes your job more because our particular intelligence system has been trained to do that. So, similar thing is what we have built here to train a system to interpret or to take in the research findings and to digest it and to provide you the simplified information based on your specific questions. And this inferences are something not just like that. No, it's like very, very useful for policy makers like me, the administrators who are in the government departments, to make their decisions based on this. And this is what is the innovation, what we have built. And one thing what you'll have to notice, in the system when the lot of private companies have did, I just don't want to mention that, but these are all proprietary tools. You have to pay for that service. Okay, these are all, you have to continuously, it's not one-time payment. For you to use it continuously, you have to pay continuously. How you have to pay for ChatGPT, the prompt, you can't use any common users, right? It will tell you your prompt for the day is end. You have to convert yourself to pro version. It needs a pay. So, on the madri, or payment government nala, it's not feasible because the data what you handle is a sensitive data. Secondly, you cannot pay that premium. Okay, you cannot pay that money because people can't pay that. And we want to democratize it. We want to provide this information to everybody. So we built it in the open source environment. So for the first time in the country, such a platform with both digital twin, artificial intelligence, and multiple other features, what you will see, is being built on the open source environment. And it has the spatial data is one vertical, another vertical is the digital twin, and other vertical is the AI interface. So what is Pathingana? It's nothing but multi-sector. So how many of you are here from engineering? Which department? CSE. Which students? Okay. ECE. There are few people from the government. So these are all, article sectors. இப்போ ECEல பண்ற ஒரு வர்க்கும் CSEல பண்ணப்படுற ஒரு வர்க்கும் integrate பண்றீங்களா? Has it been integrated? I don't think so, right? So we all work in silos. We all work in silos means we are compartments. For example, the academic institutions pandra work when the government it's not being used. Within the government, you have multiple departments: health department, social welfare department, environment forest department, finance department. You have got multiple departments, but in the departments kullara oringanaipu irukada in terms of data. That's what is the major challenge we are facing. So academia is separate, government systems are separate. So we all are highly compartmentalized. We work in silos. So that's when you need to integrate this data. For example, we live in Chennai. So Chennai, I think most of you, I don't know if I can use this word, it's the systems approach. systems approach அப்படினா வந்து சென்னை ஒரு சிட்டியே வந்து ஒரு பெரிய system. So within the system you have got small systems, same as your human body. You have circulatory system, excretory system, reproductive system, other digestive systems, right? But still எல்லா சிஸ்டமும் சேர்ந்து தான் உங்களோட human bodyயை வந்து ஆப்ரேட் பண்ணுது. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி ஒவ்வொரு சிஸ்டமும் it has to share the data with the other system to work. That is how the decisions are being made. For example, in Chennai, if I have to locate a park, I have to construct a park in Chennai. So அப்புறம் வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து என்ன பார்க்கணும், எங்கே வந்து வேக்கண்ட் லேண்ட் இருக்குன்னு பார்க்கணுமா. செகண்ட் திங், எந்த லொக்காலிட்டியில் பார்க்கே இல்லை அங்கே நான் வந்து ஒரு பார்க்கை போடணுமா. தேர்ட் திங், பாப்புலேஷன் கண்டிப்பாக இந்த பார்க்குக்கு வந்து யூஸ் பண்ணணும். அங்கே ஒரு ஹியூமன் ஹேபிடேஷன்ஸுமே இல்லை, பட் நான் போய் அங்கே ஒரு பார்க்கு போட்டேன்னா எனக்கு வந்து பார்க்கு போடுறதுல ஒரு பயனுமே இல்லை. ஸோ இந்த இது இருக்குது இல்லையா, ஒவ்வொருமே ஒவ்வொரு டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் டீல் பண்ணக்கூடிய டேட்டா. இப்போ இவங்களுடைய டேட்டா எல்லாத்தையும் ஒரு சிஸ்டம்குள்ளே போட்டால் தான் ஸோ ஹியூமன் பாப்புலேஷன் எங்கே ஜாஸ்தியாக இருக்குது, ஹேபிடேஷன்ஸ் எங்கே ஜாஸ்தியாக இருக்குது, எங்கே வந்து ஒரு 5 கிலோமீட்டர் ரேடியஸில் எந்த பார்க்குமே இல்லை எங்கே வந்து பொல்யூஷன் லெவல் ரொம்ப ஜாஸ்தியாக இருக்குது, பார்க்கை போட்டால் வந்து மக்களுக்கு வந்து யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குங்கிற மாதிரி எல்லாம் பார்த்தா ஐ கேன் சூஸ் ஒன் பாயிண்ட் டு புட் மை பார்க் பிகாஸ் ஐ ஹாவ் only 10 கோடி ரூபாய் இருக்குது. அந்த 10 கோடி நான் வந்து ரைட்டான பிளேஸில் நான் வந்து யூஸ் பண்ணணும்னா ஐ நீட் டு சூஸ் த ரைட் பிளேஸ் வேர் ஐ கேன் டூ தட். Only then it will be serving the entire community and it will be serving the purpose. That is what this platform is being for. So I just gave you one example, therefore you will be able to relate and understand. So இதோட முக்கியமான வேலை வந்து to multi-sector உடைய integration, spatial and temporal data. I think you all know spatial across the state you have got different regions, time series data இருக்கு. For example, rainfall வச்சுக்கோங்க. Rainfall data you must be having for 1970s இருந்து 2025 வரைக்கும். ஸோ இந்த டேட்டாவெல்லாம் வந்து இன்டகிரேட் பண்ணிங்கன்னா எந்த சீசனில் எந்த இடத்துல எப்படிப்பட்ட ரெயின்ஃபால் வந்திருக்குன்னு பார்க்க முடியும். ஸோ தட் இஸ் வாட் இஸ் த செகண்ட் திங். அண்ட் இன்டர்லிங்கிங் ரிசர்ச் டு த எவிடென்சஸ் is what is the major objective of this particular platform. So in the particular இதில் நாங்கள் வந்து என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கிறோம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 7-9 themes-ல வந்து we have spread it out. For example, urban, peri-urban is one sector. Another sector is forest, water, climate change. What else? Agriculture, disaster management, etc. So 9 sectors-la vandu 50 different tools are there, 100 parameters are there, KPIs are there. I'll get into these details subsequently. Okay, so this is the themes. As I said to you, 9 different themes are there here. And Hinayoda interface vandu pathingena rendu vidham irukku. For those of you who have expertise in GIS, you can very well start using the geospatial platform. You just go there, use it. In the particular விஷயத்துக்கு வந்து we did not build just like any other geospatial platform. Rather, what we went about is we used, my inspiration to this was a Global Forest Watch. அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு வெப்சைட் இருக்குது. நீங்கள் போய் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இட் வில் பி வெரி வெரி லூசிட் மேனர். ஓகே, ஒரு லேமேனுக்கு கூட வந்து புரிகிற மேனரில் வந்து அந்த ஒரு இன்ஃபர்மேஷனை தே brought out. ஸோ when we designed this, we wanted to bring something similar to that. ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டுக்கும் இது வந்து யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கணும், ஒரு இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷனில் இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கும் இது வந்து யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கணும், ஒரு என்ன மாதிரி ஒரு சிவில் சர்வெண்ட்டுக்கும் இது வந்து யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கணும். ஸோ mannerல தான் வந்து we wanted to make it more simple. We have built it in that. And the main important thing is this particular part of it, which is the digital twin and the AI interface. So what is it actually does? I think most of you know what is this digital twinning. Yes, you must have read, no? CSE students. Okay, so this digital twinning is nothing but interlinking. You make a model of your larger system into your simple computers. Okay, it will react in the same manner how the real systems surrounding us are going to be reacting in the environment. So it's just building on different processes, relationship, as I told to you, interlinking different systems as just different layers. So something what you have to see is it could be temporal, it could be scalable, it could be also built on the spatial manner. So why we have to do this digital twinning? Why you need artificial intelligence? It's humanly impossible to make one vertical data, say climate data, to talk to the agricultural data. Okay, and agriculture data has to talk to the data related to water. So, in the integration pannanona, neenga backend la program pannano, which is very, very intensive, and you have to know the correlation factor, and without knowing the correlation factor, you cannot link it together. So, what makes it more simple is the artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence, which has been trained to do this, interlinks whatever data you use, whatever data you upload into it, they talk to each other. They communicate to each other. To make it simple in your language, you upload 4 documents into ChatGPT. You tell to ChatGPT or any other AI tool, you read all of this and you give me a summary. It gives you a summary after reading the 4 documents, right? Similar manner, this particular AI system reads through all of this sectoral data. It interlinks. Say, for example, I have one layer exclusively for climate data of Tamil Nadu, which is the temperature level, the rainfall level. Another data is about how many times Tamil Nadu has been hit with the cyclones during the northeast monsoon. Okay, I'm just putting a prompt telling which districts of Tamil Nadu have experienced high number of cyclones and also have reported intensive temperature rise. Can you just look into this and you can tell the answer? No. For that, you need artificial intelligence systems which can do this. But in the particular the inference, you cannot just understand right from the only with the spatial data. Okay, so I think that is something which is very, very important of why this platform is so important, and it makes things easy for the people to understand. So it has spatial representation, it explores the interdependencies between the sector, it has a lot of scenario-based modeling into it. You can get your required customized interpretations. And for example, as I told to you, a lot of KPIs are being used. Why KPI? That is what is all about the digital twinning, because these key performance indicators of each of these sectors, they talk to each other, they are interlinked as a web manner. And then you don't need any dedicated GIS expertise for you to understand this. And now I'll show you how this actually functions. So it is nothing, in the chinna tool dana, idu or swipe tool dana, ella geospatial platform liyu irukun pathingena. It's not just that. In the side la neenga paakringa illaya, idu ovvonnum na na vandu key performance indicators nu sonnadu. So in the key performance indicator vandu eppadi work pannuna, when you hit below, it will show you. It will just not show you only the map based on the temperature. Rather, it will show you in terms of visual graphics as well. Therefore, makes your interpretation more easy. And secondly, this is something what you have to see. It summarizes all of these findings into the summary. So even if you find difficulty in understanding the map, or if you find challenging in understanding or interpreting the graph, it will be very easy for you to understand things when you read this. So this is how, we have built this, and I think this is definitely the first time such a kind of and simplified things has come out in India. And apart from that, this is the AI assistant, which I was talking to you about. Just put in some query. Here you can see the question there. It gives you a beautiful answer. Okay, so this is something where you cannot find in any spatial platform. And this is the one good advantage what the artificial intelligence has brought in interlinking the sectors. So what we do here, we are breaking the silos. Okay, we are breaking the compartments, we are making the data of one particular sector talk to the another sector. And that makes your interpretation very easy and more, vibrant. And this is something in making. We also have the simulation module, and we are planning to upgrade it further. And as I told to you, for hardcore geospatial guys, you can get into this part of this NI platform, and this is the way how you'll get the interpretations. Okay? And these are some of the dashboards what we have built to make the sectors more, visible and to interpret. And yeah, some of the key tools, as I told to you, we have got nearly 50 plus tools within this platform. And these tools are something which is becoming very, very useful for people taking up research. For people, for example, people who are working on geospatial, geospatial data for your research work or your coursework, it's becoming very easy for the students as well. And the result of TNI, we have broken the silos, okay? We have come out with a nice visual, comprehensive data, and it has made the most complex systems very, very easy to interpret and understand, and advanced data integration with more of visual graphics, with more of interpretations has come out, and then simulations and models have made your system more easy. For example, there is one simulation which tells in 2035 how much is going to be the rainfall. So, that makes people like us in the government to interpret which areas might get higher rainfall. Therefore, right now, we'll be able to make the planning that these areas should have a well-established drainage channels, should have, sponge parks which can absorb these waters. Therefore, the people habitations will not be affected largely. So, and then it also has a good modeling capacity. And it was launched only 2 weeks back. But what we see is a very, very good response. What we see about 1,000 plus people have registered, have become a registered user here. And about 100 institutions are using this data. Many researchers who are doing their research have started to use this data. And we are coming out with 50 more tools which are in the pipeline. And these are the media attention. And the data support, the validation part of it, the collaborations what we have did is with the international agencies as well as from the domestic institutions. And that's it. Yeah. So with that, I end my presentation here. I know that it must have been Greek and Latin to many, but this is definitely not a Greek and Latin. It is very, 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 very simplified. For any one of you who have not understood anything about my talk, still you can go and visit. You'll be able to understand what is this platform. Okay, the more you use it, the more you'll feel it to be, very, very useful and very helpful for your studies, for your understanding as well. So I end my speech here. Thank you, Umagine, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the clear and, the clarity is so good. Thank you so much. And I request you to please be here. We would like to felicitate you. May I request Mr. Joseph, Project Manager, TN EGA, to please join the dais to felicitate Ms. Sudha Raman. Let's give a huge round of applause, please. We are so happy to have Ms. Sudha Raman, IFS Member Secretary here. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen and the students, the next session is going to be more interesting because it is about the cybersecurity industry and opportunities. And this session will be handled by K7 Academy. So regarding the K7 Academy, it is a part of K7 Computing, a 33-year cybersecurity firm from Chennai and having presence in 27 countries. K7 Academy is on a mission to create cybersecurity-ready professionals, and it matches with Tamil Nadu government vision of creating 1 million cyber professionals. So we would like to invite the speakers for the session. So may I request Ms. Ratna, Senior Project Manager, K7 Computing, to please join the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to Ms. Ratna here.
Okay. And may I request Mr. Satyan, Senior Technical Trainer of K7 Academy, to please join the stage. All the students out there and ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause, please. And our next speaker for the session, may I request Mr. Satyam, Research Analyst, K7 Computing, to please join the stage. Satyam. Last but not least, may I request Ms. Tanupa Santosh, founder of Epic India, to please join the stage. So to all the students who are entering now, please get settled soon, because this session is going to be more interesting and more insightful to each one of you, because this is about the cybersecurity industry and the opportunities. Tanupa should come, no? So how about the mic? So you will moderate it, right? Oh, one by one. Oh, they told it's a discussion. Okay. So we are going to invite the first speaker. She is on the stage for us, Ms. Ratna, Senior Product Manager of K7 Computing. Over to you, ma'am.
Hi guys, good afternoon. Okay, so I represent a company called K7 Computing. We are in the cybersecurity space. So for those of you who are especially in computer science industry or the IT industry, you should know the importance of cybersecurity. Lots and lots of demand for cybersecurity people, trained people, or people who are willing to learn and take up jobs. So that's a very niche and a very thriving segment in the IT industry itself. So here at K7, we have been here for a long time in the cybersecurity industry. So we have seen how the malware evolved. We have also evolved our own antivirus solutions along with it. So we, in our company, we deal with both cybersecurity solutions and services also. Solutions na antivirus programs and these kind of things. Services na like SOC services, VAPT services, penetration testing panano, illa audit panano, cybersecurity audits, all of this is done by us.
Sorry to interrupt, just a minute. So can I have the students in the front row, please? All the students out there. Konja munadi vandirringla, please. Please come forward. Take the first rows. All the students out there. Even the professionals, come on. Please come forward. Take the front seats. This is about the cybersecurity. It will be useful for you, so don't miss the session. Requesting everyone to please come forward and take the front seats, please.
Okay, how many of you have antivirus program installed on your laptops, systems? Urthar kuda illaya? Ah, yeah, one. I can see 2 hands, thankfully. Other people, yeah, you also have, thank you. So those of you who don't have, go and look up what antivirus is. Panariya, you would have seen in the news, lot of hacking happening. People are stealing your data. Viruses are coming. Organizations are breached. All major organizations, including Google, Microsoft, ellarme. Hackers have hacked their organization. They have taken out data. Enna data, credit card data la edukranga. All of these data is stolen. How are they able to do it? There are several tactics and techniques they use. We are the good guys, cyber security. So we are the defenders. What we do is we detect these attempts to hack into your system, to hack into your company, and we stop it and we take action on it. That is what cybersecurity is all about. Real world police, military எல்லாம் என்ன பண்றாங்களோ அது cyber world நாங்க பண்றோம். We detect attacks, we stop it and we take action. That is what we do. ரொம்ப simplified. This is oversimplification, but the kind of work that we do is, expansive work. There are a lot of segments adliye, lot of segments. Okay. Ipo you can see every day, I told you that I'm from a cybersecurity company. We have our own antivirus solution. We look at around, anywhere between 3 to 5 lakhs of new malware every single day. Every day. Can you just imagine the amount of malware that we are dealing with? Malware. Okay, so virus irukkalam, it can be a Trojan, it can be a worm. So we deal with so much of malware. அது வச்சு என்ன பண்ணுவோம்னா we study what that malware does and we write the code to detect that malware and to deal with that malware. What do you mean by dealing with the malware? It could either be deleting it or it could be quarantining it. அந்த மாதிரி நிறைய விஷயம் பண்ண வேண்டியிருக்கு. That is the solution for you. அதை தவிர சர்வீசஸில் வந்து VAPT, ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் பெரிய பேங்க் எல்லாம் இருக்குது. ஆல் ஆஃப் யூ ஹேவ் பேங்க் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ், ரைட்? எல்லாருக்குமே பேங்க் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் இருக்குது. பேங்க்ஸ்லாம் எதை நம்பி உங்கள் பணத்தை அங்கே போய் போடுறீங்க? இப்போ எல்லாமே டிஜிட்டல். எல்லா பேங்க்குக்கும் ஒரு ஆப் இருக்குது. எல்லாம் ஆன்லைன் டிரான்சாக்ஷன். யூ புட் அ யூசர் நேம், பாஸ்வேர்ட், லாகின், யூ ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் மணி. டோன்ட் யூ திங்க் செக்யூரிட்டி இஸ் ரிக்வயர்ட் ஃபார் பேங்க்ஸ்? அதுக்கு நிறைய ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ஷன்ஸ் இருக்குது அந்த பேங்க்ஸ்க்கு. ஹவு தே ஸ்டோர் யுவர் டேட்டா, வாட் டு தே டூ, வாட் ஷுட் தே டூ டு ப்ரொடெக்ட் யுவர் டேட்டா? ஏன்னா உங்கள் ஆதார் கார்டுலேருந்து உங்கள் அக்கௌண்ட் நம்பர்லேருந்து அட்ரஸ், balance, all information, including your nominee information, the whole thing is there with the bank. So they need to keep your data safe. இப்போ யாராவது ஒருத்தர் a hacker, if they hack into a bank, imagine the kind of data they can gather from the bank. எல்லாருடைய டேட்டாவும் எக்ஸ்போஸ் ஆகும். கரெக்டாக கிரெடிட் கார்டு நம்பர் எல்லாமே எக்ஸ்போஸ் ஆகும். So the banks, RBI has given a lot of restrictions. Or bank, if you are a bank, these are the things you need to do yearly, monthly or quarterly. Audit பண்ணணும். வந்து நீயே வந்து ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷன், வெளி ஆர்கனைசேஷன்கிட்ட கொடுத்து you need to get somebody to try and hack into your systems and see if they are able to hack in. ஏதாவது கண்டுபிடிச்சாங்கன்னா you need to remediate. So all of this is done by cyber security servicesல வரும். Okay, so இது வந்து it's a vast industry. Because of the amount of malware, IT oda reach jaasti aga risks are also increasing. So there's a lot of demand for cyber security professionals, as you can see here. So inge vandu cyber security industry vandu it's a niche segment. Adiliyum AI. Ipo vandu ஒரு hacker vandu, I'm just giving you a random example. ஒரு hacker ஒரு கம்பெனிக்குள்ள hack பண்ணி breach பண்ணனும்னா, defenses breach பண்ணனும்னா, let us assume he takes about 6 months. Okay, with AI, it has become so simplified. ஏதோ ஒரு டூலை ஓட்டி he is able to get in. AI makes things simpler. இந்த AI-ங்கிறது it's a good technology. It's just like a knife. Knife can be used by a doctor and by a bad guy also. Right? Same way, AI is a tool, very powerful tool. It can be used by the good guys and by the bad guys. Bad guys, they are using AI to get the attacks, deliver more sophisticated attacks and faster attacks. We, as defenders, we use AI to make sure that we are able to detect everything and remediate everything fast. So there's a race between the good guys and the bad guys always. So எப்போதுமே there is a deficit. So AI use பண்ணி நிறைய attacks are happening. So therefore we are the good guys are, we are always looking for methods and means to stop these attacks. So I think all of you must be familiar with vulnerability and a weak point. அதே மாதிரி சாஃப்ட்வேர்லையும் நிறைய vulnerabilities இருக்கு. Whenever you use any software, it could be any software. Your operating system is also a software. Microsoft Word is a software. அந்த வேர்ட் இல்லை ஏதாவது ஒரு சாஃப்ட்வேரில் ஏதாவது ஒரு பக் இருந்ததுன்னா அந்த பக்கு மூலமாக hackers can get in. To be, ரொம்ப simplify பண்ணோன்னா. So what do you do with those bugs? You need to patch those bugs. Correct? Microsoft நிறைய update release பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. What are those updates? If there are any bugs, they are patched. Okay. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி வல்னரபிலிட்டிஸ் வந்து எல்லா இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ்லையும் இருக்குது. எல்லா இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ்லையும் தே ஆர் யூஸிங் சாஃப்ட்வேர். எல்லாத்துலேயுமே தேர் ஆர் வீக் பாயிண்ட்ஸ். ஸோ வாட் யூ நீட் டு டூ இஸ் யூ நீட் டு பேட்ச் தோஸ் வீக் பாயிண்ட்ஸ். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் தான் அட்டாக் வெக்டர்ஸ் தட் ஆர் யூஸ் பை த பேட் கைஸ். ஃபிஷிங் இமெயில்ஸ் எல்லாம் நீங்கள் கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கலாம். பேங்கிங் வெப்சைட், ஆல் ஆஃப் யூ ஹேவ் பேங்கிங் accounts, right? So அதில் வந்து when you go to a bank, let's say ICICI பேங்க் போனீங்கன்னா there will be a warning regarding phishing. பார்த்துருப்பீங்களா? அப்படின்னா என்ன அர்த்தம்? What do you mean by phishing? You have, all of you have seen SBI or ICICI bank or HDFC bank website, right? Okay, what do you mean by phishing now? The bad guy develops a website that looks extremely similar to a bank website, a legitimate bank website. Or ICICI ன்னு எடுத்தீங்கன்னா you can develop another website that looks extremely similar to this bank's website. Okay, and the website அவன் நிறைய he will have some while doing the website there will be provisions to take your account information. For example, அவன் என்ன பண்ணுவானா, to spread this fake website among users உங்களுக்கு ஒரு email அனுப்புவான். Okay, it is not coming from ICICI, it is coming from this bad guy. ஆனால் வந்து மெயிலோட சென்டர் நேமில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஐசிஐசிஐ பேங்க்னு இருக்கும். ஆனால் இமெயில் ஐடி வேறு ஏதோ இருக்கும். ஓகே, ஆக்சுவல் இமெயில் ஐடி. அந்த இமெயிலில் வந்து இட் வில் சே டியர் கஸ்டமர், ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், டியர் கஸ்டமர், வி ஆர் இன் த ப்ராசஸ் ஆஃப் அப்கிரேடிங் அவர் பேங்க் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ். கிளிக் ஹியர் டு அப்டேட் யுவர் யூசர் நேம் பாஸ்வேர்ட். என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? யூ வில் கிளிக் ஆன் தட். Okay, once you click on that, it will take you to that fake ICICI website. It will look very similar, or fake bank website. பாவம் ICICI ரொம்ப டேமேஜ் பண்ண வேணாம். Okay, so once you put in your username and password, you can forget about your transactions, your money, everything. Okay, this is what is called phishing. So this is one of the most common attack vectors. இதை தவிர இதெல்லாம் இருக்குது. malware அனுப்பலாம், they can send you a virus. Or zero-day exploit. Zero-day exploit na you found a weakness and that weakness has not been patched yet. Or bug or software, there is a bug in a software, okay, and somebody's found that bug, but that bug has not been patched yet. But using that bug, the bad guys can get in before it is patched. That is called zero-day. Supply chain attacks, cloud-based attacks, social engineering. Social engineering is very common. Facebook friend request, they send you a friend request, you don't even know who that is. You accept it, they will take all information from you. Ipana vandu students are very, very popular on social media. Enna pannalum instantly you need to update on social media. Go on vacation, oh I am on this place, I will take us. This is a real story, okay? There was a family, they went on a vacation, they locked the house, the entire family went on a vacation. They posted photos, real-time photos of their vacation. There is a thief, a very tech-savvy thief who was there in Facebook, who has been tracking this family. He saw that these people are not there and he broke into their home and he stole the money. This is a real story. This is what happens. Social engineering, they can entice you and they can get information from you. Okay, so much of opportunities here. Ella industry, including technology industry, is affected by cyber attacks. So it is important for us to prepare for it. So here are the roles that are available in this industry. And here is where, students can prepare themselves to take up any of these roles. In this industry, you have technical, semi-technical, non-technical roles also. Based on your interest, you can take up your careers. With that, I'll just finish it with that. I have my colleagues Satyam and Satyan who will explain more about certain interesting aspects in the cybersecurity industry. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much, ma'am. May I request Mr. Satyan, Senior Technical Trainer? Okay, Mr. Satyam, Research Analyst, K7 Computing, to please join the dais. Let's give a huge round of applause because he's going to talk about the cyber security. Over to you.
So hello everyone, I will be talking about VAPT. We'll be giving some introduction about the VAPT, what does it mean, why is it important, and like how we can conduct a VAPT. So let's dive into it. So, any of you right now doing any certifications in cybersecurity? Any of you? No? Yeah. Hi. Which certification may I know? Okay. 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 So, till the time it is. Anybody know something about like what does like VAPT really means? As in, what is it? What is it like? Why we conduct a VAPT? Anybody can answer. Like, can raise your hand and answer the question. Anybody? No. Okay. I will give you a brief. So, VAPT is a security testing process where we conduct like security assessments to enhance the security of any like systems, computer system, laptops, or servers, and even mobile applications as well. We have cloud servers, cloud web applications. So we like perform these security assessments, and we have as in we have IoT devices as well. We can perform the security assessments on that too. So why do we need VAPT? As in, we want to enhance the security so that it is not attacked by the attacker to hack into your system by like exploiting any vulnerability. So talking about vulnerability is, okay, let's see. So let's look at some news at that time, around. So in 2025, when the Pahalgam attack happened, sorry. So, okay. So, Tamil Nadu police issued a statement stating that there was a phishing link which was being circulated over the state, and it was disguised as a news stating about that it is a news about the operations into get the latest news about it. So, it was a fake login page. You try to enter your credentials, it will say incorrect password, but once you enter it, it goes to the server, the hacker is getting your credentials. So the attacker can hack into your system by using those credentials, and you will be thinking, I didn't even log in it. It was just showing incorrect password. So not all of them are bad. We have some good hackers as well. We call them security analysts, and these are the guys who conduct the VAPT. So let's talk about the VAPT, in which VAPT stands for Vulnerability Assessment and Penetration Testing. Vulnerability assessment means identifying the security weaknesses or flaw in a system so that attacker tries to get into those technicalities so that it can hack into your system. So this is vulnerability assessment, and penetration testing is exploiting these in the real life, exploiting these security weaknesses in a controlled manner so that it doesn't harm your database. This is what security tester will do. So in whole, it is a security process that identifies and exploits the security weaknesses in a system. For that, we have some automated tools and some manual tools as well. As we can see, Kali Linux, Burpsuit, and WhatsApp, these are some tools which can be used to perform security assessments. So there are mainly three types of approach we can step into to conduct a VAPT, which is like white box, gray box, and black box testing, which is nothing but white box testing is when each and every single detail about the system on which we are conducting the VAPT is given to the security tester so that it can enhance the security. So it's a white box testing, gray box, limited details, and the black box, no information is given. Just like the real hacker will try to hack into your system. So talking about the plan and execution, we have 4 steps: scoping, information gathering, vulnerability testing, and reporting. So scoping is you need to identify what systems or what devices you need to conduct the VAPT on, which is in scope and which is out of scope in a network. So once that is done, you need to identify, you need to decide between which type of approach you need to choose, whether it is white box, black box, or gray box. Once that is done, information gathering. So collecting details about the target systems and the environments and what kind of ports and services are open on that system. And for doing that, we have some of the tools which we can use to gather the information. So some passive reconnaissance tool, which is Whois NS lookup, which can give you the details about the DNS system. As in, when you type www.google.com or any .com, so it will give the details about that. If it's a certified, as in SSL certificate is present or not. Who is this? Is it really a real website or a fake website? Like those. So talking about the testing part, so this is the main process where we need to find the vulnerabilities. How we can use automated tools. We run those systems again, we run those tools against the system. What it will do, it will try to exploit vulnerabilities. Let's say in a web application, you find SQL injection, XSS injection. It will enter those payload inside that web application and will check if that is vulnerable or not. Once that is done, if it finds it, it will generate a report that, let's say, SQL injection is present on this login page. It will tell you, but this is not the step we need to stop. Here, we need to eliminate the false positives. How? As in, you will have to revalidate it by manually checking that particular parameter on the login page, that if it is really exploiting it or not. So this is the most important step, eliminating false positives, and you need to conduct manual VAPT by, you will have to understand the business logic for those web application as well. How it is really, what is the flow of that web application, so that you can understand it in a better way and find more vulnerabilities to it. Once everything is done, you will have to make a report in a step, as in critical, high, medium, low. Critical saying it has the most impact on the web application, server, system, laptops, anything. Likewise, the lesser one. So once you prepare a report, you will have to provide the proof of concepts as well. You need to mention all the steps, how you can, how you really exploited that vulnerability, each and every step. You did this, you clicked on this, you entered this parameter, you will have to mention all of those. Once that is done, you will have to mention the remediation steps as well. So once that is done, the report is generated. So mainly we have we have a lot of types of VAPT. The most commons are network, web application, mobile, API, and cloud. And Nmap is a tool which can be used to perform network scanning. So, yeah, I would like to give you a legal disclaimer that never do it without the prior permission from the organization or the client you're having, as in get a written signed document, otherwise you will be in trouble. You will land into the legal issues. You will have to go around the courts, maybe Madras High Court. So never do that, please. So yeah, that is it. I will hand over my presentation to my colleague Satyan. Thank you.
Okay, fine. நான் ரொம்பலாம் பேச விரும்பல, ஒரு சின்ன ஆக்டிவிட்டி மட்டும் பண்ணலாம், ஓகேவா? ஸோ உங்களோட ஃபோன்லேயோ நீங்கள் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணுற ஃபைல்ஸோ மால்வேரா இல்லையான்றது எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கலாம்? மால்வேர்னா என்ன தெரியும் இல்லையா? வாட் இஸ் த மால்வேர்? என்னம்மா சத்தமாக பேசல என்னாச்சு? ஸோ மால்வேர்ன்றது என்னென்னா, இட் இஸ் அ மலிஷியஸ் சாஃப்ட்வேர் விச் கேன் ரெக்கார்ட் வாட் யூர் டூயிங் இன் யர் லேப்டாப் இல்லை மொபைலில் நீங்கள் என்ன பார்க்குறீங்கன்றது எல்லாமே என்ன பண்ணலாம்னா ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ண முடியும். நீங்கள் டைப் பண்ணுறது எல்லாத்தையுமே ரெக்கார்ட் ஆகும். அதை அட்டாக்கர் எடுத்து உங்கள் டேட்டாவை வெளியே செல் பண்ணுவாங்க, சரிங்களா? இன்கேஸ் நீங்கள் ஒரு ஃபைலை டவுன்லோட் பண்ணுறீங்க அப்படின்னா அதை எப்படி we have to check, சரிங்களா? எப்பயுமே ஒரு இன்டர்நெட்லேருந்து டவுன்லோட் பண்ணுறீங்க அப்படின்னா நீங்கள் என்ன பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா, வைரஸ் டோட்டல் சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு வெப்சைட் இருக்குது. இன்கேஸ் ஃபோன் இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னா டைப் பண்ணுங்கள் virustotal.com. ஓகேவா, www.virustotal.com. ஓகேவா, அதில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 3 டேப் காட்டுவாங்க. URL, ஹேஷ் இருக்கா? ஓகே. ஸோ அதில் எப்பயுமே என்ன பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா, நீங்கள் ஏதோ ஒரு ஃபைல்ஸ் வந்து டெலகிராமில் மூவி டவுன்லோட் பண்ணாலும் சரி, இல்லை ஒரு அப்ளிகேஷன் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணாலும் சரி, இன்கேஸ் யூஆர் டவுன்லோடிங் a PDF ஃபைல். ஸோ PDF ஃபைல் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணியிருந்தாலுமே யூ ஜஸ்ட் கோ அண்ட் அப்லோட் த ஃபைல், கன்ஃபார்ம் த ஃபைல். செக் பண்ணிங்க அப்படின்னா அதில் நிறைய செக்யூரிட்டி வெண்டர்ஸோட டீட்டெயில்ஸ் வரும். க்ளீன் இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னா அந்த ஃபைல் வந்து மால்வேர் இல்லைன்னு அர்த்தம், குட் டு கோ. இல்லை இன்கேஸ் ஏதாவது ஒரு செக்யூரிட்டி வெண்டருமே ஃப்ளாக் பண்ணியிருந்தாங்க அப்படின்னா ரெட் கலரில், சரியா, அந்த ஃபைலை எக்காரணம் கொண்டு ஓப்பன் பண்ணக்கூடாது. ஓப்பன் பண்ணிங்க அப்படின்னா மால்வேர் ஸ்கிரிப்ட் ரன் ஆகி உங்கள் ஃபோனில் இன்ஸ்டால் ஆகும். ஓகேவா? ஸோ இது வந்து நம்ம எப்பயுமே மால்வேர் வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா நமக்கு இது தெரியவே தெரியாது. கரெக்டாக? ஸோ ஃபஸ்ட்டு நீங்கள் ஃபைல் அப்லோட் பண்ணலாம். நீங்கள் ஃபைலை நெட்லேருந்து டவுன்லோட் பண்ணுறீங்க அப்படின்னா ஓப்பன் பண்ணுறதுக்கு முன்னாடி இதில் ஒரு டைம் போயிட்டு அப்லோட் பண்ணிவிட்டு கன்ஃபார்ம் கொடுத்தீங்க அப்படின்னா இட் வில் ஷோ த ரிசல்ட். இன்கேஸ் ஒரு மெயில் வருது, மெயிலில் போனீங்க அப்படின்னா ஒரு லிங்க் இருக்குது அப்படின்னா அந்த லிங்க்கை டேரெக்டாக கிளிக் பண்ணாமல் ரைட் கிளிக் பண்ணி காப்பி லிங்க் கொடுத்து இதே வெப்சைட்டில் URL போட்டிங்க அப்படின்னா இட் வில் ஷோ த ரிசல்ட்ஸ். சரிங்களா? ஸோ இது வந்து ஒரு டிப்ஸ் தான். ஸோ எப்பயுமே சேஃபாக டவுன்லோட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்றதுக்காக. சரிங்களா? இன்கேஸ் டெலகிராமில் என்ன ஒரு தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி அப்ளிகேஷன் வந்தாலுமே யூஸ் பண்ணாதீங்க. இல்லைனா அப்லோட் பண்ணி செக் பண்ணிவிட்டு அதில் ஏதாச்சும் மலிஷியஸ் இருக்கா அப்படின்றத பார்த்துட்டு யூஸ் பண்ணுங்கள். சரிங்களா? ஃபைன், தேங்க்யூ. இது அப்லோட் ஆகிட்டுருக்கு. ஸோ மேக்ஸிமம் 650 MB சைஸ் வரைக்கும் இது ஒர்க் ஆகும். அப்லோட் ஆனதுக்கப்புறம் உங்களுக்கு நிறைய செக்யூரிட்டி வெண்டர்ஸ் இருக்கும். நீங்கள் உங்கள் ஃபைலில் இருக்க உங்கள் ஃபோனில் இருக்க ஏதாவது ஒரு ஃபைலை நீங்கள் அப்லோட் பண்ணி செக் பண்ணி பார்த்துக்கலாம். சரிங்களா? ஃபைன்.
All right, thank you so much. I think everyone tried this. May I request the next speaker, Ms. Tanupa Santosh, the founder of Epic India, to please join the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the students over there, let's give a huge round of applause to Ms. Tanupa. Over to you.
Hi. Yeah, thank you. Hi, எல்லாரும் சாப்பிட்டுட்டு வீட்டுக்கு போகணுன்ற அர்ஜில் இருப்பீங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஸோ ஐம் நாட் கோயிங் டு டேக் மச் டைம் ஆஃப் யர்ஸ். இந்த செஷன் வந்து முடியும் போது யூ வில் ஃபீல் தட் இட்ஸ் சம்ஹவ் ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல் ஃபார் யூ. ஓகே, ஸோ இங்கே யாரெல்லாம் செகண்ட் இயரில் இருக்கீங்க, கேன் யூ ஜஸ்ட் ரேஸ் யூர் ஹேண்ட்ஸ்? செகண்ட் இயர், ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர், ஓகே, ஃபைனல் இயர்? How many engineering graduates are here? Okay, so என்ன மிக்ஸில் இருக்கீங்கன்னு can one of you tell me, like என்ன கோர்ஸஸில் இருக்கீங்க right now? I know computer science. What are the other courses students are here? MCA, BCom, okay. So non-techக்கும் இருக்கீங்க, correct? Right? Okay, great, fine. So, see, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Tanupa. Basically, I am the founder of Epic India. Epic India, basically, it's a recruitment consulting company. That's how we started with, but we do various things. And I personally trained almost 1 lakh students last year, and 8,000 students placed freshers. Okay. So, this session, why I wanted to take is, இப்போ எல்லாருமே காலேஜில் இருக்கீங்க, ரைட்? உங்களோட எண்ட் கோல் என்னது? அடுத்து இதை முடிச்சுட்டு ஒரு ஜாபுக்கு தான் போகிறீங்க. ஸோ ஆர் யூ கைஸ் ரெடி ஃபார் தட்? ஆர் யூ கைஸ் ரெடி ஃபார் தட்? ஓகே, ஹவ் ஆர் யூ ரெடி? நீங்கள் முடித்த உடனே உங்களுக்கு டக்குன்னு ஒரு CV எடுத்துகிட்டு போய் ஒரு ஜாபுக்கு அப்ளை பண்ணோடனே கிடச்சிரும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களா? irrespective of whatever you study. Okay, so there are some criterias which you will not know. Okay, இப்போ நான் அதை தான் உங்களுக்கு எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ண போகிறேன். ஸோ ஆஃப்டர் திஸ் செஷன் யூ ஹாவ் டு டெல் மீ ஹவு இட் இஸ். ஓகே, எனி ஸ்லைட் சேஞ்சர் ஆர் கேன் மூவ் த ஸ்லைட்? ஓகே, Okay, so my objective for this training is just to equip you and make you understand what the corporate expects. ஒரு கம்பெனிக்கு நீங்கள் வேலைக்கு போகும்போது ஒரு ஃப்ரெஷர் கிட்டேருந்து என்னென்ன எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ண போகிறான்றதை மட்டும்தான் நம்ம சொல்ல போகிறோங்க. ஸோ தட் வில் பி அ ஸ்மால் டேக் அவே ஃபார் யூ. அதுலேருந்து ஏதாவது ஒன்று இருக்கும். இஃப் யூ டூ தட் இட் வில் பி ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல் ஃபார் யர் கரியர். ஸோ அப்ராக்சிமேட்டாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 2025 there are, you all know, right, Tamil Nadu வந்து டெக்னிக்கலாக we are growing so much, right? How many of you use ChatGPT every day? Can you raise your hand? Right. And technical people, you will be using various things apart from ChatGPT, okay? Agentic AI, நிறைய போயிட்டே இருக்கு. However, the technology improves, risks is also improvising, right? அதனால தான் சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி எல்லாம் பேரலாக க்ரோ ஆகுது. டெக்னாலஜி எவ்வளோ க்ரோ ஆகுதோ அந்த அளவுக்கு சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டி க்ரோ ஆகுது. இப்போ முன்னாடி செஷனில் சொன்ன மாதிரி அட்டாக்ஸ் நார்மலாக நம்ம ஃபோன்லேயே வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா நிறைய அட்டாக்ஸ் நடக்க வாய்ப்பு இருக்குது. வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் லிங்க் அனுப்புறது, எஸ்எம்எஸ் அனுப்புறது, ஆதார் கார்டு, ஓடிபி ஃப்ராட்ஸ் நிறைய நடக்குது. ஸோ தட்ஸ் வை பீப்புள் டெல் 2-factor authentication போடுங்க. ஸோ தெர் ஆர் மெனி திங்ஸ் விச் இஸ் இன்வால்வ். சேம் வே டெக்னாலஜி வளர வளர எல்லா ரோல்ஸுமே வளரும். என்னதான் ஏஐ வந்தாலும் தெர் ஆர் மெனி. யாருக்கெல்லாம் இங்கே பயம் இருக்குது ஏஐ வந்தால் வேலையே கிடைக்காது, ஏஐ வந்தால் வேலை போயிடும்னு யாருக்காவது பயம் இருக்கா? இப்போ நம்ம படிக்கிறோம், வி ஆர் நாட் சம்திங் ரிலேட்டட் டு ஏஐ. தெர் ஆர் மெனி நான்-டெக் பீப்புள் இங்கே, கரெக்டாக? ஸோ ஏஐ இல்லாமல் உங்களால் சர்வை பண்ண முடியுமா அப்படின்றது உங்களுக்கு யாருக்காவது கொஸ்டின் இருக்கா? இஃப் யூ ஹேவ் யூ கேன் ரைஸ் த ஹேண்ட். No. Okay, great. So AI வந்தாலும் there will be an human intervention. Definitely வேலை பண்ணுறதுக்கு we need humans. To operate AI, we also need humans. So human resource is something very important in any organization, right? So 2025 there are many openings which has been filled and yet to filled. அது எல்லாத்துலேயுமே, okay? And 2026 there are so many openings, million of openings which is going to come in. These are the prediction. The reason why I asked you, first year இருக்கீங்க, second year எத்தனை பேர் இருக்கீங்க, final year எத்தனை பேர் இருக்கீங்கன்னா just to show this projection. So இவ்வளோ openings வந்து வரப்போகுது in the upcoming 3 years. So when you are going to pass out, how you are going to equip yourself is we are going to see now. Okay? So see, this is actually prepared for IT and cyber security, but even we can cover other areas. So in the madriyana openings, IT career landscape la these many openings are there right now. Okay, so அப்படி இருக்கும்போது நீங்கள் சாஃப்ட்வேர் டெவலப்மெண்ட்டில் போகலாம், UI UXல போகலாம், டேட்டா அனாலிட்டிக்ஸ், கிளவுட் அண்ட் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர், சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டிலேயே நிறைய இருக்குது. லைக் யூ கேன் கோ இன் டு கம்ப்ளையன்ஸ். So now you are in a stage, இப்போ நீங்கள் எந்த ஸ்டேஜில் இருக்கீங்கன்னா, now you need to choose what you are going to do. Okay, if you are studying BCom, you need to understand BCom முடிச்சுட்டு நம்ம என்ன பண்ண போகிறோம், right? Because in an organization, if you see, there is only 2 departments will have very less number of humans. One is HR department, second is finance department. So if you are done with your BCom, next நீங்கள் என்ன பண்ண போகிறீங்க? So how you are going to upgrade yourself? BCom படித்து முடிச்ச எல்லாருக்குமே இமீடியட்டாக வேலை கிடைக்குதா? Same way, if you are doing your IT or any BTech, BE courses, முடிச்ச உடனே how you can get placed. Okay, that is what we are going to see, how we are going to differentiate yourself. Okay, so these are the roles which are available right now on the IT landscape. Non-IT landscapesலையும் இன்னும் நிறைய இருக்குது. There are multiple openings which is going to come more than this. Okay, okay, this is a small example. It is not specific only to IT, but ஒரு ஃப்ரெஷர் ஒரு கம்பெனியில் ஜாயின் பண்ணால் there is always something called a probationary period. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா? ஓகே, 3 months மினிமம் வைப்பாங்க. probationary period 3 monthsனு. You know why companies keep that? Can anybody answer from the crowd? ஏன் கம்பெனி ப்ரொபேஷன் பீரியட்னு ஒன்று வைக்கிறாங்க ஃப்ரெஷர்ஸ்? ஈவன் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் தே வில் கீப், பட் ஃப்ரெஷர்ஸ்னால் கண்டிப்பாக வைப்பாங்க. ஏன்னு யாராவது சொல்ல முடியுமா? யா ஸோ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நம்ம ப்ராசஸை அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணிக்க வைக்கணும். ஃப்ரெஷரை டே 1லேயே எடுத்துகிட்டு போய் வேலை கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க யாருமே. ஸோ ஐ கிவ் யூ அ ஸ்மால் எக்ஸாம்பிள். திஸ் இஸ் சாஃப்ட்வேர் ஜூனியர். ஓகே, ஒரு ஃப்ரெஷர், ஷி ஹஸ் கம்ப்ளீட்டட் ஹர் MCA and she is placed through campus recruitment. ஒரு கம்பெனியில் உள்ளே போகும்போது as a developer, how they will take it forward. So first 30 days இதை தான் பண்ணுவாங்க. இண்டக்ஷன், ஆன்போர்டிங், டீம் இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க, அவங்க மேனேஜர் யார், அவங்க பியர்ஸ் யார் அப்படின்றத சொல்வாங்க. தென் they will give ட்ரைனிங் எதுலையோ. சி இட்ஸ் நாட், திஸ் இஸ் பர்டிகுலர்லி ஐடி. இஃப் யூ ஆர் இன் டு அதர்ஸ் டீம், நீங்கள் எந்த ரோலில் போகிறீங்களோ தே வில் ப்ரொவைட் சம் ட்ரைனிங் ஃபார் தட். ஓகே, ட்ரைனிங் முடிச்சுட்டு அசஸ்மெண்ட் வைப்பாங்க. நம்ம காலேஜில் எப்படி படிச்சுட்டு செமஸ்டர் வைக்கிறோமோ சேம் வே ஆர்கனைசேஷன்லையும் கண்டினியூ ஆகும். அது காலேஜோட நிறுத்திடுவோம்னு நினச்சிடாதீங்க. ஸோ எவ்ரி phase of your education, every phase of your even working, you need to upgrade. Whatever it is, IT or non-IT, everywhere you need to upgrade continuously. So அது முடிச்ச அப்புறம் somebody, a senior member will shadowனா நீங்கள் பண்ணுறது கரெக்ட் இல்லையா சொல்லி கொடுக்கறது அந்த மாதிரி பண்ணுவாங்க. that would be on the first month. Second monthல what they will do is they will give you a task. ஒரு ஒர்க் கொடுத்து அந்த ஒர்க்கில் நீங்கள் எப்படி பண்ணுறீங்க அப்படின்றத they will shadow and every agile in the sense every interval daily அந்த டாஸ்க் கொடுத்து முடிச்சிட்டிங்களா அப்படின்றத செக் பண்ணுவாங்க. they will continuously have the review meetings. So all that will happen. And peer codeனா உங்கள் கூட லைக் ஷேடோ பண்ணுறாங்க இல்லையா, there will be one senior who will be shadowing you. So they will check with them how you are doing. Okay, and soft skill development, this generally will not be given, but it's actually part of it. And third monthல என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா இண்டிவிஜுவலாக, ஸோ ஓகே 2 months முடிஞ்சது இல்லையா, ஸோ இப்போ இண்டிவிஜுவலாக உங்களுக்கு டாஸ்க் கொடுத்து they will expect you to do it. இந்த இடத்துல தான் உங்களோட ரியல் கேப்பபிலிட்டி வெளியில் வரும். Here this is the last and good, like what this month is very crucial. They will decide whether you are going to continue on the same role இல்லைன்னா வேற ரோல் கொடுக்கணுமா இல்லை வேலையை விட்டு அனுப்பணுமான்றதை டிசைட் பண்ணுறது இந்த மாதம் தான். ஓகே, so they will give independent module. Then if you are a client facing role, they will ask you to talk to the client on the meetings, Teams meeting leo, Gmeet leo. They will be having some international clients based on wherever you are going to work. So அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கிற opportunities உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்க ஆரம்பிப்பாங்க. Then time management, then performance review. Finally 3 மாசத்துல finally they will do performance review in this month. So this is how an organization will do the first 3 months of your training. ஒரு ஃப்ரெஷராக போனீங்கன்னா. ஓகே, ஸோ now can somebody tell me what is missing in this? இங்கே என்ன நம்மளுக்கு சொல்லி கொடுக்கறது இல்லை, என்ன இங்கே கற்றுக் கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க நம்மளுக்கு. இப்போது இந்த 3 ஸ்லைட் பார்த்தோம் இல்லையா, ஸோ யூ அண்டர்ஸ்டுட் ரைட். ஒரு கம்பெனியில் ஒரு ஃப்ரெஷராக உள்ளே போனால் என்னென்ன சொல்லித்தராங்கன்னு, இங்கே நம்மளுக்கு என்ன சொல்லி தர மாட்டேன்றாங்க. சாரி சொல்லுங்க. any no right no wrong answer. நீங்க just you can talk to me as a friend. See then only you will understand. அப்பதான் உங்களுக்கு புரியும். நீங்க ஓபனா பேசினா தான் it will be interactive. Sorry, can you answer? Akash, can you answer? Okay, so I'll tell you. இங்கே என்ன சொல்லி தர மாட்டாங்கன்னா, see communication is something very important which you need to develop yourself. ஆர்கனைசேஷனில் உட்காந்து உங்களுக்கு இங்கிலீஷ் கிளாஸ் எடுப்பாங்கன்னு யாராவது நினைக்கிறீங்களா? they will not do. நீங்கள் ஆஃபீஸ்க்கு டைமுக்கு வரணும், டைமுக்கு போகணுன்னா கார்த்தால உங்களை அலாம் வச்சு யாராவது எழுப்பி விடுவாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களா? you have to do yourself, right? அதே மாதிரி ஒரு மீட்டிங் அட்டென்ட் பண்ணோன்னா ஆன் டைமுக்கு லாகின் பண்ணணும், ஒரு இமெயிலாச்சும் எழுத தெரியணும். These are the basics which company will expect. And அதை தாண்டி வேற என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, வேற என்ன நம்ம கற்றுக்கணும்? Somebody from the crowd? Okay, no problem. So ஆர்கனைசேஷனை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் you are a person whom they will be interviewing on various aspects. See, ஒரு ஜாபுக்கு நீங்கள் அப்ளை பண்ணுறீங்கன்னா யாராவது ஜாப் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா? ஒரு ஜாப் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் எப்படி இருக்கும்? ஒரு வேலைக்கு நீங்கள் போகிறீங்கன்னா டுமாரோ யூ ஆர் கோயிங் ஃபார் அ ஜாப், அஸ்யூம் தட் யூ ஆர் கோயிங் டு கோ ஃபார் அ ஜாப். அதை எப்படி அப்ளை பண்ணுவீங்க? how will you apply for a job? Any idea? சொல்லுங்க. Okay, correct. So you can apply jobs on the platforms. Naukri, Foundit, இந்த மாதிரி பிளாட்ஃபார்ம்ஸில் இருக்கும். கொஞ்சம் பேர் you can type Google, you can just Google what role you are looking at and you can apply to the job. இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஒரு டேட்டா அனலிஸ்ட் ரோலுக்கு நான் அப்ளை பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன்னா ஓப்பனிங்ஸ் ஃபார் டேட்டா அனலிஸ்ட் ஃபார் ஃப்ரெஷர்னு போட்டேன்னா எந்தெந்த லொக்கேஷனில் டேட்டா அனலிஸ்ட் ஃப்ரெஷருக்கு ஓப்பனிங் இருக்கோ அது எல்லாமே எனக்கு பாப்பப் ஆகுமா கூகுளில்? ஆர் ஈவன் இஃப் யூ ஆஸ் ChatGPT it will give some links. ஸோ அதை கிளிக் பண்ணோன்னா கிளிக் டு அப்ளைன்னு வரும். அதில் தே வில் பி a ஜாப் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன். இந்த ஜாபில் இந்த ஃப்ரெஷர் என்னென்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்ற ஜாப் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் இருக்கும். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் we have to go through the job description. அந்த ஜாப் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷனை பேஸ் பண்ணி தான். ஸோ வை ஐம் டெல்லிங் யூ திஸ் இஸ், இப்போ தான் நீங்கள் ஃபஸ்ட் இயர், செகண்ட் இயர் அண்ட் தேர்ட் இயரில் இருக்கீங்க. நவ் யூ ஸ்டார்ட் டூயிங் இட் நவ். இப்போ நீங்கள் அப்ளை பண்ண வேண்டாம். பட் உங்கள் ரோல் என்னவோ, இப்போ நீங்கள் என்ன படிக்கிறீங்களோ அதுக்கு ரிலேட்டடான ஒரு ரோலுக்கு கிளிக் பண்ணி உள்ளே என்ன ஜாப் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் கேட்குறாங்க, கம்பெனி ஒரு ஃப்ரெஷர் கிட்ட என்ன எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணுறாங்கன்னு பாருங்கள். திஸ் இஸ் ஹவு யூ ஹாவ் டு ஸ்டார்ட். நீங்கள் எப்படி ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணாதான் பை எண்ட் ஆஃப் 3 years, how many wants to, once you complete your graduation, how many wants to go to job? யாருக்கெல்லாம் வேலை படித்து முடித்த உடனே வேலைக்கு போகணும்? ஆல்மோஸ்ட் 100%, ரைட்? நீங்களாம் வேலைக்கு போகிறது இல்லையா? ஸோ தட்ஸ் த ப்ரைமரி திங் why we are studying. படித்து முடித்த உடனே வேலைக்கு போகணும். தட்ஸ் த ப்ரைமரி கோல். ஓகே, சிஸ்டம் அப்படி தான் இருக்குது. ஸோ அப்படி இருக்கிற பட்சத்தில் நீங்கள் அதுக்கு போகணுன்னா ஃபஸ்ட்டு இதை பண்ணணும். ஓகே, apart from that you have to come out of your comfort zone. Okay, I'll ask one question. How many of you weekends la na solren, college illana, how many of you get up 10 மணிக்கு மேல? Just raise your hand. You can genuinely honestly raise your hand. This is the age you can sleep. அதுக்கப்புறம் you cannot sleep. So 10 மணிக்கு மேல எத்தனை பேர் எழுந்துப்பீங்க? 12 மணிக்கு மேல, 2 மணிக்கு மேல, மத்தியானம் 8 o'clock, 8 a.m., 8 before 8. நிறைய பேர் before 8 எழுந்துக்கிறீங்க, even on weekends. Okay, that's good. See, even on weekends you can spend time. You can get up at 10 o'clock, you can get up at 12 o'clock. But இந்த மாதிரி விஷயங்களுக்கு you need to spend time at least for 2 to 3 hours on weekends. ஒரு full 8 hours காலேஜில் இருக்க மாதிரி நீங்கள் ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ண வேணாம். But 2 to 3 hours on weekends spending to upgrade your skill will help you. Okay? Okay. So there are 3 things which we have to do. First thing is build strong core skills. இப்போ நான் சொன்னது தான். What are the core skills? அதாவது உங்கள் புக்கில் படிக்காத கம்பெனி எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணுற விஷயம் என்ன? First is very strong communication skill, which is expected by a company. Okay. Second is your analytical skills, your problem solving skills. வீட்டில் சண்டை நடந்தால் எத்தனை பேர் நடுவில் பூந்து சால்வ் பண்ணுவீங்க? ரைஸ் யூர் ஹேண்ட். எத்தனை பேர் வேடிக்கை பார்ப்பீங்க? எனக்கு என்னப்பா, எனக்கு என்ன வம்பு, நான் எதா பேச போனால் என்ன எதா பேசுவாங்க அப்படின்னு எவ்வளோ பேர் சைலண்ட்டாக இருப்பீங்க? நான் பேசினா தான் பிரச்சனை வரும், நான் எதுக்கு வம்புப்பா அப்படின்னு சைலண்ட்டாக இருக்கேன். ஓகே, ஸோ கையே தூக்காதவங்கள நான் என்ன கன்சிடர் பண்ணணும்? பிரச்சனை வரதே உங்களால் தான். வெரி குட், வெரி குட், வெரி குட், வெரி ஹானஸ்ட் ஆன்சர். ஐ ரியலி லைக் இட். ஓகே, ஸோ இப்போ நீங்கள் எதனால் பிரச்சனை க்ரியேட் பண்ணுறீங்க? ஃப்ரீயாக இருக்கிறதுனால தானே? ஆமாவா? மோஸ்ட்லி வி வில் பி ஐடில். நம்ம வீட்டில் சிப்ளிங்ஸ் யாராவது இருப்பாங்க, அவங்களுக்கு நம்ம வீட்டில் எதாவது பண்ணிவிடுவாங்க, நம்மளுக்கு அதை பண்ணியிருக்க மாட்டாங்க. நீ அவளுக்கு அப்போ பண்ணியே, நீ அவனுக்கு அதை பண்ணியே, நான் கேட்கும்போது பண்ணல, இப்படி தான் வந்து பிரச்சனை ஆரம்பிக்கும் வீட்டில். ஸோ இட்ஸ் ஜஸ்ட் ஃபியூ இயர்ஸ் யூ ஹாவ் டு கோ த்ரூ திஸ். அதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்கள் வேலைக்கு போய் நீங்கள் சம்பாதிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டா உங்களுக்கு தேவையானதை நீங்கள் வாங்கிக்கலாம், உங்களுக்கு தேவையானதை நீங்கள் பண்ணிக்கலாம். You don't have to depend anybody. இப்போ men women அந்த கான்செப்டே இல்லை, எல்லாருமே ஈக்குவல் தான். பிகாஸ் men also going for work, women also going for work. At the end of the day நம்ம படித்து முடித்து சம்பாதிச்சு என்னவாக போகிறோன்றது தான் எவ்ரிபடிஸ் கோல், ரைட்? அப்படி தானே இருக்கீங்க. ஸோ when that is there, you have to spend time for yourself. How many of you do reels on Instagram? யாருமே பண்ண மாட்டீங்களா? ரீல்ஸ் பார்ப்பீங்க, ஐ நோ எவ்ரிபடி வில் see reels on Instagram. How many will do if reels on Instagram? ஏன் யாருமே பண்ண மாட்டீங்க? வேஸ்ட் ஆஃப் டைமா? பார்க்கறது வேஸ்ட் ஆஃப் டைம் இல்லையா? Okay, I'll tell you. See, ஏன் நான் சொல்கிறேன்னா, when you start doing Instagram reels, you will start gaining confidence. யாரெல்லாம் சதீஷ் தீபா ஃபாலோ பண்ணுறீங்க? 2 பேர் தானா? ஓகே. உங்களுக்கு இன்ஸ்டாகிராம் இன்ஃப்ளூயன்சர்ஸ் இருக்காங்களா? நீங்கள் எல்லாம் யாரையுமே ஃபாலோ பண்ணுறது இல்லையா? ஆக்டர், ஆக்ட்ரஸ்? நோ. ஓகே. Whom do you follow? Then why you are in Instagram? Only reels. Okay, see, you don't have to post reels on Instagram, but start doing reels on Instagram. ஏன் தெரியுமா? நீங்கள் இன்ஸ்டாகிராமில் ரீல்ஸ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிங்கன்னா you will start gaining confidence. நீங்கள் இதெல்லாம் முடிச்சுட்டு ஒரு நாள் வேலைக்கு போகும்போது tell me about yourselfனு ஒரு HR கேட்பாங்க. அப்போ நீங்கள் யாரும் பேன்னு முழிக்க வேண்டாம். இப்போ நீங்கள் இன்ஸ்டாகிராம் ரீல்ஸ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிங்கன்னா you just do the reels. ஏதாவது ஒன்று எடுத்து அதை திருப்பி ரீல்ஸாக பண்ணி யூ ஸ்டார்ட் சீயிங் யுவர் செல்ஃப் ஆன் த வீடியோ. அப்படி பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்கும் போது யூ டோன்ட் ஹாவ் டு போஸ்ட். ஐ சி மெனி பீப்புள் ஹியர் ஆர் வெரி ஆத்தென்டிக் அண்ட் நிறைய பேர் போஸ்ட் பண்ண விரும்ப மாட்டாங்க, வீட்டில் திட்டுவாங்க, இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய ரீசன்ஸ் இருக்கும். யூ டோன்ட் ஹாவ் டு போஸ்ட். அந்த டிராஃப்டில் வச்சுட்டு யூ சீ யுவர் செல்ஃப், யூ கம்பேர் வித் யுவர் இன்ஃப்ளூயன்சர். ஓகே, அவங்க பெட்டராக பண்ணுறாங்க, நம்ம பெட்டராக பண்ணக்கூடாது. ஸோ திஸ் வே இட் வில் ஹெல்ப் யூ டு இம்ப்ரூவ் யுவர் கம்யூனிகேஷன். இங்கிலீஷில் ரீல்ஸ் பண்ணுங்கள், தமிழில் ரீல்ஸ் பண்ணுங்கள், கான்ஃபிடென்ஸ் வளரும். இன் தட் வே வாட் வில் ஹேப்பன் இஸ் யுவர் கம்யூனிகேஷன் ஸ்கில் வில் ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்லி இம்ப்ரூவ். ஓகே, ட்ரை திஸ், இட்ஸ் அ சிம்பிள் டிப். தென் you have to know the basic fundamentals. So like I said, ஒரு கம்பெனியில் போனால் இமெயில் எட்டிகேட் இஸ் வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். சும்மா பிளைண்டாக ஒரு இமெயிலாக அனுப்பக்கூடாது. இது கூட தெரியாதா, என்ன படிச்சுட்டு வந்தீங்க, 12th ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் தென் கிராஜுவேஷன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி கம்பெனியில் கேட்பாங்க, கேவலமாக கேட்பாங்க. ஸோ பெட்டர் யூ ஹாவ் ChatGPT now. முன்னாடியெல்லாம் எதுவுமே கிடையாது. Now you have ChatGPT, you understand how to write emails and you start preparing that from now. அதே மாதிரி discipline and meeting, attending the meeting on time, going to office on time is also very important. நான்லாம் ஃபஸ்ட்டு வேலைக்கு 9 மணிக்கு ஆஃபீஸ்னால் 8:55 தான் வீட்டிலேருந்தே கிளம்புவேன். இட் வில் டேக் 30-40 minutes டு ரீச் த ஆஃபீஸ். ஓகே, நானும் உங்களை மாதிரிலாம் காலேஜ்லேருந்து பின்னாடி உட்காந்து பேசுகிறவங்களெல்லாம் கிண்டல் பண்ணி நிறைய செருப்படி வாங்கி அப்புறமா தான் இந்த இடத்துக்கு வந்திருக்கோம். ஸோ ஐ நோ ஹவு யூ கைஸ் ஆர். பட் ஒன் திங் வாட் யூ டூ இஸ் ஸ்டார்ட் டூயிங் ஸ்மால் திங்ஸ் எவ்ரிடே. சின்ன சின்ன விஷயமா பண்ணிங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு அது 3 வருஷம் முடியும் போது அது நல்ல ஒரு எஃபெக்டிவான ஒரு விஷயமா கிடைக்கும். Okay, whatever it is. So that time management and discipline. Now you can sleep because it's your honeymoon period. காலேஜ்லலாம் இருக்கும்போதெல்லாம் சொர்க்கமான டைம். இப்போ நல்லா தூங்கிக்கோங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் தூங்கவே முடியாது வேலைக்கெல்லாம் போக ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டிங்கன்னா. ஸோ தென் யூ ஹாவ் டு ஸ்டார்ட். இப்போ 9 o'clock ஆஃபீஸ்னால் யூ ஹாவ் டு பி இன் த ஆஃபீஸ் அட்லீஸ்ட் at 8:30, 8:45. ரைட், தட்ஸ் ஹவு இட்ஸ் கோயிங் டு பி. அண்ட் ஒர்க் எக்ஸ்டெண்ட் ஆகும், அந்த மாதிரிலாம் நிறைய விஷயங்கள் இருக்கும். ஸோ ஸ்லீப் நவ், என்ஜாய் யுவர் டைம், பட் ஸ்பெண்ட் சம் டைம் ஃபார் யுவர் செல்ஃப். யுவர் செல்ஃப்னா நீங்கள் சாப்பிட்டு நீங்கள் தூங்கி உங்கள் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸோட வெளில போகிறது மட்டும் கிடையாது. தட் இஸ் ஆல்சோ ரிக்வயர்ட். ஃப்ரஸ்ட்ரேஷன் இருக்கும், நேடா படின்றாங்க, செமஸ்டர்ன்றாங்க, டெஸ்ட்டுன்றாங்க, ஒரு ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸோட படத்துக்கு போக விட மாட்டேன்றாங்க, பீச்சுக்கு போக விட எவ்ரி திங் வில் பி தேர். பட் உங்கள் டைம்ன்றது என்ன தெரியுமா? இந்த மாதிரி ஸ்கில்ஸை இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணாதான் நீங்கள் ஒரு நல்ல வேலையில் உட்கார முடியும். நல்ல வேலையில் உட்கார்ந்தாதான் யூ கேன் சப்போர்ட் யுவர் செல்ஃப் ஆஸ் வெல் அஸ் யுவர் ஃபேமிலி. ஸோ யூ நீட் டு டூ தட் டெஃபினெட்லி. Okay, spend some time for that. Second, gain real world exposure early. இப்போ எந்தெந்த எல்லா காலேஜஸ்லையுமே இன்டர்ன்ஷிப் இருக்கு, ரைட்? இன்டர்ன்ஷிப்ஸ்க்கு எப்படி போவீங்க? How will you approach for internships? 1-2 answers. இப்போ உங்க எல்லாருக்கும் இன்டர்ன்ஷிப் இருக்குல்ல, எப்படி பண்ண போறீங்க? எனி ஐடியா? LinkedIn? Okay, how will you ask on LinkedIn? கேட்டோன்னே கொடுத்துருவாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களா? ஓகே, see, LinkedIn is one method. Then எல்லாருமே லிங்க்டின்ல அப்ரோச் பண்ணி இன்டர்ன்ஷிப் போக முடியும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களா? ஸோ how are you going to do your internship? You have no idea? Okay. See, 2 things can happen. One is if you have some friends company reference, இல்லை கூட இருக்கிறவங்க வீட்டில் இருக்கிறவங்க, if they are working in some company, some reference. That's how I went into a company, okay, when I was doing my post-graduation in HR. எங்கள் வீட்டு பக்கத்து வீட்டில் ஒரு அண்ணா வந்து ஜுவாரி ஃபர்னிச்சர்னு ஒரு கம்பெனியில் ஒர்க் பண்ணார். ஸோ எம்ப்ளாய் என்கேஜ்மெண்ட் which is a very important activity in any organization. பண்ணணுன்றதுக்காக அவர்கிட்ட ரெஃபரன்ஸ் கேட்டு நான் போனேன். அதுக்கு முன்னாடி எனக்கு இன்டர்ன்ஷிப் பண்ணும்போது ஐ டோன்ட் நோ எனி கம்பெனி, ஓகே, பட் வாட் யூ லேர்ன் இஸ் கம்ப்ளீட்லி டிஃப்ரெண்ட். ஸோ நவ் திஸ் இஸ் த ரைட் டைம். இப்போ வந்து நீங்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிங்கன்னா on LinkedIn and you start looking for some companies. எடுத்து வச்சுக்கோங்க. Then once you do that, once you start your internship, இப்போ ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு காலேஜில் சொல்லும்போது you can start applying for that internship. அந்த internship அப்ளை பண்ணும்போதுமே there are some criterias, ஓகே. எதை வச்சு நான் உங்களுக்கு இன்டர்ன்ஷிப் கொடுக்கணும் அப்படின்னு கேட்டால் what answer you will have? இப்போ ஒரு கம்ப்யூட்டர் சயின்ஸ் படிக்கிறீங்க அண்ட் இல்லை ஒரு பிகாம் படிக்கிறீங்க, இல்லை ஒரு பிடெக் படிக்கிறீங்க. ஸோ இஃப் யூ ஹாவ் சம் ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் நீங்கள் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்களா, நான் இதை பண்ணியிருக்கேன் சார். இப்போது ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டினா யூ கோ அண்ட் ஹேக் தட் வெப்சைட். சார் ஐ ஹவ் ஹேக்ட் யுவர் வெப்சைட், திஸ் இஸ் த ஃபைண்டிங்ஸ் ஐ ஹவ் ஃபவுண்ட். ஸோ இஃப் யூ கிவ் மீ அன் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி ஃபார் இன்டர்ன்ஷிப்னு சொல்லும்போது கம்பெனி வில் ஆஃபர் யூ அன் இன்டர்ன்ஷிப் ஆர் நோ? கண்டிப்பாக கொடுப்பாங்க, ஓகே. Some companies provide internship with stipend, some companies will provide internship without stipend. Here, our goal to attend internship is to gain knowledge. Internship போனால் சம்பாதிக்கலான்ற கான்செப்டில் போகவே கூடாது. லேர்ன் பண்ண முடியுமா அப்படின்ற கான்செப்டில் மட்டும்தான் போகணும். ஸோ you have to gain knowledge when you are in the internship. So how do you have to choose your internship? Now you do your aim. Now you start building your aim. உங்களோட எய்ம் என்னன்னு ஃபஸ்ட்டு முடிவு பண்ணுங்கள், ஓகே. இஃப் யூ ஆர் அண்ட் டெக் பீப்புள், டெஃபினெட்லி 2026, 27, 28 is going to be a massive technological growth and there are multiple openings which is going to come in. So focus on those roles. இப்போ சைபர் செக்யூரிட்டின்னு போகிறீங்கன்னா there are multiple areas in cyber security. நான் வந்து சாக்ல அனலிஸ்ட்டாக போனோம், இல்லை நான் வந்து வல்னரபிலிட்டி அசஸ்மெண்ட் அண்ட் பெனிட்ரேஷன் டெஸ்டிங்கில் போனோம், இல்லை நான் ரெட் டீமிங்கில் அஃபென்சிவாக போனோம், எனக்கு டிஃபென்சிவாக வேணாம் நான் அஃபென்சிவாக போனோம், இல்லை எனக்கு இதெல்லாம் வேணாம் நான் கம்ப்ளைன்ஸ் சைட் போனோம். ஆர்கனைசேஷனில் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் செக்யூரிட்டி கம்ப்ளைன்ஸ் இஸ் ஆல்சோ வெரி வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். அந்த மாதிரி போகலாம். இல்லை இஃப் யூ ஆர் அன் ஐடி பர்சன், நான் டெவலப்பராக போனோம், நான் டெஸ்டராக போனோம், தேர் ஆர் மல்டிபிள் ஆப்ஷன்ஸ் அவைலபிள். பட் how you are going to do, what you are going to do is what you need to decide, right? So you first decide that. ஒரு கோல் செட் பண்ணிவிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் அதை நோக்கி நீங்கள் ஓடணும், ஓகே. யூ ஹாவ் டு டூ சர்டிஃபிகேஷன்ஸ் வென் யூ ஆர் ஸ்டடியிங். உங்களை ஃப்ரெஷராக ஏன் கம்பெனி எடுக்கணும்? why they need to hire you? there are multiple people, right? எவ்வளோ பேர் ஒரு வருஷத்தில் பாஸ் அவுட் ஆகிறாங்க ஒரு காலேஜ்லேருந்து? for how many different majors? Yeah, right? So there are different majorல நிறைய பேர் பாஸ் அவுட் ஆகிறாங்க, கரெக்டாக? why they need to hire you? You should show some sort of differentiation in your CV. அதே மாதிரி CV is something very very important, okay. Why this is very important is third point I'll cover in that. Build professional profile and your network. How many of you are LinkedIn? Just raise your hand. யாரெல்லாம் LinkedInல இருக்கீங்க? Almost everybody is on LinkedIn, right? யாருக்கெல்லாம் 500 plus followers இருக்காங்க? 500 plus connects. I'll say 500 plus connects. Only one have 500 plus connects. First of all, you should build your LinkedIn profile. ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஒரு ப்ராப்பர் ப்ரொஃபஷ்னல் ஃபோட்டோனா ஒரு பிளெயின் பேக்ரவுண்டில் நீட்லி ட்ரெஸ்ட், அவ்வளோதான். மற்றபடி வேறு எதுவுமே கிடையாது. பிளெயின் பேக்ரவுண்டில் நீட்லி ட்ரெஸ்ட் கிளியர் ஃபோட்டோ. தென் தேர் ஷுட் பி அ கவர் ஃபோட்டோ. நீங்கள் யார்? இஃப் யூ ஆர் அ ஸ்டூடெண்ட், யூ கேன் ரைட் ஐ எம் அ பிஇ இன்ஜினியரிங் ஆர் கிராஜுவேட் எம்சிஏ, பிசிஏ, பிகாம், பிபிஏ, எனிதிங். ஒரு கவர் போடுங்க. தென் ரைட் யுவர் சம்மரி, வாட் யூ ஆர் பர்சூவிங் திஸ் கோர்ஸ் இன் திஸ் காலேஜ், which batch you are, அந்த மாதிரி போட்டுட்டு யூ ஸ்டார்ட் கனெக்டிங் வித் பீப்புள். உங்கள் எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரு ட்ரீம் கம்பெனி இருக்குமா? ட்ராகனில் வர மாதிரி, அவனுக்கு கூகுள் இருந்த மாதிரி உங்கள் எல்லாருக்கும் ஏதாவது ட்ரீம் கம்பெனி இருக்கா? எவ்ரிபடி வில் ஹாவ் சம் ட்ரீம் கம்பெனி, ரைட்? நான் இங்கே போனோம், நான் அங்கே போனோம், ஐ ஹவ் டு ஜாயின் இன் டிசிஎஸ், ஐ ஹவ் டு ஜாயின் இன் விப்ரோ, இந்த மாதிரி யூ வில் ஹாவ் சம் சார்ட் ஆஃப் இங்கே நான் ஒர்க் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு யூ ஸ்டார்ட் ஃபாலோயிங் பீப்புள் ஆன் தோஸ் கம்பெனிஸ். அதை தவிர அது ரிலேட்டடாக யூ கேன் செக் ஆன் ChatGPT, யூ கேன் செக் ஆன் கூகுள், வாட் ஆர் த கம்பெனிஸ் ஆர் தேர், நீங்கள் பண்ணுற ஃபீல்டில் என்ன இருக்குது, எங்கே ஓப்பனிங் இருக்குது, நீங்கள் போகணுன்னு நினைக்கிற ரோலில் வேறு யாராவது இருக்காங்களா, அந்த ரோலோட நேமை வந்து லிங்க்டின்ல சர்ச் பாக்ஸில் போட்டு சர்ச் பண்ணிங்கன்னா அந்த ரோலில் இருக்கவங்கலாம் வருவாங்க. கனெக்ட் வித் தெம். யாருமே உங்ககிட்ட பேச மாட்டேன்னு சொல்ல மாட்டாங்க. இஃப் யூ கனெக்ட் அண்ட் ஆஸ்க் தெம் டு கைட் யூ, தே வில் கைட் யூ. பிகாஸ் லிங்க்டின் இஸ் அ ப்ரொஃபஷனல் நெட்ஒர்க் வேர் யூ கேன் கனெக்ட். காலேஜ் முடிக்கிறதுக்குள்ளே, அதாவது இன்டர்ன்ஷிப் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்குள்ளே, இஃப் யூ ஆர் ஏபிள் டு கனெக்ட் with these people, you will be able to get internships with the right company. Okay, that is the one thing you need to do. Okay, and LinkedIn profile and CV. When coming to CV, how many use Canva? Canva யாருக்குல தெரியும்? Yeah, start using Canva. சிம்பிள் டெம்ப்ளேட் எடுத்துக்கோங்க, காம்ப்ளிகேட்டடான டெம்ப்ளேட் எடுக்காதீங்க. சிம்பிள் அண்ட் நீட் டெம்ப்ளேட் எடுத்துகிட்டு ஃபாண்ட்ஸு, இமேஜ் அண்ட் ஸ்கில்ஸ், சர்டிஃபிகேஷன் இஸ் த ஒன் திங் யூ நீட் டு ஆட் ஹியர். ஏன் நான் இதை திருப்பி திருப்பி சொல்கிறேன்னா, நவ் யூ ஆல் நோ ஹெச்ஆர்ஸ் வந்து எப்படி ஸ்க்ரீன் பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க கம்பெனியில்? இப்போ ஒரு ஃப்ரெஷர் ரோல் போடுறாங்க, அதுக்கு எவ்வளோ பேர் அப்ளை பண்ணுவாங்க? ஒரு 1000 பேர் அப்ளை பண்ணுவாங்களா? ஒரு ஹெச்ஆர் எப்படி அந்த எல்லா ப்ரொஃபைலும் ஸ்க்ரீன் பண்ணுவாங்க? They will not screen all the profile. There is something called application tracking system, ATS னு சொல்வாங்க. Everything is automated now. அதில் AI வந்துருச்சு. ஸோ அப்போ அவங்க என்ன ஜாப் டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் கொடுக்குறாங்களோ அதுக்கு மேட்சிங்காக என்ன ஸ்கில் எந்த சிவியில் இருக்கோ அந்த ஒரு 10 சிவியவோ 20 சிவியவோ மட்டும்தான் அது ஹெச்ஆருக்கு காட்டும். மற்ற எல்லாத்தையும் நாட் ஃபிட்டுன்னு ஒதுக்கிடும் சிஸ்டமே. ஸோ யூ ஹாவ் டு மெயின்லி புட் த கீ ஸ்கில்ஸ் விச் இஸ் தேர் இன் த ஜேடி. நீங்கள் ஒரு சிவியும் அப்டேட் பண்ணி தான் அனுப்பணும். ஒரே சிவியை எல்லா ரோலுக்கும் அனுப்பக்கூடாது. நீங்கள் எந்தெந்த ஜாப் அப்ளை பண்ணுறீங்களோ அந்தந்த ஜாபுக்கு எந்தெந்த ஸ்கில் செட் அங்கே கொடுத்துருக்காங்களோ ஜேடியில் அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் அப்ளை பண்ணி அனுப்பணும். ரைட்? ஸோ these are the things which I wanted to tell, and they use majorly job portals இல்லாமல் LinkedIn தான் மேஜராக வந்து companies are also preferring to connect and hire people. Even when our company, நாங்கள் senior roles, junior roles எல்லாத்துக்குமே we use LinkedIn Premium to connect with them and to get the right people. Right? So இதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் பண்ணீங்கன்னா at the end of your education you will be able to get placed somewhere at least with some good ரோல், குட் சேலரி, அந்த மாதிரி பண்ண முடியும். ஏதாவது ஒன்று படிச்சுட்டு ஏதோ ஒரு வேலைக்கு போகாதீங்க. ஸோ வாட் எவர் யூ வாண்டட் டு டூ, ஹாவ் அ எய்ம் ஃபார் தேட் அண்ட் அந்த கோலை நோக்கி ஓடுங்க. அது ரிலேட்டடான சர்டிஃபிகேஷன் எல்லாமே பண்ணுங்கள். அண்ட் ஆல்சோ ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ், இஃப் யூஆர் ஆன் the tech side, do the internship and do projects to learn, to upgrade yourself, to have a better life. Okay? So I'm also there on LinkedIn. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. My name is Tanupa Santosh. And if you have anything, if you want any guidance, you can get in touch with me anytime on LinkedIn. I'll be able to help you. Hope in the session உங்களுக்கு கொஞ்சமாவது இன்ஃபர்மேட்டிவாக இருந்திருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much for explaining everything in a very friendly way. So let's give a huge round of applause to Tanupa ma'am, please. May I request Mr. Joseph, Project Manager, TN EGA, to please join the dais to felicitate the K7 Computing and Epic India founder. So I request the K7 Computing team and Epic India to please come forward. We would like to felicitate Ms. Ratna, Senior Product Manager, K7 Computing. All the students out there, I am sure the session was very useful to you, so let's give a huge round of applause, please. We would like to felicitate Ms. Tanupa Santosh, founder of Epic India. And we would like to felicitate Mr. Satyan, Senior Technical Trainer, K7 Academy. A good round of applause, please. Mr. Satyam, Research Analyst, K7 Computing. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So for the next session, so almost at the end of the day, so day 2 of Umagine, and the last session is all about the something very interesting behind the magic of visual effects. I would like to call upon the speaker. He is the founder and CEO of Phantom Digital Effects, leading a global VFX and animation powerhouse with 600 artists. With 20 years of experience across 200 films, he has earned multiple awards, including VAM Best VFX Supervisor and Filmfare OTT Best VFX, and serves as Viga's president and VES member. So, ladies and gentlemen, and all the students out there, join with me in welcoming the speaker, Mr. Bijoy Arpudaraj, founder and CEO of Phantom FX. Let's give a huge applause. Come on. This is going to be the most interesting session. We are almost at the end of the day. Thank you, sir.
Slides. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining today. So I'm Bijoy Arpudaraj. I'm the founder and... Yeah, sure. I'm Bijoy Arpudaraj. I'm the founder and managing director, visual effects supervisor of Phantom. Phantom, how many of you are students here? I think most of you are students. Everybody are comfortable with Tamil? Good. Okay. So, நான் வந்து visual effects supervisor first. அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து I founded Phantom. 2011ல வந்து we founded Phantom. Phantom வந்து ஒரு 15 years old company. இப்போ வந்து what started as a very small company with a ஒரு 4-member team start பண்ணி இப்போ we are now a global company with offices across 8 countries. And நம்ம இந்தியால மட்டும் 4 cities-ல இருக்கிறோம். So now we have recently we acquired a company called Tippett Studio, which is in US. So these are the guys who did Jurassic Park animation director. He's the founder of this company. Sharim. Okay, கேக்குதா? So in the Tippett Studio founder he's the one did the animation for Jurassic Park and the dinosaurs எல்லாத்துக்கும். So அந்த company we acquired this company recently. This company has 2 Oscars and Milk Visual Effects னு சொல்லிட்டு we recently acquired a company from UK. So this company has 2 Oscars. So Phantom is now a global company, and as a creative collective, we are calling ourselves now as Phantom Media Group. So all these companies are part of Phantom. So I will just give you a glimpse of what we do, and probably we will then talk about the opportunities, visual effects la enna opportunities irukku. What can help you out to become an artist or a visual effects artist endradhukku I will give you some insights. So these are our offices across the globe. நம்மளோட Chennai office, Mumbai office, Bangalore, Hyderabad, US, China, UK. This is our presence across the globe. So I'll give you a glimpse of what we do. Is it possible to switch off the lights? The 2 lights switch off பண்ண முடியுமா? Thank you. ஸோ நம்ம பார்த்து எக்ஸைட் ஆன நிறைய ஹாலிவுட் ஃபீச்சர்ஸில் எங்களோட குரூப் கம்பெனிஸ் have worked on. ஸோ தட்ஸ் வாட் வி டூ. நீங்கள் பார்த்த ஹாலிவுட் படங்களில் இருக்கக்கூடிய விஷுவல் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ், மோஸ்ட்லி மேஜர் விஷுவல் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ் ஃபிலிம்ஸ் எல்லாத்துலேயும் வந்து ஃபேண்டம் மீடியா குரூப்போட ப்ரெசன்ஸ் இருந்திருக்கு. அவர் ஆர்ட் ஸ்கில்ஸ் ஹேஸ் பீன் எக்ஸிபிட்டட் இன் ஆல் தோஸ் ஃபில்ம்ஸ். இப்போது இந்தியாவில் வந்து வி ஆர் ஒன் அமாங் த டாப் வெரி லீடிங் கம்பெனிஸ் இன் இந்தியா. We are now global, taking Phantom Media Group across the world. Recently, we have set up an office in China as well. So China has a very good scope for visual effects. So we have gone to China as well. So I'll just give you a difference between visual effects and special effects. Visual effects is something that we create using computers. போஸ்ட்டில் பண்ணுற வேலைகள் தான் வந்து வி கால் இட் விஷுவல் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ். ஸ்பெஷல் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ்ன்றது என்ன அப்படின்னா, இந்த ரியல் லைஃப்பில் நம்ம ஷூட் பண்ணுற பிளாஸ்ட்டு இல்லை ஆக்சிடென்ட்ஸ், ஃபயர் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் திங்ஸ், இதெல்லாம் வந்து நம்ம ஸ்பெஷல் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ்னு சொல்கிறோம். ஸோ தட் இஸ் த மேஜர் டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் பிட்வீன் விஷுவல் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் ஸ்பெஷல் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ். எத்தனை பேர் இன்னைக்கு ஜனநாயகன் பார்க்காம டிக்கெட் வாங்கிட்டு பார்க்காம டிசப்பாயிண்டடாக இருக்கிறீங்க? எக்ஸ்கியூஸ் மீ, இது எப்படி பின்னாடி போகிறது? So I will just give you a glimpse of our past work from this film called Leo. Light off it.
He's a freaking badass man. Bloody sweet.
Audio கொஞ்சம்.
Badass, Mr. Leonas. Badass. He's a freaking badass man. So, just so.
Thank you. So we make heroes into superheroes. ஸோ நீங்கள் திரையில் பார்க்குற எல்லா பெரிய நட்சத்திரங்களோடைய இந்த ஒரு ப்ராக்டிக்கலாக பண்ண முடியாத விஷயங்கள் எல்லாமே வந்து இஸ் பீயிங் டன். இப்போ வந்து இந்த பர்டிகுலர் ஷாட் வந்து இட் வாஸ் சப்போஸ் டு பி அ சிங்கிள் ஷாட். அதாவது இந்த சேஸ் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகிற இடத்துல இருந்து கேமரா வந்து வித்தவுட் கட் அப்படின்னு இதை வந்து நிறைய பேர் நோட்டீஸ் பண்ணியிருக்க மாட்டாங்க. ரொம்ப ஃபில்ம் என்தூசியாஸ்ட் தான் வந்து அதை ரொம்ப பர்டிகுலராக நோட்டீஸ் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. கேமரா வந்து கட்டே இருக்காது. ஸோ இது வந்து ரொம்ப லாஸ்ட் மினிட்ல எல்லா மேஜர் ஸ்டுடியோஸ் எல்லாம் பெரிய ஹாலிவுட்டுக்கெல்லாம் முதல்ல எடுத்துகிட்டு போயிருக்காங்க. அவங்க எல்லாம் வந்து ரொம்ப ஷார்ட் டைம் பண்ண முடியாதுன்னு டினை பண்ண பிறகு இட் கேம் டு அஸ் வித்தின் ஆக்சுவலி வந்து ஒரு 2 monthsக்குள்ளே வந்து வி புல் திஸ் ஆஃப். பிளானிங்லேருந்து ஜஸ்ட் 1 day தான் ஷூட் பண்ணோம் இதை மொத்தமாகவே. இந்த மொத்த சீனுமே வந்து ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு ஸ்டுடியோவில் ப்ளூ மேட்டு உள்ள வி ஷாட் இட் ஜஸ்ட் ஃபார் ஒன் டே. அந்த ஒரு நாளில் பண்ணிவிட்டு போஸ்ட் ப்ரொடக்ஷன் ஒர்க் எல்லாம் வந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 1.5 months மேலே போச்சு. ஸோ இது வந்து கம்ப்ளீட்டாக வந்து ஒரு சிங்கிள் கேமராவில் வித்தவுட் எனி கட் இதை வந்து நம்ம டிசைன் பண்ணி அதுக்கேற்ற மாதிரி ஷூட்டும் பண்ணி எக்ஸிக்யூட்டட் இட். திஸ் இஸ் சம் ஆஃப் அவர் ரீசெண்ட் ஒர்க் ஃப்ரம் காந்தாரா. ஸோ நீங்கள் பார்க்குற அந்த கேவ், வாட்டர் ஃபால்ஸ் எதுவுமே வந்து ரியல் கிடையாது. எவ்ரி திங் இஸ் கம்ப்ளீட்லி கிரியேட்டட். இந்த கேரக்டர்ஸ் வந்து டம்மி கேரக்டர்ஸ். இப்போ அது எல்லாத்தையும் வந்து திரும்ப நம்ம சிஜியில் க்ரியேட் பண்ணி அதை வந்து ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கிறோம். இதில் ஹீரோ கேரக்டர் வந்து பாதி தூரம் ஒரிஜினல் இருக்கும், அதுக்கப்புறத்துலேருந்து அப்படியே மேலே வந்து சிஜி கேரக்டர் அப்படியே ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபார்ம் ஆகுது. கீழே ஓடுற தண்ணி, ஃபயர் எல்லாமே வந்து கிரியேட் பண்ணி
ದ್ವೇಷಕ್ಕೆ ಧರ್ಮ ಔಷಧ ಯಾರಪ್ಪನಾಣೆಗೂ ಮತ್ತೊರೆಲ್ಲ ಸೈ ಎನ್ನಿ ನಾವೆತ್ತು ನಿಂತಾಗ ಕಾಲು ಬೆಚ್ಚನೆರಡು ಕೇಳಿ ಆನೆ ಕೀಳು ಇದ್ದರೆದ್ದು ಕಾಲು ಬೆಚ್ಚನೆರಡು ಕೇಳಿ ಆನೆ ಕೀಳು ಇದ್ದರೆದ್ದು
Thank you so much. So, in the movie, we had some time, like 5 months or more. We were able to pull off, very good quality also. Theatre, you will not even realize that that's visual effects in solid. So, கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 16 டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ் நம்மளோட விஷுவல் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிற அந்த கேட்டகரிக்குள்ளே வருது. ஸோ ஒருத்தரும் இப்போ நீங்கள் பார்த்த அந்த கேரக்டரை மாடல் பண்ணுறது ஒருத்தர், அதுக்கு கலர்ஸ் டெக்ஸ்சர் கொடுக்குறது ஒருத்தர், அதை அனிமேட் பண்ணுறது ஒருத்தர், ரெக்கிங் பண்ணுறது ஒருத்தங்க, லைட்டிங், இப்படி கிட்டத்தட்ட 16 டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ் இருக்குது. ஸோ ஒரு ஷார்ட் இப்போ அதில் ஒரு கேரக்டர் அதில் அந்த பொம்மைக்கு பதிலாக நம்ம ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ணி அதில் ஒரு ஒரிஜினல் ஹியூமன் கேரக்டரை வச்சு அவரை அதை தூக்கிட்டு மரத்து மேலே ஏறுற மாதிரி ஒரு ஷாட்டுக்கு அந்த 16 டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ஸில் இருந்தும் ஆட்கள் ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. ஒரு டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்லேருந்தும் மினிமம் ஒரு 2 பேர் 3 பேர் ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. ஸோ கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 35 பேர் சேர்ந்து அந்த ஒரு ஷாட் ஒர்க் பண்ணணும். ஸோ அதனால தான் விஎஃப்எக்ஸ் இட்ஸ் அ வெரி டைம் டேக்கிங் அண்ட் அன் எக்ஸ்டென்சிவ் ப்ராசஸ் அண்ட் இட் இஸ் வெரி ஹைலி கிரியேட்டிவ் ஆல்சோ. This is something that we did in the recent past. anything to do with enhancing the visual elements. இப்போ வந்து இதில் வந்து கம்மியான போர்ட்ஸ் தான் இருந்துச்சு, நிறைய போர்ட்ஸ் எடுத்துகிட்டு வரணும்னா காஸ்ட் ஜாஸ்தி ஆகும். ஸோ மினிமல் போர்ட்ஸை வச்சுக்கிட்டு we will be able to multiply it. இந்த மாதிரி விஷயங்கள் எல்லாமே வந்து இஸ் பீங் டன் த்ரூ விஷுவல் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ். இப்போ இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு போர்ட் பின்னாடி இருந்தால் அது வந்து ஒரு விஷுவலாக நல்லாயிருக்கும், அப்பீலிங்காக அப்படின்னு வந்து டிஓபி ஃபீல் பண்ணும்போது we will be there. Thank you. Thank you. So these are all different departments and different verticals that we can contribute as a visual effects or an animation student. So if you are interested, creative work பண்றதுக்கு நிறைய பெரிய challenges எடுத்து பண்றதுக்கு உங்களுக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருந்ததுன்னா this can be a very good career for you. You can be a part of visual effects, which is நம்ம பண்ணுற இந்த லைவ் ஆக்ஷன் ஃபில்ம்ஸு. நாங்கள் வந்து நிறைய ஹாலிவுட் ஃபில்ம்ஸ்லேயே ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், பட் இங்கே வந்து நம்ம டொமஸ்டிக் ஃபில்ம்ஸ் காமிச்சா ஐ வில் பி எக்ஸைட்டட்ன்றனால ஐ ஷோட் யூ ஆல் தோஸ் திங்ஸ். இதை தாண்டி நம்ம வந்து பெரிய பெரிய ஃபில்ம்ஸ், அவெஞ்சர்ஸ், ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபார்மர்ஸ்னு நம்ம பெரிய பெரிய மூவிஸில் வந்து வி ஹவ் கான்ட்ரிபியூட்டட் அவர் செல்ஸ். ஸோ VFX is one vertical and you have gaming. ஸோ இது எல்லாமே வந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட வந்து சிமிலர் லைன்ஸில் தான் இருக்குது. Anything to do with the 3D animation, character creation, இந்த மாதிரி விஷயங்கள் எல்லாமே வந்து அதோட பேசிக் கோர்சஸ் நீங்கள் படிச்சிங்கனாலே you will be able to get placed in visual effects or gaming. 3D மூவிஸ்ன்றது என்ன அப்படின்னா 3D animated movies லைக் நம்ம ஃப்ரோசன் மாதிரியான ஃபில்ம்ஸ் எல்லாம் வந்து அனிமேட்டர்ஸாக போகிறதுக்கான சான்சஸ் இருக்குது. அப்புறம் வந்து இப்போ நம்ம நிறையா தீம் பார்க்ஸ்லலாம் வந்து ரைட்ஸ் எல்லாம் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க. அதில் வந்து பேக்ரவுண்டில் வர்ற ரைட் ஃபில்ம்ஸ், அதோட அனிமேஷன்ஸு, வெப்பில் வந்து லேர்னிங், இந்த மாதிரியான வெர்டிகல்ஸ்லாம் வந்து யூ வில் ஹாவ் கரியர் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி. ரீசெண்டாக வந்து ஏஐ இஸ் கெட்டிங் இன் டு எவ்ரி வெர்டிகல்ஸ், எவ்ரி இண்டஸ்ட்ரி. விஷுவல் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ் ஆல்சோ வி ஆர் எக்ஸ்டென்சிவ்லி started using AI. I have a small clip how we are implementing AI into the pipeline. So AI use பண்ணி we were able to increase productivity. AI வந்து கம்ப்ளீட்டாக யாரையும் வந்து ரீப்ளேஸ் பண்ணல. AI doesn't replace any artist, any creative person வந்து it cannot replace, but it has served as a very good tool for us so far. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி வந்து தெர் இஸ் அ திங் கால் ஸ்டோரி போர்டுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு படம் வந்து பண்ணுறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே வந்து படத்தை விஷுவலைஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கான ஒரு டெக்னிக் அது. ஸோ வி டூ திஸ் யூஸிங் ஏஐ நவ். ட்ரெடிஷ்னல் அனிமேஷனை பண்ணிவிட்டு அதுக்கு மேலே வந்து வி ஹாவ் அப்ளைட் ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் ரெண்டர் கேப்பபிலிட்டியை வந்து எடுத்து யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கிறோம். ஸோ இப்போ என்னென்னா நம்ம மூவி ஷூட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே வி வில் ஹாவ் அன் ஐடியா என்னென்ன வேணும் அப்படிங்கிறதெல்லாம் வந்து நம்ம இதை வந்து ரொம்ப ட்ரெடிஷ்னல் மெத்தடாலஜியில் பண்ணலாம். இப்போ ஏஐ யூஸ் பண்ணி நம்மளால் வந்து இதை பண்ண முடியுது. ஸோ தீஸ் ஆர் ஆல் கால் ஜெனரேட்டிவ் ஏஐ. ஸோ நம்ம வந்து இன்ஹவுஸில் நம்ம வந்து வி ஹவ் கிரியேட்டட் அவர் ஓன் டூல்ஸ். ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் ஹெல்பிங் ஆர்டிஸ்ட் இன் அ வெரி இன்டென்சிவ் வே. ஸோ நீங்கள் ஆர்டிஸ்ட்டாக தான் வரணும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. இஃப் யூ ஆர் அ குட் ப்ரோக்ராமர், இஃப் யூ ஹாவ் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இன் கோடிங், அதுலேயும் வந்து யூ கேன் பி அ பார்ட் ஆஃப் விஷுவல் எஃபெக்ட்ஸ். உங்களுக்கு ஆர்ட் வரல, அந்த க்ரியேட்டிவ் நாலேஜ் இல்லைன்னா கூட இஃப் யூ ஆர் டெக்னிக்கலி சவுண்ட், தெர் இஸ் அ வெரி பிக் டிமாண்ட். நம்ம இந்த பே ஸ்கேல்ஸ் எல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இட் இஸ் மோர் தென் வாட் ஐடி கம்பெனிஸ்லாம் கொடுக்குறத விட ஜாஸ்தியாக இருக்குது. ஏன்னா இதில் வந்து ரிசோர்ஸ் வந்து ரொம்ப கம்மியாக இருக்குது நம்மளோட இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில். I also belong to a society called Vegas, Visual Effects Gaming and Animation Society. So if you are a student, you can register yourself and get updates on the current happenings, openings, மற்ற இண்டஸ்ட்ரி ஸ்டால்வார்ட்ஸோட கனெக்ட் ஆகலாம். ஸோ தெர் இஸ் அ ஃபாரம் ஃபார் தேட். யூ கேன் பி அ பார்ட் ஆஃப் இட். So that is it about my company and the industry. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. I can help you out. If anybody are interested to explore more on this industry, I will be able to guide you. Questions ஏதாவது இருக்கா ஆடியன்ஸ்க்கு? Good, good. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And we felt this is the real magic, actually. Thank you. Thank you so much. So all the students over there, let's give a huge round of applause to him, please. And to felicitate, may I request Mr. Sethu Kumar, Assistant Director of TNEGA, to please join the dais. And we would like to felicitate the speaker, Mr. Bijoy Arpudaraj, founder and CEO of Phantom FX. Thank you so much for showing us a lot of visuals, and we really enjoyed it. Shall we give a huge round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, so this is the end of Day 2 Umagine 2026. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here. And this is MC Sana signing off from you all. Thank you. See you all at Hall D. Thank you.